What's up, people? We're gonna get started in 10 minutes doing the day of debates with all of the debates that are happening today. Thank you guys for being here. I love all you guys. There was a lot of stress going into getting this event to happen, but we did it, and there's some last minute participants, so it is what it is. I genuinely love you guys because I can't do this without you guys, so I genuinely appreciate everyone that follows me and gives me a chance. So I really appreciate it. I work really hard for these kinds of things, so thank you. Okay, I'm just gonna do a quick sound check to make sure. Okay, I'm just gonna do a quick sound check to make sure. Just gonna do a quick sound check. Let's see. Okay, let me see. I'm testing the audio. Window capture. Good. Okay. Let me see. There's a lot of background noise. Okay, that'll do. Okay, so yep, the event starts at 6 o'clock, guys. I'm just getting some final things set up, doing technology checks and stuff. But yeah, we will be live soon. Oh, and let me increase my volume. But yeah, so that's what I'm doing right now. I'm just setting everything up. Hello? Wait, hold on. Sup? Hey? Okay, yeah, I'm just testing that out. Okay. Go live on YouTube. Title. Day of debates stream. No, we will not be doing that. Public, and then enable auto start. Confirm and go live. And then I'm going to check if it's doing good live and start recording. We're almost there, folks. We're almost there. Day of debate stream. Okay, yep, we're alive. Okay, we're alive. Okay, yeah, we're good. We're good. 5:55. Okay. Hey guys, there's 11 of you guys in here. We're about to start the event. Oh, Waffle, you're asking what am I doing with the band incoming? I'm gonna move my operations to YouTube, so I'm gonna start doing lives on YouTube. I have a way for people to join the lives, and I can create the panels I create here on TikTok on YouTube, and that's probably what I'm gonna do. This event was hectic. After I do this, I need to take a break. Tomorrow, I'm just gonna work out, take a good shower, and inhale smoke. Kidding. But yeah. Okay, in 4 minutes we'll be going live. I need OG Kylo to show up, and then the first debate participants. But yeah, then we'll be good to go. Shark, I don't have you in this debate, but I will have you in the next ones. But yeah, actually, to be honest, I would say, let me just switch it over to TikTok setup. And actually, do you know what you guys could do? If somebody should go over to my YouTube and tell me whether my audio is good, like whether you can hear me and whether there's any like background noise or whether anything is bad. That would be amazing. Someone go to my YouTube and tell me whether the audio is good on my YouTube channel, whether you can hear everything. If you type in the controversial compass, you'll see my green logo, and you know it's live. We're going. I made noodles for me to eat before this event, and I didn't even get to eat them. So let me see.
I liked your hands.
Oh, no. Let me see. What's up, Mitch the Scientist? Let me get OG Kylo. Okay. Oh, shit. Move this all the way. Thank you. How's that audio sound on, it sounded the same to you? Floopty, is it good? Good to go? OG Kylo! Let's see if you can get up here. Let me change the setting. Oh, OG Kylo, turn on your camera like briefly. That might help you join. It's like struggling to add you. You can just flick your camera on, flick it off. But there you go. Floopty whoopty. Was the audio on YouTube good? Wait, Kylo, why you wearing that mask? Wait, is my audio good? Wait, oh, you're muted, Kylo. Oh, there you go. Yeah, you're good. Okay.
All right.
Let's see. And then before we start, let me take a look. Let's make sure that we get ModeraterMatt and Justin W in here. Let's just have them in here and ready to go. Okay, so yeah, everyone invite Justin W and ModeraterMatt. Let me invite them real quick, and then we'll get started. Where is he? There we go. Oh, okay. Hey, Justin W. Thank you for being here. I would say just stay in the live for now because we're gonna do the intros, and then right after we're gonna go to your debate with ModeraterMatt. Okay, ModeraterMatt, just like stay chill for a sec, and then we'll get to you. So I'm glad that you're here. Justin W., I hope that you're in here. And thank you, Autumn. I appreciate it. So, OG Kylo, we're good to go. Yeah, Justin W., in 25 minutes, your debate's going to start, but we're going to do intros for those 25 minutes. But okay, Justin W. and Moderator Matt, just hang tight. And yeah, OG Kylo, we're good to go. I can start my introduction, and then you can go after me.
Girl, go for it.
Okay, so cool. Yeah, I'm excited for the event too. I'm ready. This is good. So I'm gonna read what I wrote, guys. Thank you everyone for being here. I'm gonna read through it, get through it as fast as possible. It's like 1 page of stuff. So, okay. Hello everyone. I first want to start off by saying thank you. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to the debate contestants for being here. Thank you everyone for the support of my channel and my projects and me as a person through the good and the bad. And I can't do this without all of you guys, all the people who put their faith in me and trust me and give me advice and like book suggestions. I can't do this without you guys, and I appreciate the community. Today, me and OG Kylo are hosting the Day of Debates event as like one last project before TikTok gets banned from the United States. I'm sure a lot of us are going to miss the app and the communities and friendships we've built. And this project is like one final toast to everyone, including you here that's in the audience and all the debates that we all were a part of or watched and the years of wonderful experiences that we've all had on this app. Tonight we have 9 great debates for you guys to watch and just sit back and chill and enjoy. And I'm excited to really get to them. I'm just going to say a few words and I'll pass it off to OG Kylo, who will say what he needs to say, and then we'll get started. So first and foremost, for these debates, we won't have any judges. So we're going to leave the judges up to the viewers, right? Every now and then we'll put up polls for the audience to engage with, but as for the debates, there won't be a declared winner. We would really appreciate it if everyone just like shared the live and tapped your screens, because it helps the live to be protected and to not get restricted and stuff like that. As for the audience, feel free to give gifts to any of the debaters and or the host, me and OG Kylo. It's okay if you can't give gifts, I understand, but gifts do help everyone involved with this debate do this for a living and run their channels or individual projects that they might be working outside of TikTok. Remember that all the individuals on the panel have taken the time out of their day to entertain you guys on this wonderful Friday, so all gifts will be deeply appreciated. And then lastly, also, I want to remind the audience to remember not to harass the debaters after the debate is finished. They are human and they have taken time out of their day to do this for you guys as entertainment. So please, regardless of whether you agree or disagree with the views or decisions made by the debaters, let's be respectful. Another thing to keep in mind is that some of the debaters may be debating a position that they don't hold or agree with. Also, debating is very nerve-wracking and adrenaline pumping, so a debater might say something that is not actually their position or not actually something that they believe in, right? So ultimately, do not hate or harass the debaters, and if there was something a debater said that you didn't like, please be understanding of the pressure of debate and go talk to them personally and hash it out and learn their actual position. And with that, that's all I have to say. And I'm going to pass off the introductions to OG Kylo.
Amazing. Well spoken. Well spoken. Yeah. Just want to say to the audience, we appreciate everybody for taking their time out to, join in, listen up. For all the debaters, we really want to say thank you to you guys for pitching in, allowing us to hear your intellectual thoughts and what you have to offer for the realm of philosophy on TikTok. We don't know if the platform is being banned or not, but if the event goes well, we're looking to continue this. So any other future debaters looking to pitch in, chime in, feel free to contact us. And I don't think we really have to delve any deeper. We could get right into it.
Okay. So what I've got for the first debate, it's going to be the first debate's going to be Moderator Matt versus Justin W. Is it possible to come to truth about God and or his existence? So we're going to start like letting them onto the panel, and we can start with the times and get started.
Want camera on for this one or no?
Yeah, camera on would be preferable, but if you can't, that's completely fine. And then we're just waiting for, oh, okay, so we've got Justin W.
This is in my mom's basement.
Oh, okay. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. I'm gonna get my timer out and
Well, I'm just confused because right now for me I got 6:05, so I'm just
okay.
confused.
So technically we are like 20 minutes off, but
Okay.
you guys can start now or you guys can wait. It's up to you guys.
I need a few minutes. I need a couple minutes.
Okay, that's totally fine.
But
Yeah,
While
you're
we're
good.
waiting for you, I guess before the debate, we can have some people come up if anyone wants to say anything before we start initiating things to fill up like 20 minutes. So I'll open up the panel to anybody who wants to join. You can start requesting right now and say some words before we start the first debate.
How you feeling, Matt? How you feeling?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good. I've had a lot of these conversations, and I never shy away from like questioning. So I got very granular. So it's not hard to argue this. I'm interested in what the opposition is gonna argue. You know.
Okay. Kai, what you got for us today?
Yes. So who's holding what position? Moderator Matt, are you what side are you on?
Heathen, bro. Straight heathen.
No, no, that's trouble.
So,
Man down. Take him down. He's not allowed to be up here. He's not allowed up here, bro. Remove this man.
hi, Shark. Hi, how you doing, man? It's
What's
good
up,
to see
man?
you.
Coco, it's gonna be a W debate, man. Kylo, you got this, man. I believe in y'all, man. It's gonna be cool. Y'all are gonna be rocking today. It's gonna be fun, man. Last what, like 36 hours of the app, bro? It's gonna be a vibe, man. Y'all have fun with this, man. Enjoy it.
Yeah.
Also, just so y'all know, this man believes in the supernatural. I just want you to know that, right?
I don't have a good definition for it. I don't have a good definition. Obviously, my definition sucks because we talked about it and it didn't work out.
Listen, Coco, if anybody doesn't show up, I will fill in with zero prep time.
Okay.
Any topic, I don't care.
I mean, that's
Alright.
perfect actually, because yeah, we might need that. We'll see.
Hey man, listen man, this has been fun, man. All the highs, all the lows, all the ups and the downs, man. We've built a community. It might be taken away, man. Enjoy this shit, bro. We're just trying to figure out what is true through this experience, man. Have fun, man. Like just enjoy the last ride, man. I love y'all, man.
Yeah, love you too.
God bless, man.
Thank you for being here. And anyone else, we've got about 15 minutes left before we start the first debate, but we could start like 5 minutes early. If there's anyone else that wants to join the panel and like say a couple words, feel free.
You say that. If anyone wants to join and say a few words, it sounds like a funeral, bro.
I mean, this is like the one last event, like a toast before TikTok gets banned in the United States of America. But I guess right now we could shout out our channels. After TikTok gets banned, I will be moving to YouTube and Twitch. And I do have a program that I'm using to recreate the panels on TikTok on YouTube. So I'll just kind of continue doing the project on YouTube. And then I am looking into a couple other apps like Neptune and Favorited. But other than that, I'm probably going to stick to YouTube and Twitch.
My favorite app is horrible.
Yeah, but yeah, it is what it is. I'm like kind of looking and seeing like what's out there. But OG Kylo, if you want to shout out your channels, you can go
Yeah,
ahead.
I post debates on YouTube, so if you guys are ever chilling looking to watch a debate, click the link in my description. I got the channel linked.
And if you go to the link in my bio, there's a link tree, right? And I do have a Discord server to kind of keep everyone together. TikTok's getting banned in the United States, and so I want to keep everybody that's followed me and everyone that I follow together in one Discord. In my Discord, we host debates. We talk about religion. It's a safe place with a lot of intellectual and like fun, amazing, safe people. So if you want to be part of a community like that, if you want to like keep up with your TikTok friends and you don't want to like lose them, I'm getting as many TikTok people on this Discord as possible. So go to my profile on TikTok, here on TikTok, this profile that I'm using to host this live, click in the link on my bio and you'll see like a link tree, and then you'll see like the Discord symbol at the top and the links all below for YouTube and everything that I'm going to be on. So that's a way that you can stay connected. And yeah, that's there for anybody. Also, OG Kylo has a Discord community that you could go follow and go be a part of. If you DM me, I'll send you the link to that, and you could also join that too. But how do you guys feel about starting early? Justin, do you still need more time to prep?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
So at least another 10 minutes, but I'll let you know.
That's cool. Is it the 3-minute intro? That's got to be what it is.
Yeah.
I literally didn't know what time, and I've just had a full week, so I'm putting together my argument literally right now. But I just need a few minutes.
Okay, totally fine. And actually, right now I could go over the format for the debate. So both of you guys are going to have like a 3-minute opener, and then there's going to be 2 rounds of cross-examination. So, Moderator Matt, you're going to get 5. Justin's going to get 5. Then Moderator Matt, you're going to get your second 5. Then Justin's going to get his second 5. And then the entire debate's going to conclude with 2-minute closers from both of you guys, just some final words. And again, we don't have judges, so we're going to leave it up to the audience, but we will try to put up polls that the audience can like vote on and give us their opinions for. But other than that, this is just like a fun like debate. Not really going to declare any winners today. And as for the topic that you guys are debating, it's going to be, is it possible to come to truth about God and or his existence? So that's what we're debating today. Justin's going to be debating that it is possible to come to truth about God's existence, while Moderator Matt is arguing that it is not really possible to know who God is and come to knowledge of his existence or who God is. The key word is come to truth about God and or his existence. So actually what I could do is I could put it as the background, but no, it's okay. But I guess we are waiting for Justin to be ready, but it's totally fine. We're a little bit early. If anyone in the crowd wants to come up and say a couple words before we start the debate, feel free to. We got about like 8 minutes left, so just burning time, trying to get to it. And if you guys can, like the live, tap your screens. That'd be really awesome. Helps the live to stay safe and get on the FYP and not get shut down.
Maybe do you want to tell them who we have debating today?
Yeah. Do you guys want introductions, Moderator Matt and Justin W?
I'm talking about we can introduce Matt and Justin. Also the list of people debating tonight.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna ask, what is the schedule like? Because I got confused because it's CST, right? But then is it pushed back or?
So actually, tonight, all the debates are going to be like Central Daylight Time oriented. So we got Moderator Matt versus Justin W on is it possible to come to truth about God and or his existence. We've got AR versus Wisdom on does the existence of God limit freedom of choice. We got Jay versus Jrob on are anecdotes good evidence for God. We've got a highlight event, which is going to be MonkeyBoy and Ceasetoknow versus Sye Ten Brugencate and WifiGospel over knowledge cannot exist without God. Then we're going to have Prook versus I think BuddhistBear on are the Gospels reliable remnants of Jesus's earthly ministry. Then after that, we're going to have Rebel versus Venus on is our universe intelligently designed? And then we're going to have Yuji versus The.Heirophant on does God exist objectively? And our last but not least special event is going to be CERN Mob versus Slim and Jdwagz on did the resurrection occur?
For the people in the comments, yes, we're talking about the real Sye.
What about wait? Maybe I tuned out, but did the determinism true debate? Did you list that one too?
The determinism is true. Oh yeah, and then we sorry, my schedule is altered, but we are gonna have after Moderator Matt versus Justin W. We are gonna have Hatim.
Man, that fast! Holy.
Hatim versus Kayj on whether determinism is true. I need to update my my thing that I got on my PC, but yeah.
That's why I was asking. I need to. Can you just post that in the Discord? So, in terms of
after Matt, you're debating next.
Yeah, you're the next one.
You guys want to see my notes?
Yeah. Well, I mean, your opponent's right here.
Okay. So that's like in like what, in an hour?
It's gonna be in 30 minutes, roughly 30 minutes.
Oh, okay, gotcha. 1 second then.
And then we've
Here.
got Jay. Jay's gonna be debating Jrob. Jay, you there? You got any words for us?
Yeah, sorry, I was actually coming up to test something to see if can everybody see that? That's in my
Yeah.
window. All right, give me one more thing. Hold on. All right, can everybody still hear me?
Yeah.
Can you
And
guys
also-
still hear me? Okay. You guys can still hear me? Okay, cool. I was just I had to go through my notes. I had to see if my I have my notes on my phone and it's on a different app. So like if I pull up the app, like sometimes like it won't I won't be heard on Jesus Christ, I'm trying to get rid of the back freaking picture. What the hell? I won't get heard on TikTok, so you guys can still hear me even if I pull up a different app. So that's cool. That's all right. All right, cool. Yep.
Okay. Well, we're happy to have you, Jay, and yeah, that's gonna be pretty cool.
Yeah. It's gonna be all right. I still hate the topic that I'm doing. I really do. Like it's corny as fuck. Like, let's be
Yeah.
honest. But I mean, it is what it is. I mean, first debate, so I have to take my what do they call it? My dues, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's all right. I'll deal with it.
So
That's a fire idea though. Like instead of my profile picture, I totally should have put up my QR code for Venmo. Wasted opportunity.
But yeah, also, I guess this would be a good time to remind the audience, if you have anything to give, I understand like times are hard right now and like, like the economy's terrible in America. Feel free to donate to like anybody on the panel. Donate to the debaters first. And then, like if you have any extra, give to the host. But remember that the debaters are taking time out of their day to entertain you guys and to debate and show off their skills and everything that they've learned in their life experiences. So feel free to donate gifts. Gifts help them with their projects, help them to do this for a living, and everything is appreciated. And for the people who can't give gifts, we still appreciate you for being here. Like you're taking time out of your day to watch a debate that we're putting on. Like, oh my gosh, like time is a non-renewable resource, and we appreciate that you're attending our event. So that's really appreciated. If you can and you're in the audience, please just tap your screens to like the live, and we will get started soon. In about I would say 7 more minutes, we should be good to go.
what you think, Justin? How we looking?
Doing good, Justin?
Yeah, I'm getting close. I still need a few more minutes, but I am getting close. So,
Okay.
no worries.
Everybody yell at Justin.
Everybody spam Justin in the chat. So I'm kidding.
Well, Coco, at 5:55, you told me I'm going on at 6:25. So,
Yeah, that's true. I should have clarified on like the Central Daylight Time, and yeah, a lot was happening before the debate.
it's all good. It's all good. I just need a few minutes. I'm almost done.
Yeah. But cool. We'll get started soon. There's 54 people in here. Don't go anywhere. Just 7 more minutes.
Let's make sure we're tapping that screen, chat.
Tap the
We
screen.
can get
And,
10K before Justin's ready.
yep. But yeah, we appreciate all of you. Is anyone wondering what the topics are? I can go over it again, but we're almost there. And also, Jay, if you want,
I'm tapping the side of the screen.
Jay, if you want, Shark is volunteering to step in and debate anybody that needs a substitute. So
Nah, I'm good. I'm all right.
okay,
Yo, Matt, what is that light?
I'm gonna bring some more people up.
It is not it. This light is. I use these like I do music videos and stuff on the side and whatnot. Did a few commercials, but like this is probably the harshest light that I have. I need a softer light. This ain't gonna work.
How's it going, Mackenzie?
What you got for us?
Oh, how's it going?
Yeah, what you got for us?
Oh, no, I was saying this is debate, right?
Yep, today we're hosting an event, and we're going to be hosting 9 different debates of people who are scheduled to debate.
Okay, am I on there?
Um, Unfortunately, you had to have like signed up for this event, and it was something that we kind of planned a few days in advance. So,
Okay, yes. It's a planned event. Okay.
yeah.
Well, y'all gonna be talking religion?
We're gonna be talking religion, philosophy, a little bit of science regarding intelligent design, a multitude of different topics.
Okay. Well, y'all. I mean, y'all gonna talk about any other religion besides Christianity?
It's mainly Christianity focused, but in the future we could. We did try to do a Christianity versus Muslim type debate, but we couldn't really find any.
Yeah, that's what I'm be honest. But why are y'all always debating Christianity, man? You know, I mean, there's other religions out there.
Because Christianity sucks. That's why.
No,
You have anything else to do,
only,
guy? This is
I
kind
don't
of an
ever hear y'all
event.
talk about Buddhism,
Hey, Chuckle Nuts. This is kind of an
Hinduism,
event.
Judaism.
Hey, Chuckle Nuts.
Okay.
This is kind of an event, bro. So like, this is not the time, like, nor the place.
Yo, what's up?
What's up?
I just wanted to ask, like, OG Kylo, how long have you been debating for?
I'm relatively new, maybe 6 consecutive months.
All right, and I just wanted to like ask you, how do you get your knowledge? Where do you get it from?
From me.
Yeah, Hatim's my coach.
Wait, who?
Me.
Oh, okay. So, do you have any like recommended books or YouTube videos on like the topics y'all do?
Yeah.
Like atheism?
I would say DM me. Please give me a DM. I'll help you out because it's pretty extensive. But what I would do first, if you have access to ChatGPT, I created my own philosophy ChatGPT bot to educate myself, and I update it with information to, if there's any question that you want to know, it would be able to answer. And then for any question you have, it would give you, for you to know even more, it would give you the source for you to directly. But if there was any topic that you would want to learn first, or any place in philosophy, but the first thing I think you should tackle in philosophy is like just learning logic itself. Like any logic 101 book would pretty suffice.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Well,
No problem.
what's the ChatGPT thing called?
I created my own ChatGPT custom
like
bot.
linked?
I'm sorry.
Is it linked? Do you have a link for it?
Yeah. Well, that's why I said DM me.
Okay. Gotcha.
It's in his Venmo.
All right. See you.
I really appreciate you.
Patrick J. Hurley, logic intro. There you go. Mitch, the scientist, said it.
Okay. Justin, doing good?
Yeah. Give me 2 seconds. We'll put a shirt on, put my camera on. Give me 2 seconds.
All right, Chad, we're about to get the first debate going.
Yeah, please put a fucking shirt on, Justin.
We're gonna start the first debate at 10,000 likes. Justin's ready. We get 10,000 likes, we'll get the first debate going.
Okay. Yep.
Hatim, they said, why are you recommending ChatGPT?
This is why I don't know why people keep saying that. They're acting like ChatGPT is mostly fallible. Yes, it is fallible, just like any other human. Like it's ridiculously insane. You can just interrogate ChatGPT. You're acting like ChatGPT doesn't cite its sources. It does. So
You just threaten the screen and say, "Who do you work for?" Till it answers. No, he's dressed for it.
Allah Akbar, Allah.
Better chill.
That's my brother Kylo. That's my Muslim brother.
MashaAllah.
Yes, sir. I'm excited, man. This is the most handsome I've ever.
10,000.
We're at 10,000. Where you at, Justin?
Where you at, Justin?
I did mod. Yeah, I made not my own GPT, but ChatGPT has a feature called the custom GPT.
Yeah, it does.
You would feed it information that you want it to act like. So a lot of people use it for like, sometimes they want to create their own virtual girlfriend. So they like, hey, I want you to talk like this. Sometimes they create like.
Okay. That was
Yikes.
Wit. Thank you, Wit. Okay, Justin, where you at?
I'm out. Let me go charge my phone.
All right, Jay. We
Peace.
appreciate it.
Okay. Wait, who am I after again?
You are. Let me take a look at the schedule, and then 1 sec. You're gonna be after AR and wisdom. So like, give it like about 2 debates after this one.
All right, I'll be back.
Yeah.
Guys, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see you, Jay. Okay, everyone. There's 66 people in here. Please continue to like the live while the debate is happening. But we are about to start the debate. So the first debate is going to be between Moderator Matt and Justin W. And the topic is going to be, is it possible to come to truth about God and or his existence? Normally the affirmative would give their opening statement first. So Justin W., do you want to go first?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I've got 3 minutes on the clock for your opening statement. Just tell me when you want me to start and we can start.
Okay, 1 second. Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm just going to read. Opening statement. So, revelation is not just the communication of divine truth. It's a personal, transformative experience that compels us to rethink. To rethink what we know and value. Tonight, I will argue that the experience of being drawn to Jesus Christ is not only evidence of divine revelation, but also a valid form of knowledge. This is because the effect of being drawn to Jesus produces actions that are both counter to our natural inclinations and uniquely tied to him, leaving no room to claim it is anything but him. Faith in Jesus because it's not just plausible, but the most rational response to this revelation. Let me start with this. Human nature is self-preserving. It seeks comfort, safety, and control. Yet, when someone is truly drawn to Jesus, they often find themselves abandoning these instincts to pursue actions they would never have considered naturally. This isn't about vague spirituality. Hold on.
Okay, I'm pausing the time.
Sorry, I got toddlers destroying the house right now. Sorry.
I'm there with you, bro. It's all good.
Okay, so let me.
Beginning the time.
Yeah, thank you. Where was I do not remember. Let's see.
Relation is like, that's something you get a personal experience with. That's kind of where you're at.
Okay, yeah. Let me just. Okay, so yeah, this isn't about vague spirituality or general morality. This is specific. Loving enemies, forgiving those who hurt us, giving away what we hold dear, even sacrificing our own ambitions and security. These actions don't arise from human instinct or reason. They arise because of the draw toward Jesus himself. And here's the critical point. These actions are not generic, nor are they arbitrary. They are directly tied to Jesus. The transformative commitments people make are not just random acts of goodness. They happen because of a recognition of Jesus as worthy of this level of devotion. The effect is counterintuitive, and the source is undeniable. In other words, the draw towards Jesus, especially when it leads to counter what would naturally occur to us, is evidence that Jesus is who he claims to be. It is this connection that changes everything. The draw towards Jesus transforms not just our actions, but the very framework through which we understand logic and worth. When you see Jesus as God, faith in him becomes the only rational response. The things that once seemed rational, like trusting him completely or giving up what we hold most dear, becomes the clearest, most logical choices because they align with the truth revealed in Jesus. And that brings me to the final point. The experience of being drawn to Jesus is not just compelling, it is knowledge. Revelation is knowledge because it aligns with reality. The actions and transformations that occur in light of Jesus are not just emotional or psychological. They reveal something objective and true. This experience is denied in the very framework.
Okay, your time is up.
Okay.
And Moderator Matt, your 3 minutes. Your 3 minutes will start whenever you're ready.
All right, mine isn't going to be as cleanly written. I appreciate how nice and fluid that was, but I'm going to just note a few things that we need to address and prove specifically, right? So what it is to know something is kind of debatable, but I think when you're talking about how do you get to a basis of knowledge, right? When you receive information outside of yourself, right? You can receive visual, audio, feelings, all those different things. Those are your senses. Now, what's being prescribed here now, if that's the correct word to use, is revelatory information coming from God that is still going to be received from outside yourself. You didn't create that information in your mind. You received it from outside yourself. So when it comes to like solipsism and how do we verify something to be true, some people would even gather to say that you're not experiencing something real and that you're a brain in a vat, or that your senses are lying to you. Somebody's feeding those to you and they're fake, right? You have no way of confirming that or denying it, really. But when it comes to that, there's no real way to say if your senses are real or not. Now, one way that we do that is we make the assumption that, hey, look, we consistently live within this world. Every day you wake up and you experience these, and so we all assume our senses are real. How we confirm something to be true is that we relationally take a sense that we see a tree being there consistently, and we use that consistency to say it's objective. Unlike your dreams, you have a dream and it's not objective because you have it one time and it's not consistent. Also, other points of view, other people will confirm, hey, I also see that tree. That's the same reason why if you're at a party and there's a person in the corner of the room and everybody says, no, there's not, you might be the crazy person. So when it comes to revelation by God, something that's received only by you, is an experience that you have. You can't really confirm whether that is true or not, but it can be inconsistent. It can provide other markers that say it's subjective and not objective. And when it comes to confirming it's external information received by you to confirm that is true, what you get to compare it to is just other external information provided to you. If you were compare it to other revelatory information, that's self-confirmation bias. But if you compare it to external information and others that receive this information, you can find the conflicts, and that bears credence to it being subjective and not objective. So when it comes to knowing the truth of God, especially if it's something, an entity that exists outside of time and space that has nothing bearing within cause and effect, well, we know with science, when we observe things consistently to confirm whether or not they're true, if they have a function to make them work, there would be no way to build God into that function. There's no way to find that. So to know God, that would be impossible. And to even know that your senses are real, the base assumption is just that they are correct, and then you compare it to all your other senses. So when it comes to God, it's so inconsistent, it would lean towards not being real. I don't know if that was 3 minutes.
No, you're good. And you concluded with 17 seconds on the clock. So with that, we're going to start our first cross-examination. Justin W., you're the affirmative, and so you're going to start the cross-examination. You're going to get 5 minutes, so whenever you're ready.
Okay. So how do you, so this is the time I can ask him questions. He answers, is that correct?
Yeah, you can ask him questions, you're in control, or you can talk for the entire 5 minutes and ask no questions.
Okay. So what I understood you to say is that the way that any non-revelatory knowledge is obtained is through consistency. And what is your argument that consistency in a revelatory is not valid?
As if the information you're receiving from revelatory from God, right? You're getting one thing and another person is getting another thing that don't match up. That's why there's so many different sects of different types of Christianity. Everyone's getting revelatory information that doesn't exactly line up. However, everybody can agree that there's a White House in America.
Okay. So you don't think that, so do you believe that there's a way to come to knowledge that is grounded in other people's consciousness? Is that what you're...
Well, partially. It'd be two things, right? If it's just you, then the only thing you have to rely on is consistency of your sense data. I keep seeing that tree, I keep hearing a bird, all the different stuff. But if you have other points of views, other people who have sense data that they can relay to you, now you can test it off of their information.
Okay. So does things like so if that's the case, then where do you get the, so it's essentially just cashed out to the consistency, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I would say it's consistency. Yeah, that's got to lean towards it. Because if all your sense data, right? If I'm seeing the front yard and a tree there, but now I'm seeing a car and a fire, and it keeps flipping, that inconsistency would lean towards it being subjective, right? That's the best way I can describe that. Consistency leads towards objectivity.
Okay. And so, okay. Um, so where you're trying to, so how is that not, I guess, the fallacy of, I don't know why I'm blanking, but the fallacy where you're applying it partially, you're applying it differently to your non-revelatory worldview, and then if my worldview has consistency, how do you know that it's different? Is it just because, and again, your okay, so your invalidation of consistency is that multiple people espouse different revelations. So then would that same logic not apply for someone that has a different phenomenal experience of an event than you do? Does that invalidate your experience of an event?
It could. It depends on how many references you have. So if you're at a, let's say, a rave or something like that, and you don't take anything illegal, right? If you're both at a rave and you experience something happening on stage and your friend doesn't, you can argue over that, but you can also reference a third party to say, hey, did you see that too? And then you can get a third point of information to confirm that. And that could be vice versa. I don't see something, but my friend does. And I say, hey, I didn't see it. I was watching the thing the whole time. But we have another point of view, another angle at it, or understanding of what somebody's, like, let's say he's got, look, did you see his car keys drop out? You may have been looking at his face. The other person may have been looking at his pocket, right? So it's different, paying attention to a different thing. But you can reference other points to say, hey, look, guy 3, guy 4, did you also see that? And that would be the same thing with any revelatory information. So if you have a revelation from God that's going to rain tomorrow, but your friend says it's not going to rain.
I'm going to cut you off because I have limited time.
Go ahead.
So two people are in a gas station. They get robbed. The one person's a girl, one person's a boy. A man robs. The robber essays the woman brutally and takes the popcorn out of the man's hand. And both, when the police come, the police ask them for their experience, and the man who had the popcorn stolen says that my experience was just as traumatic as hers. Do you have a framework to distinguish whose experience was objectively true or worse?
All right, you can answer that last question, and then we'll move on to your cross-examination.
So when you only have 2 points of view on a situation, then you can lean towards probabilities. And that's, again, based on like a wider population of experiences of things happening. So like a scientist would find that, water always runs downhill. You got two people experiencing, one's water's running up, one's saying water's running down. You'd probably lean towards water just running downhill. And in the same instance here, if you got two people, someone who's more physically fit and able to attack a woman, and they're in an altercation, you would lean towards, hey, that person has the dominance, he's probably the attacker. It goes back to probability at that point.
Okay, and with that, we're going to go to Moderator Matt's cross-examination. You have 5 minutes. I'll start whenever you say the first word.
The first word. All right. So my only question would be, like, when I'm debating a lot of these people on here, sometimes it gets into, revelation. Sometimes it gets into how do you know the opposite isn't true? But just asking you personally, without getting too personal, how would you say that you know for a fact that God is speaking to you, or that you receive revelation and it is not just something that you feel or hear inside your head?
It's all indexed to, do I believe Jesus is glorious? And
sorry, I was going to say, so you start with a base premise and then I would say confirmation bias towards whatever you're experiencing.
Well, I would say that it would only be confirmation bias if it was infalsifiable. Otherwise, if there is a test in a way that I can know whether or not I am just being biased, or if this is happening to me objectively, then that test if it is appropriate, should elucidate the whether or not this is something I believe or something I'm just telling myself I believe.
Got you. So what would be the test to falsify the experiences that you're saying are revelatory?
It's the act of the intuition of the values for which only makes sense in light of what you're seeing, right? So if everything about it's like the act of saying no to $1 million, right? If you're going to say no to something that's valuable, then the reasoning for saying no to something that is objectively valuable, like $1 million.
But let me just pause you there. So if you're saying that believing something is valuable to whatever goals you have in life, then you just believe it. But we can all believe that, we are going to get an afterlife and whatnot, and it makes us happier, and so we live, better, let's say. Not everybody does that. Some people push for violence so that some prophecy comes true so they can reach the pearly gates, but the thing that they push for could be bad for everyone else. But what I'm saying here is that you could find it to be beneficial to you, and just because you find benefit in another area of your life, you will accept something that you can't confirm is true or not is true just for your own benefit. Which, fine, if you want to do that, but that doesn't lean towards knowledge or truth.
So you're saying just because you find benefit in it doesn't mean it's true?
Right. Like a billionaire saying, hey, look, everyone doesn't hate me. I mean, that may benefit them to feel better, but or to keep making heavy profits, but doesn't make it true.
Right.
It would be like when you say that you believe this. Oh, go ahead.
It's the negation of wanting the thing that you should want. It's in the fact that your intuition is illogical in human terms, right? As in believing that some people will go to hell, even potentially a loved one, right? Where Jesus says, if you do not hate your father and mother, you're not worthy of following me. Then the nature of which that dichotomy he's setting up is, if you don't naturally see me as being this valuable, that even the most precious relationships to you are garbage compared to your relationship with me, then you're not worthy. And if that doesn't make sense to you, then that's actually logical on human terms. To hate your mother, to love your mother is natural. To hate your mother is unnatural. So if you do things and believe things that are unnatural to the human mind, then that is evidence that there is actual change that has affected you.
You're saying like revelatory information or experience of God, whatever, would change you in a way that you're better, and that's evidence for it. Well, I'd have to point out that everything is selfish. You loving your mother is a result of, your experience with her and being good to you. And when you're bad to her, she is bad to you, right? We experienced that all growing up. So that's selfish right there. Doing things for your family, I mean, that is a feeling that you get that is positive, right? So we all do those good things for our family to feel good. In the same way, feeling like good about your religion or your place in God's kingdom, it's all self-serving in that point. So the last statement I'll just make on that is just that there is no way to prove that, but the act of proving it is not only confirmation bias, but also just a self-serving thing for you to feel better.
Okay, and then Justin W., we're going into our second round of cross-examination. So you will get a second 5 minutes to cross-examine Moderator Matt, and it starts whenever you're ready.
Okay, go start. So I just want to clarify one point, and I'm going to ask you a question. It's not that your desire to love your family is what Jesus is calling you to. It's the fact that Jesus is calling you to hate your family. And if that's illogical to you, then that the difference between you and me is revelation. And I think that there would have to be a difference in certain things that are just consistently true for human intuition. If you have a positive relationship with your family and you would choose to be separate or to separate yourself from them if it meant you got to be closer to Jesus, and that is a good thing in your valuation of things, then that would be evidence of at least this is at least true to you. Now, if your pursuit is morality, if your pursuit is other things like being a good person or being or so whatever form of value theory or whatever it is, and you're pursuing those things in light of spirituality or God, you can have a quote unquote external change, but it's when it's done in the light of getting Jesus, and if that's the evaluation, the framework, then you're not doing things for what your outwardly appearances. You're doing things for, it's like an addiction. And in those terms, to say that you're not addicted, to say that you're addicted, but the thing which you're addicted to doesn't exist. My question to you would be, how would you make that argument to me that the thing to which I'm addicted to, like, how would you objectively demonstrate that I am addicted to something that doesn't exist?
Would you say that this is the question to answer yours? I'm not trying to avoid it, but would you say that going to heaven is better than loving your family?
Going to heaven? No. Going to heaven is not better than loving your family.
Oh, interesting. Then that's interesting. Then, so you would be saying that going to heaven, going to hell is better for you than going to heaven.
Yeah, if I could save my family by going to hell, I would save my family and go to hell.
Okay, because like the point being is most things are selfishly held, and so the kind acts that you do to people, you will get that gratification back to you in the form of dopamine in the brain and whatnot. You feel better about yourself, and then you chase that addiction. To prove that you are not addicted to some kind of dopamine would take a bit more of like a CAT scan and like, I guess, measuring of your dopamine levels as you go. But in terms of general populace and how we understand like motivation to do things, almost everything is tied to some kind of a benefit. And I would even say most Christians would say going to heaven and being with God is the best thing that could ever happen to them. This is the first time I've heard hell being better than going to heaven. But when it comes to like hating your family or doing something that seems to like go against your better interest, it's always in the pursuit and written in the doctrine as a way to get a reward out of it, which would be the heaven part. So that would be my response, is that everything comes with some kind of reward, and no one does something that is just negative unless it is even the act of taking to relieve pain. That is a method to help in another way.
Right, that's exactly right. So that's what I'm saying, is that it's indexed to getting more of Jesus now. I'm addicted now. The kingdom of heaven is inside of me now.
You just said you're addicted. Yeah.
Right. So it's not about some future reward. It's about immediate gratification of my experience of Jesus that keeps me satisfied. I am not longing for satisfaction in some future date. I'm satisfied today. And if I get more of that by doing X, I do X. If I get less of that by doing Y, I don't do Y. So that's the concept here. Okay, let me ask you another question. Do you believe that there is a stronger case to be made through? Oh shit! Was that the time?
Yeah, you can finish that last question, and then ModeratorMatt will answer.
Do you believe that you have a stronger case through some type of either empiricism or some type of rationalist perspective is more reliable than revelatory epistemology. I'm curious how you would defend, if you would make that claim in the affirmative, and how you would defend it if you agree.
I would say,
try to make it brief.
I'll make it really short. Yeah, I would rely on things that have more points of verification and more consistency, which you'd have every known physicist and scientist that are doing observations in real time in real life versus like a select few that are the providers of the doctrine.
Okay. And Moderator Matt, you will be doing your last 5-minute cross-examination, and this will conclude the second round of cross-examinations before we move on to closers. So whenever you're ready.
So actually, it's funny. We hit like almost every point that I wrote on here, so appreciate that, Justin. One thing that I have on here that we didn't do yet is that knowing God, right? Getting to the point where you would know God. Can you know God? Well, there's the problem that if God exists outside of time and space, right, and he is the original cause, even if we had effects that don't have a cause that we could see, we would say that we don't know what is causing it, but we can't specifically attribute it to God because we don't know that it's God. Do you think, Justin, that we could know that a effect was specifically from God, and how would you determine that?
Again, it's Jesus that gives me access to ultimate reality. I don't believe that you can get to ultimate reality through some kind of logical evaluation of the state of affairs inside of the universe. He's a transcendental being. I don't think you can ever make the leap, and I think that any evidentiary apologetic is just begging the question. So I actually would not even defend the concept that logic gets you to God. In fact, that actually is the opposite of what I'm saying today, is that the only thing that grounds anything about ultimate reality is your connection to Jesus. If you were to effectively remove Jesus from my belief system in this argument, and at the end of this debate, I would no longer hold to anything around universal truths. It's only through Jesus that I even hold the position. So
saying that because senses are subjective, or
that's my access to ultimate truth. And
how do you now? And I'm my bad. I'm just like taking a little bit of time back here. But I argue that you couldn't have access to absolute truth if you truly only have subjective senses, which are received, and then interpreted in the brain. I could ask this question to every single person on this app, and in reality, how do you confirm external information is true? And that would be, I say it that way because it's your senses, but it's also any revelatory information that's coming from God. Because clearly you wouldn't have made that up in your brain. So if you've received it from external, the only way to confirm that it is true is by using other external information to then confirm it. However, that would just require, like I said, objectivity of multiple sources of people who confirm the exact same thing. But here'd be my question, right? The problem is, throughout history, we have used God as a gap filler for everything that we've needed to understand that we just couldn't at the time. Thor, all the different stuff, lightning. So at the end of the day, we have an equal position, let's say, Justin, I'll level with you. Does he exist? Does he not exist? To know that truth, we both have subjective senses that we cannot confirm 100%. However, when we do get to a point where we have figured out how, the only thing that God really feels right now is the first cause. We really don't know that. But if we ever get to a point where we understand how the universe works and the material that it's made out of, and if we can figure out how it could start itself, what purpose would God serve then in explaining things? Where would God be required?
The requirement is just from a metaphysical perspective. I don't see, at least currently, any science studies that speak to a metaphysical concept of the universe, right? I don't even think science is set up to answer those questions. So I would have to just ask you how, in which way does science speak to the metaphysical background to the universe, for which the universe necessarily has a metaphysical background. If we are conscious, then either the creation created God in the fact that we have the ability to consider what is impossible, or God created us and created everything. But there is metaphysical content because we to
Let me ask
deny
you,
is to deny.
metaphysics. Do metaphysics exist? Metaphysical things?
Well, yes. We literally, this whole conversation is discussing metaphysics.
Is a unicorn metaphysical?
Depends on how you want to talk about a unicorn.
So then it would then depending on how we want to talk about a unicorn could be real.
Yeah, I mean, if it exists in some book, yeah, I mean, we could have some kind of conversation about the metaphysics of unicorns, but in context to some book. But if it's just like some concept we're sharing, then yeah, no, it doesn't have any metaphysical.
Finish up your answer, and then we'll go from there.
I think that was the answer. I'll just wrap up by saying this then. I do not believe metaphysical things exist. Math, language, these are all metaphysical things. They don't exist. What actually exists is the words coming out of my mouth, which are the sounds, and then your brain is interpreting them. But these things don't exist. They are concepts that we do hold in our minds, though. Like a unicorn is a concept that doesn't physically exist. It also, we have no evidence that it exists anywhere else outside of time and space. I'd hold to the same thing, just like you said, it's written in a book. God is written in a book, but it doesn't mean that it is actual.
Okay. And then we'll go on to our 2-minute conclusions from both of you guys. The affirmative will go first. So, Justin, whenever you're ready, you can give your conclusion.
Yeah, so in context to a transcendental being, I think that, and I don't even know if this is appropriate because I didn't bring it up earlier, but I do believe that Immanuel Kant did a good job of demonstrating why our ability to speak about a transcendental being is difficult and, in fact, impossible through any kind of evidentiary means, because the only thing that we have to reference as humans is our background knowledge, and the category of God is in a whole different context. So to apply empiricism to any kind of accounting of God's existence is it's a category error. So therefore, the only way to evaluate if God exists is to presuppose and evaluate the proposition. And if you presuppose it and evaluate it, and you find the nature of that experience to not be convincing, then you have every reason not to believe God exists. But if your experience is the opposite, then there's nothing that empiricism or any kind of externalist epistemology is going to be able to even address whether or not God exists. So it's just the whole thing is basically begging the question. The whole position Matt's presented today is just begging the question, because his premise is that he presupposes God doesn't exist, and he confirms it through something that is not set up to evaluate whether God exists.
And if that concludes your opening statement, you had 8 seconds left on the clock. So now, Moderator Matt, I can start the time for you whenever you're ready.
Based on what you just said, right, we are not equipped to evaluate whether or not God exists. I mean, I would also argue, as I mentioned earlier, we aren't equipped to 100% prove that our sense data is accurate or true, right? We could be brains and about all the different stuff. I'm not pushing that, right? But what I am saying is that how we get to truth on anything, at least the approximate truth, is by multiple points of view, multiple experiences yielding consistency. And there is no consistency in observations of God, and that part doesn't help you, right? But what it does come down to is that there is a consistent use of God to fill gaps. And as we go on with science, which is a process of determining truth through consistency, we're consistently finding that there is no God in all of the causes that we find. So it is good if you use God to justify some kind of behavior that betters you. But again, that is something that benefits you by giving you some positive reinforcement. As you mentioned earlier, you are addicted to that feeling of the righteousness. And that is fine for anyone who is religious, totally fine for you to be that way. But in terms of knowing God, which was the terms of this whole debate here, as you mentioned, there's really no faculty, no ability to know God. and the only way we do know things, at least to the best of our ability, is through observation and consistency, which has yielded negative results for religion.
And you do have 34 seconds on the clock.
I'm gonna stop. You're good. You're good.
But cool. Thank you both for your candor. Thank you for the debate. And that concludes our first debate. So anyone in the audience, if anyone wants to give any like last gifts or like a round of applause.
I got a few seconds. I'm gonna retain like 10 seconds here. Look, we're at 14,000 before the next debate starts. Can we get to 20, guys? 20,000 likes. We can do it.
Yeah, I want to say, Matt, Justin, you guys did amazing. Like this is what we like to see right here. You know, we're able to exchange ideas and come to some type of mutual ground. So I want to say I appreciate both of you guys for attending today and sharing your thoughts.
Appreciate it.
Cool.
Awesome, man.
Thanks, guys.
You guys have been great. All right, we'll drop.
Yeah, you guys can drop. And the next debate that we're waiting for is going to be Hatim versus Kayj on Is Determinism True? So we're just waiting for Hatim and Kayj to join the panel. Everyone send them invites. Kayj is here. Welcome, Kayj. And we're just waiting for Hatim.
Yeah, look, we're going to start the next debate at 20,000 likes. So let's make sure we're double tapping that screen. When we get 20K, we'll get Hatim in here. I don't know if he's in the chat.
Oh, yeah, we got him.
Perfect. Yep, we'll start the next debate at 20,000 likes. Once again, we want to say thank you to Justin and Matt.
And it looks like Hatim is like dressed up and ready to go. Can't wait. We'll see the outcome of this debate. Nihilism. How you guys? How you feeling?
This is amazing. What did you say? This is amazing. Chat, come on now. Y'all gotta tap the screen. This is amazing.
Okay, Kayj, you feeling good? Hatim, you feeling good?
Yes, I'm very good. Very good. I feel really, really good. Even though it's short notice, I think I'm going to deliver and do what I can do.
Okay. I do want to say for the audience, Hatim is stepping in. There was some scheduling conflicts. Not a problem. Life happens. Hatim is stepping in for another opponent.
With an hour's notice.
Yeah, on an hour's notice. So we'll see how he does. Kayj has been prepping. Nihilism has been prepping. So Nihilism will be arguing that determinism is true, while Hatim is going to be arguing that he's going to be taking an opposition to determinism, and we'll see what his approach is. So yeah, we're just waiting on everyone to like the live and until we get to 20K. Actually, we can even let some people up, who want to maybe comment on the last debate. And the poll is happening right now for the last debate. It's that tiny blue clipboard on the corner. So feel free to vote and tell us who you think won. But yeah, we got one person that wants to come up.
Am I allowed to vote?
I don't think we can vote.
No, it's not
No, I think it's only the people in the crowd, because I could try, but we're the moderators, so
we're all aware who won the last debate, right?
I'm leaving it up to the audience. I'm not going to say anything, so it's up to the audience to decide. I am going to share the audience votes, maybe in a post.
The audience vote doesn't matter. I'll give you who won. Justin lost. We need to keep it real. There was no argument given by him at all.
You don't think so? What do you think?
The revelationary epistemology stuff was just it wasn't even precise. It was laid out in kind of a sloppy way where it wasn't quite clear what was going on. He would say some random things about how, our connections to our mother and our family, which is completely irrelevant to the point.
Mm-hmm.
And then...
But let's save the rest of that for after the debate, and we are going to start the next debate. But you can come after, and then we can definitely get back to that. But also, we don't want to put Justin down. We want to uplift him, But no, I get it. No,
don't worry, I will put the loser of this debate down as well.
But no, it's okay. It's all good. But
alrighty, do we want to maybe let's do a quick introduction for both our guests here, and then we can get into openers?
Yeah. Quick introduction from both of you guys, and yeah, we can start the introduction, the openers with the affirmative.
I don't care. Move on.
Okay, Hatim, you got anything?
Hey guys, I'm Hatim, also known as Do Dream, aka Hatim the Dream, and I love philosophy. I got into this space a few months ago. I'm really excited. Hours notice. Challenging myself because I know Kayj is cool, is a great arguer, so we'll see what happens. Follow me, and also host lives and debates. So I'm excited.
Okay. And Kayj, whenever you're ready, we can start your 3-minute opener since you're the affirmative.
All right, so look, the argument is simply as follows. If determinism is true, free will doesn't exist. And free will, as you see from this debate, clearly does not exist. And then it follows from modus ponens that determinism is true. Now, for ease's sake, I'll go with the most succinct and least controversial definition that I've been able to find within the literature, which is some modal definition that free will is the ability to have acted differently. And what I mean by this is that if we were to wind back the clock in any situation, it would be completely within the realm of possibility for you to have acted differently to the way that you actually did. For instance, it would have been completely possible for me to have given a very pretentious introduction, but instead I didn't. And the choice of the latter was completely within my control. The idea that you are in control of your actions and any decisions you make are determined by only by your conscious self. But the problem is that this is so flawed and nonsense and overall stupid. Let's begin by considering what would have to be true in order for us to have truly total free will, the ability to have done otherwise, to have acted differently. Well, firstly, we need to be aware that everything that we're doing, and we would need to be aware of everything, is influencing our actions, including environmental factors, our precise mood, the influence of other people, the influence of past experiences, and so many more incalculable variables. Secondly, we need to begin complete control of every one of them. Neither of these are true, nor even possible. So you might concede this, but not think it a problem. Okay, so you say I can't control the factors that led me to the taste of ice cream. But on a more mundane level, I'm still in complete control over whether I choose chocolate or vanilla. Well, let's think about this seriously. I mean, consider the most simplest of choices, chocolate or vanilla. Or if it's easier, consider the last mundane choice you had to walk in the morning, the team's choice to put on a suit, Coco hosting this debate. Think about why you chose or would choose one over the other. What would make me choose vanilla over chocolate? Well, one possible answer, which I'm going to elaborate on, is I would need to want it more than chocolate. In order to choose vanilla, I need to want chocolate. Well, can I control what it is that I want? Well, absolutely not. Consider the fact that you presumably don't want to punch your mother in the face. Could you choose to do that? Now, I'm not saying choosing to do the action, but could you choose to want to cognitively? No more than I could choose to want vanilla over chocolate. I just want it. It's just a simple fact about myself I can't change. Okay, well, let's go further. I can't choose to want vanilla over chocolate when I really want chocolate. But what if I just decided, in the full knowledge that I would prefer chocolate, to go for vanilla anyways, just for the sake of regaining my free will and nothing else? Well, I'm afraid you'd still face the same problem, the exact same problem. In fact, in order to do that, you need to regain your free. You want to regain your free will, but why is your desire to prove a point like this stronger than the desire to have ice cream you prefer? Let's take it away. You cannot determine your wants. Think of something you want. Try not to want it. Think of something you don't want. Try to want it. It's not possible. Even if it were, in order to change a don't want into a want, you need to want it, and vice versa. To change a want into a don't want, you need to want to not want it. And that's just one piece of the puzzle. But in fact, it's possible. It's impossible for you to do anything for any reason other
Your
than one
time
of
is
these
up.
two.
Wrap it up.
There are two reasons. Simply put, you either do something because you want to do it or because you're forced to do it. And neither of those lead to any sort of free will, as I've defined.
Okay, that will conclude Kayj's opening statement. Hatim, whenever you're ready, we can start your 3-minute opening statement.
Give me 1 second, please. Just like 15 seconds.
Okay, we can wait for you.
In the interim, guys, while we're discussing, feel free to tap the screen, follow the debaters. Yeah.
And send any gifts. All gifts are appreciated, and it helps the debaters to do these kinds of things for a living and fund any projects that they're doing in their personal life. So we appreciate the likes.
Don't send me anything. Donate it to charity.
And Kayj wants you guys to donate your money to charity. So
particularly mental health for men.
Particularly mental health for men. So guys, look that up and donate to that charity online. I'm pretty sure you can find it online. Hatim, you ready?
Yes. All right, ready? Here we go. Hello. I would like to remind everybody of the debate prompt that at least I was given, and I'm sure I hope Kayj was given. The debate prompt was determinism is true. And so Kayj was arguing for affirmation, and I was arguing in opposition. To affirm that determinism is true, my opponent must
Wait, pause real quick. Your mic had muted, Hatim.
Hatim, you're muted. Hatim. Did any mods mute him?
I don't think so.
Hatim. Yo.
Oh, sorry, you were muted.
Yeah, I had a phone call about scam callers. Them Indians need to stop. All right, can I restart?
Yeah, we can restart your entire opening statement, and you can go again. Try turning your phone on to Do Not Disturb.
So, all right, I'll do that right now.
Good to go?
I'll do it this way. Yeah. Hold on. Let me put a timer for myself for my.
I'm timing it, so like either way.
It helps for me to know when as well. All right, I'm ready. All right.
Go ahead.
So the debate prompt is determinism is true. So Kayj needed to show how determinism was true in all cases, rather than showing how alternative hypotheses is false. So even if a single alternative alternative hypothesis is possible or plausible, then Kayj needs to meet their burden of proof. Showing that determinism is consistent with some observations is not enough, because no one will deny that determinism is possible. The argument isn't that the claim isn't that determinism is possible, or rather that it's true. So not just possible, but is the case. So the affirmation requires conclusive evidence that determinism applies universally. Here's why I think that burden cannot be met. Quantum mechanics contradicts determinism. At the quantum level, events such as radioactive decay or the behavior of particles in superposition are fundamentally probabilistic, not deterministic. For instance, in a double slit experiment, particles like electrons or photons exhibit a range of possible outcomes when passing through the slits governed by a probabilistic wave function. The specific outcome is not determined until measurement occurs. Radioactive decay is another example. An atom's decay is governed only by probabilities with no deterministic cause dictating when it will occur. These are not merely gaps in our knowledge, such what determinism would like to claim, that if we knew everything about a certain state, that we would know necessarily the future state, but rather this is just a fundamental reality of the thing itself. It's just probabilistic in its system, that we do know everything, but we still do not know the next state, the next outcome. Determinism fails because it cannot account for this intrinsic uncertainty. Alternative interpretations fail to save determinism. Some interpretations of quantum mechanics attempt to maintain determinism, but none succeed to proving it. The many worlds interpretation suggests that every quantum event results in a branching universe where all possible outcomes occur. While technically deterministic, this introduces metaphysical complexity and makes determinism unprovable in practice. Bohemian mechanics relies on hidden variables to preserve determinism, but requires non-locality, which contradicts relativity. This interpretation lacks empirical support and is not the dominant view among physicists. These alternatives do not conclusively prove determinism. They merely suggest speculative possibilities which are insufficient to affirm the resolution. Given the experimental evidence for probabilistic processes in quantum mechanics, the speculative nature of deterministic interpretations, and the lack of conclusive proof for universal causation, there's no sufficient reason to accept determinism as true, but merely only as possible or plausible. Thank you.
Okay, you finished right on time. So both opening statements are finished, so we can now start the cross-examination. Kayj, you'll be doing yours first, and it's going to be 5 minutes. Just tell me when to start.
I'm sorry, am I crossing him?
Yeah, you're cross-examining him.
Okay. You mentioned Bohm and Everett. You understand that a stipulation within their theories is that if you could have a perfectly precise methodology to measure everything, In the Bohm interpretation, then you could predict everything perfectly. And in the Everett prediction, the one with many worlds, you could predict what you could predict exactly what weights each world will end up with and how the whole system evolves, but you would need to know everything for that, and we don't. We're still very new into quantum mechanics. This is equivalent of saying
I
that there
agree.
might be some Newtonian law that would violate the previous ones, but we just don't know it yet, or we're just so new into it. I'm not sure how this supports my argument. Nor just to be clear, the reason why I said determinism is true is from the direct conclusion of determinism. If P, then Q, Q therefore P. That's modus ponens. That's how determinism is true.
Sure. What I'm saying is determinism, the way I'm defining determinism is that, the way my understanding of determinism is that
Why are
every,
you defining it? This is my affirmative position. You should take what I mean by these words and hold them as an internal critique. Why are you redefining it such that it fits your narrative?
because number one, the debate preparation happens prior to your your
Yeah, the
affirmation.
prompt is determinism true, Hatim? And I said
I'm going,
if determinism is true, then there is no free will. And I supported my argument that there being
sure,
no free
okay.
will. So deductively, it would follow that determinism is true. Your opening statement did nothing to refute me. It obfuscated on the point, and it included interpretations of quantum mechanics that
I'm
we're
confused.
frankly
Are you asking
impotent
me
in.
questions, or are you asking me questions, interrupting me in the middle of me asking me
Well, because
questions?
this is my time to cross you. You should
No,
be quiet.
yeah, crossing me. Okay, when you ask a question, do you want me to answer or no? That's my question.
Yes, when I ask you a direct question, you ready?
Yeah, you did.
In
Did you
my
want me
opening
to answer the
statement, you
question you
did
asked?
nothing to refute my
I wasn't.
argument.
Yeah, because you interrupted in the middle of mid sentence. Did you want me to?
Okay, go on.
Okay, thank you.
How
So,
did your opening statement refute my argument? That's my question.
because I showed how you didn't demonstrate determinism as true, but rather as plausible, because I
I'm
believe
sorry, is modus ponens a deductive argumentation inference?
is modus ponens a deductive argumentation inference. Yes,
Yep. Is modus ponens deductive, not abductive?
I said deductive.
Right, so why in the flying fuck are you mentioning plausibility in your refutation of my deduction?
Yeah, I'm saying that your deduction is false.
Ow. You didn't
Because
mention any of that in your opening statement,
okay,
nor did you bring
I'm
up
saying it's
anything I spoke
unsound. I'm
about.
saying it's unsound. I'm saying it's
Give the argument.
you're saying I gave the argument. What I'm saying is just because you're saying the conclusion that you want to make is determinism is true, it doesn't mean that you've considered like other plausible interpretations which directly contradict determinism. Such, for example,
I
indeterminism.
reclaim my time. Are you just saying that there are other free will ideas that I could accept, but I haven't included in my debate about is determinism true?
No, I say that you're not including indeterminism. That has
Yeah,
nothing to do with
because that's not the debate prompt. Of course, a hard indeterminist, could argue that there's no free will as well. However, it's a conclusion of both arguments that free will does not exist.
the
Now,
debate
my
prompt
argument
that
was that
free
if
will
free
exists.
will exists, then determinism is false. You've done nothing to refute my simplistic argument. I'd
How am
like
I
to hear a
arguing for free
refutation.
will? My burden is not is proving free will. My
You
burden is
understand that my argument was if determinism is true, then free will does not exist. And
yeah, but
if
I'm
P
not
then
arguing.
Q, I affirmed the consequent and
I agree
supported
free
it.
will doesn't exist. It's fine that free will doesn't
Wait,
exist.
if you wait, if you agree free will doesn't exist, then it necessarily follows that determinism is true given my argument.
No, given your argument, just because one thing is false, it doesn't mean that the opposite is true. For example,
Wait, that's
just because
exactly what modus ponens means. I'm
no,
sorry. If
okay.
I write it out
All right,
like this,
let's
Hatim,
clarify then. Let's
no, I'm
clarify
going to
then. Let's
reclaim my
clarify then.
time.
Let's
I'm going to
clarify
ask
then.
you a
Let's
more
clarify.
simplistic question. If I say if P then Q and I prove Q, does that necessarily mean P is true?
Yes, but that's only if it's true that it is only P, therefore Q.
I'm sorry, was my argument P, if P then Q?
Yes, but I'm saying it's not only P then Q, because it is possible that indeterminism is true. That contradicts determinism.
Oh, so you're asking me for a secondary argument.
No, I'm saying that you haven't demonstrated the truth of determinism just by demonstrating that free will is false, because other interpretations that deny free will exist, such as indeterminism, which doesn't include determinism. You have to demonstrate determinism is true, not free will is false.
The time is up, so I'll stop it there. Hatim, it is now your 5-minute cross-examination. You can start anytime that you're ready.
All right. So do you think determinism and indeterminism are compatible?
No, they're quite literally antithetical.
Okay. If indeterminism and determinism are antithetical, would you agree that if there's at least one thing that's possible for it to be indeterminate, then determinism would be false?
No,
Okay. Why not?
because that would be to beg the question that determinism is false.
Wait, how is it begging the question that if it is true that it's possible for one thing? Oh, my bad. Not. Let me rephrase the question. Would you agree that if it's possible for something that's inconclusive, for it to have the explanation that it was indeterminate, that you haven't met your burden, that determinism is true, which would mean that everything has been caused?
No, inconclusive does not necessarily mean indeterminate. Inconclusive can mean actually lend to the determinist thesis that we don't have enough knowledge of the
I
variables.
didn't say indeterminate leads to I didn't say inconclusive leads to indeterminates. Maybe you're not tracking. What I'm saying is it's inconclusive as to whether or not it's determined or indeterminate. So if something is inconclusive as to whether or not it is A or B, it doesn't make sense for you to say that it's B and or A, right? It doesn't make sense for you to choose a side. You have to be agnostic on the issue.
I don't know why you're adding a disjunct. I take the law of bivalence to be true, meaning one of those thesi must be true. I don't know why you're including some non-bivalent thesis that either of them could not be true. When you asked me a direct question and I answered, they're antithetical.
Okay, my thing is,
Are you contradicting the law
you're
of
not listening.
bivalence?
Maybe it's either I'm not speaking as accurately as I could in the way that you want, or maybe you're not tracking. Either one,
It's the latter.
I'll rephrase. That's fine. It's okay. What I'm trying to say is, you given some fundamental principle about quantum mechanics, it's possible.
Which one?
I'm not sure. Any event?
You're not sure?
Just put X. Given some
Okay,
event.
can we substitute the Bohm interpretation that
it's my
supports
turn.
my thesis?
It's my time. You don't interrupt me during my questioning. I'm sorry. It's my time. So given some event X, it's possible that it was indeterminate, as in uncaused, or determined, as in caused. Now, if you're not sure about the event past or whether or not it's caused, right? Then you can't say determinism is true on this specific event, because determinism would encapsulate everything. You'd have to also know that for that particular event, that determinism is true. But since it's possible that it's uncaused, that it's possible that determinism is not true, since determinism would not be present in this case. In order for determinism to be true, it would have to be the case.
What's the question you're asking me?
First of all, I'm not sure if you were here during the past debate, but in my cross-ex, I can talk and or ask questions.
I know you
right
can
now,
talk.
I'm just
I can
talking,
hear you.
and at the end of me talking, you don't interrupt me until I'm done talking. Then I will ask you a question. So stop interrupting my flow of thought, please. And like I was saying, that for determinism to be true and for affirmation to win the debate, they must demonstrate, not just offer an explanation, a just so story, that every event is determined, as in it has a cause. Now, it is logically possible that things could be uncaused. Now, until Kayj demonstrates that uncaused things are impossible, then we don't have enough sufficient evidence to believe determinism is true. Go ahead. What is your response to that, nihilism?
Yeah, you're asking me for an argument for the principle of sufficient reason. I'd like to make clear that just because it's unclear or ambiguous as to which thesis is true doesn't lend that mine is false. It requires further work. So are you asking me for an argument for the hard PSR? Meaning everything has a sufficient reason for a cause to occur? Or everything has a sufficient reason that may or may not be the cause for it to occur?
Kayj, do you think I've said that determinism is false? Have I made that argument?
No, you've not reached your burden in the slightest. I agree.
No, my burden isn't to just demonstrate determinism as false. And in a debate, all the opposition needs to do is, at the very least, put doubt to not believe in the affirmation. And if you're uncertain who won the debate, opposition has done their job, because affirmations job is to show that they're right without like any like with like more likely than not. And so opposition is like, I can go for either or. That means if you have that mindset, opposition won. If they put doubt in your mind that bad.
Right, so we understand that the way I've cashed out determinism, right from my definition of free will, is just that there's simply the belief that for every state of affairs Q, there's
Actually,
some
I
preceding state of
end my
affairs
time
P.
right now. I can end my
Oh,
time.
all right, you didn't ask me a question. You wasted and obfuscated. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, time
Yeah.
is up for that section. Kayj, you'll be starting your second and last cross-examination. You can start anytime.
Right, so my opponent is A, clearly dumb as fuck and confused, right? He's asking me dumb questions as if there are no sufficient reasons for things occurring. Like when he wakes up in the morning after setting his coffee pot at night, when he touches the coffee pot, he's acting surprised as if it's hot, right? I don't know if these people should be taken seriously in society, but irrespective of that, onto the substance, determinism as the belief within my framework here has been that for every state of affairs Q, there's a preceding belief, or there's a preceding state of affairs P, which was brought out about Q by some causal necessity. So Hatim asking me that if there's some possible state of affairs that was not brought about by some preceding state of affairs P is just to beg the question that it's false. He has to do further work to argue against it. Unfortunately, he hasn't done that work, nor can he do that work. In his next defense, he's going to mention more quantum mechanics that are in support of me, like the Bohm interpretation or the Everett one, which do support my thesis, given they can plug in variables that which they know. Now, my question for you is, can you give me an argument, a team, against causal necessity, or do you want to obfuscate?
When you say causal necessity, my argument, I'm not saying that none of my arguments I've ever stated is to prove determinism false. As I've clarified and framed my position is that it's not enough evidence to say determinism is true. That doesn't mean determinism is false. The same way in a lot
Do
of
you think I've not provided argumentation thus far for the thesis?
the same way that in a lot of philosophy
Yeah, I
religion,
reclaim my time. You're either going to answer my question or stay
I'm
silent. Do you
literally
think I've
in the
not
middle of
provided
answering.
argumentation as to how determinism is true?
I'm literally in the middle of answering. I'm sorry. Say that again.
Do you think I've not provided argumentation for the thesis determinism is true given the entailments using basic mode exponents?
I agree that you gave arguments. I don't think your
Great. Do
arguments.
you agree that your refutations have been piss poor at best?
No, I disagree.
So how is begging the question as to raise, or begging the question whether causal necessity is true or not, just asking that question at all reaching your burden? You can ask the question all day, but how have you meet your burden? You're just asking questions.
When did I beg the question?
Yeah, you said, well, Kayj, if it's possible that some state of affairs Q wasn't precedent by state of affairs P, then determinism would obviously be false. That's trivial because determinism is the belief that Q or P is some state of or Q is some state of affairs brought about by some preceding state of affairs P
Let me
by
clarify.
causal necessity. That's how you're begging the question, moron.
Let me clarify. I actually misspoke there when I said false. What I meant to say is you haven't demonstrated your burden of proof that determinism is true, not that it's false. Yeah.
Did I present a modus ponens argument that concluded determinism is true?
Yes, you've provided an argument.
Great, I've done that. Great, refute it.
Yeah.
Do any work here.
I refuted it. Just because. Okay.
Which premise did you refute?
I didn't hear any like formal premises. Can you list the
Oh,
premises?
P1, if determinism is true, then free will does not exist. Free will does not exist, therefore determinism is true.
Yeah, I deny that if determinism or if free will is false, then determinism is true. I deny that.
You deny that if free will does not exist, then determinism is true?
Yeah, because indeterminants can be true even if free will is false.
What's the argument for indeterminacy or causal indeterminants?
Well, the argument for indeterminacy is that it's possible that things are uncaused, such as at the.
That's not their thesis.
I'm sorry?
That's not their thesis. They hold that some states of affairs are that have no precedent state.
Who's there?
Who? Like some causal indeterminists?
Yeah, okay. So I'm sure there are multiple interpretations of indeterminism.
Yeah, so let's not bring up tertiary views that don't actually go to be antithetical to my view.
I'm not supposed to give my own tertiary, my own view. My bad. Go ahead. Cite the argument for me, and then I can debate it. Go ahead.
You want me to do your work for you?
Apparently, you know it better than I do. You're not allowing
I
me.
do know it better than you
Yeah,
do, but
fine, go ahead.
unfortunately, I'm not your being. That's
Yeah, I'm not allowed
your
to give my own
burden.
interpretation and argument for what I understand interdeterminacy to be. You know
Not
it.
if you're
Go ahead.
not if you're redefining the entire free will. No.
Not if I redefining entire free will.
Yeah, because then you wouldn't be antithetical. They wouldn't be mutually
I didn't
exclusive.
define free will. What are you talking about? When did I define free
Because you just said that indeterminate free will is the view
will? No,
that
I
it's
didn't say.
possible some events aren't
I
caused.
didn't
That's
say
not the
free will.
view. The
I didn't even.
view
Guys, I hope you have this recorded. I didn't even utter the words free will. This guy must be deaf.
You look stupid right now, but look, all
Yeah,
you
yeah,
said
I'm
was
in
that
shock.
you said indeterminacy posits that it's possible these things have no
Finish up
cause.
your
That's
sentence.
not their
That's the
claim.
end.
Their claim is that
Indeterminacy.
they do have no cause.
I'm not
Okay, that's the
saying
end,
free
guys. We're
will.
cutting it off. We're going into Hatim's cross-examination. It's your turn to control the
Wait, it's
moment.
2 rounds?
Yeah. You'll be concluding the second round of cross-examination. So
Oh,
go
so
ahead.
this is the last cross-ex?
Yeah, and it's your turn.
It's the last cross-ex, my turn, and then after that is conclusion?
Yeah. So you're asking the
Yeah,
question.
yeah. So what I just want to reiterate, guys, that the debate prompt was determinism is true. Now, if I have given you enough doubt for you to decide whether or not determinism is actually true, meaning it is the case that it exists everywhere, and there isn't a possibility for indeterminism to be true. Now, determinism is that everything has a cause, or if you know everything in a state, you would know every possible future state from that state. Now, it's possible that even if you know everything about a current state, that it's still the case that probability would be impacted. It would be intrinsic to that system where you still do not know what would happen with certainty in terms of one outcome. With determinism being true, it means that there is only one outcome if you know everything about the current state of affairs. From knowledge of current state of affairs, knowing 100% theoretically in principle, you would know the next one. And there can only be one from the next one. It will always be the case from these exact same.
Wait, that's not true. That's predeterminism, moron.
Okay, what would be the difference where? So you're saying in your deterministic model.
Yeah, it's necessary that every cause has an effect, not that every cause has a specific effect, stupid.
Hold on. Wait, are you saying that from the same information, different things could occur?
No, I'm saying that from a set of causes, things could occur, not the same thing necessarily.
Wait, wow.
That's predeterminism
So
or
you're not
fatalism, depending on
okay.
how
So
extreme you go.
the question I asked was, are you of the belief that?
No, I'm a determinist, not a predeterminist.
So you know the next words out of my mouth? Just calm down.
Were you
And
going to ask a different question?
yeah, because you didn't even answer the question I just asked. Because maybe you
Oh, my
mishearing things this
apologies. Go
whole
ahead.
debate.
Go ahead. I'm
You're
sorry, you
mishearing
weren't going to
things this
ask me
whole
about
debate. I just want you to
predeterminism.
calm down. So if are you of the belief that from the same knowledge and facts of one state that multiple possible states could occur?
No, from one specific cause, another set of specific effects, not necessary, not necessary. My God, I can never pronounce this word. Not Spinoza's necessitarianism. I'm more of a Leibniz guy. I don't need to hold to the strong PSR, Hatim. I can hold to the weak PSR as well. You're assuming predeterminism. You
No.
are fallacious in your reasoning, or you
I'm
can't
asking a
read.
question. So you are saying that multiple possible things could occur from a
Yes,
certain.
I hold to the weak PSR that Leibniz holds to, that every single scientist holds to. Yes.
Well, that's just okay. That's just compatible with my understanding of indeterminism, because indeterminism states that even if you know everything about the current state of affairs, you don't know the next state of affairs, and that there are multiple
Is
possible.
that what I said?
Yes.
No, I said Leibniz law. Do you know what the exact
I'm saying
logosyllabic notation of
okay.
Leibniz law is?
I'm not. You're confusing me a bit, because it seems like what you're okay. It determinism is that everything has a. We could skip that. We could just skip that.
No, we're not going to skip you
If you can skip
redefining the
that, it's fine.
debate, Hatim.
I can literally, it's fine because it's at the
You
end.
didn't
So
even
that's
understand the debate
it's
prompt
fine.
yet
That's fine.
again.
I'm skipping it because I don't want to rehash the whole debate in the end.
Because you're confused.
It's
You don't even
fine.
know what you're talking
Brother,
about.
you need to calm down. I don't know what the voices in your head are saying to you right now, but tell them to calm down too.
And not knowing doesn't necessitate
Please calm
indeterminism either.
down. Please calm down. Just calm down, brother. All I'm trying to say is, Kayj has not specified at all in this debate. This is the first time he specified hard and weak, whatever. Now, second, we just throw that away.
Hard and weak what?
Determinism, obviously. Now,
PSR, stupid, not determinism. The hard or weak PSR.
okay.
Principle of sufficient reason. I'm
Okay,
not a
so-
Spinozian.
Okay. It's a bit unclear what you mean by
You
determinism.
look good
right
in
now.
a suit, Hatim. It's
Calm
about
down.
the only thing you
Calm
look good
down.
doing.
I just need you to calm down, please. So what I'm trying to say is, the most important part is that think about uncaused things. If it's possible that things are uncaused, or if it's possible.
You're begging the question again.
Hey, 1 second. Nihilist, please just refrain from interrupting when he's speaking.
I don't know what's going on with you. I'm not begging a question because I'm not making an argument that is invalid or that the conclusion is in my premises. All I'm saying is it is possible that
time is up. Finish your last sentence.
Yeah, it is possible that things are uncaused, and determinism says that everything is caused. So if you think that it's possible and he hasn't met the burden of proof to demonstrate uncaused things are impossible, then then you would just vote for the opposition, and it's simple as that. Kayj just fails to meet his burden.
Okay, and with that, we are moving to the conclusions. Kayj, you're the affirmative, so you're gonna have a 2-minute closer. Just tell me when you want to start.
All right, so let's just go over this debate. I gave him a modus ponens simplistic argument for determinism. He didn't even understand how that was an argument for determinism being true when the conclusion was literally determinism is true. Second off, he's making this weird distinction that I need to hold to some strong principle of sufficient reason, which is not necessary to be a determinist. Not once during this debate have I espoused any particular form of determinism. My burden is to show that determinism is true. I did that arguing against free will, which he hasn't even mentioned, which shows so is either poor comprehension or poor listening skills. More so, let's get to the point. The difference between a Spinozian and somebody who follows Leibniz law is that they don't think that it's necessary that for state A, state B follows necessarily. That's not what I'm positing, nor did I ever posit that. The reason I didn't talk about it is because you didn't ask, Hatim. You haven't asked any substantive questions. During both of your refutations, you ranted. Now, more to the point, my conclusion or my argument for determinism being true does leave it possible that indeterminacy is true. However, Hatim asking that indeterminate free will is the thesis that it's possible that some events have no cause or don't conform to any sufficient reason is just to beg the question and not formulate any argument. It's just to say to the determinist, me, that, yeah, Kayj, I think you're wrong that for every state of affairs P or Q, it has some precedent state of affairs P. I think that's wrong because it's possible that but you're not making an argument to show the modal scope of that. Not only has the team not provided any refutation of argumentation, the argumentation he did give, he didn't even understand I was talking about determinism. He thought I was talking about predeterminism or something closer to fatalism. He's confused, isn't well read, didn't refute any of my arguments, and I think that anybody who has more than 5 seconds of listening comprehension would understand that he didn't understand the simplistic debate prompt. I concede my time to the guy wearing a fucking red tie.
Okay. Hatim, it is now your time for your 2-minute conclusion. Tell me when to start.
Yeah. So it seems like there's a lot of argument from incredulity coming from nihilism, Kayj, because just because free will is false doesn't mean determinism is true, which is his main arguments. So if I can show, as I've shown you, that just because A is false doesn't mean it's that B is true. Even if you say, well, B has to be true as A is false. Just because he said free will is if free will is false, then determinism is true. Doesn't mean he's right when he demonstrates free will being false. Doesn't mean you have to believe that determinism is true. You have to ask the question, well, what about other things other than determinism, right? Because determinism and free will aren't the only two things that exist, right? indeterminism that also exists. Now, when I brought up my understanding, or one of the arguments where I said if you know and have all the knowledge of one state of affairs, that then you would know the next set of affairs. That it's possible that if you know all the state of affairs in one thing and you don't know the one certain thing of the next state of affairs, then that's what indeterminism is. And he said earlier, he admitted to you guys, right, that indeterminism and determinism were incompatible. That means if I can show one thing is possible to be indeterminism, right, where he doesn't have an answer for other than a just so story from determinism, he has to admit that he hasn't met his burden of proof. You have to see that. So in my conclusion, what I want to say is very simple. Has he said enough to show you guys determinism is actual? Not determinism is, not that determinism is the plausible explanation, but is the only actual explanation. Because if determinism is true, then it exists everywhere, right? Everything has a cause. It's not enough that somebody says, God made me this way, God
Finish your last sentence.
took my thing. They have to show you how God is actual and not just it's an explanation. And if the indeterminacy is plausible, then I've met my burden. And it's pretty easy that I won.
Okay, guys, that would conclude the debate. Round of
Yeah,
applause.
let them know to vote.
Yeah, and everybody, there's a blue clipboard right here above my finger. Vote there to
I
determine.
don't care who won. Go donate your money to charity, guys. Go do something positive. Go fucking live in the world. Life is short. Check up on your friends. You don't know how they're doing mentally health wise. If you have the capacity to do something great, go fucking do it. Get your life off TikTok. Start doing something positive. Nobody fucking cares about a debate.
Fair enough. Fair enough. That's a pretty good message that I agree with for the most part. Fair enough. Any last words, Hatim? Anything you want to say?
Yeah, man. Great debate. In 20 minutes of prep, bro, it was crazy. Yeah. Good job, guys, though. Great hosts.
Everybody go drop Hatim a follow, man. We appreciate you for coming up on the show.
Kayj is sharp. It was a challenge. I actually admire Kayj. He taught me a bunch of stuff, so no ill will on Kayj, but I understand his voices in his head make him like do things. So I don't give him too hard of a time, chat. I appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
Yep, we appreciate you too.
What you think about that, Coco?
I think that debate was pretty cool. A bit funny at times, but like pretty cool. I really enjoyed it. Our next debate, of course, is going to be AR and Wisdom. Let's try to get them in the live.
All right.
We have AR and Jambar wants to come up and say some words. So
in the interim chat, we're gonna start the next debate at 35,000 likes. So when we get 35,000, we'll get the next debate rolling. Let's try to get that as soon as possible.
Okay.
Just tap your screens and show support. We really appreciate it. It helps keep the live secure and get more people in here. So thank you guys.
Okay, before anyone goes on, I wanted to share my thoughts on the last conversation that happened. Okay, the first thing is there was a lot of misapplications in philosophy. And Hatim got tricked because Hatim was completely right about, if you have, let's say, a set of causes and your causes have, different options for them. So let's say that we have the same states of affairs and there's two possibilities that can branch off of the state of affairs. Hatim was completely right to say, okay, if there's two options here, then determinism is going to be false. But he kind of got tricked by KJ and gave up that view. In no way does, you taking a view that indeterminism is true mean that you believe that there are things that are quote-unquote uncaused. You can believe that everything has a cause, and you can also believe in indeterminism. That's not a commitment you want to take. Secondly, the inference rule he used in his opening statement, it was affirming the consequent. It wasn't a correct application of Buddhist ponens, the rule that says if you have P implies Q, P therefore Q. The actual application he used was P implies Q, Q therefore P, which is an invalid rule of inference. Hatim was also right that you can have indeterminism and you can also have a lack of free will. So just take it that all agents' actions are causally determined, but there's some natural state of affairs, which is indeterminate, okay, that would give you a lack of free will and an indeterministic world. So yes, I think it's very reasonable to say free will, or not having free will, is compatible with indeterminism. So another point, Hatim, for that one. Secondly, he brought up Leibniz's laws a lot, and from what I know about, the PSR is never referred to as Leibniz's law. That's usually the law of the indiscernibility of identity, or the identity of indiscernibles. Those are considered strong and weak Leibniz's law, respectively, but never the PSR. In addition, you can, of course, accept the PSR, reject the PSR, and you can be a determinist or indeterminist. Oh, the last thing I want to mention is he did bring an argument that had a lot to do with physics, and he seemed to have no grasp on the physics he was actually, bringing to the table. And this is a point against the team. And I don't think Kayj or even him, understood the argument he was forwarding. But overall, I think the team did better, so, her team won. Okay, that's the correct.
Appreciate your thoughts, Jambar. We appreciate that for sure.
All right.
What's happening in that screen chat? We're gonna get the next debate going at 35,000 likes. We're almost there. Everyone double tap the screen, and we should get that rolling within the next few minutes.
Yep.
By the way, I wanted to say something. By the way, when we're talking about the existence of God, we're specifically talking about the existence of the Christian God. Just wanted to point that out.
Okay. This is the topic you guys wanted, right?
Yeah, but remember we talked about God specifically is the Christian God.
Oh, okay.
That way, there's because there's so many gods out there. We're specifically talking about the Christian God, right? Wisdom.
Yeah, except for there's only one God out there, and it is the Christian God. So yes.
Right, but what I mean, like, that's funny. What I mean is that there are other possible hypotheses.
Opinions, yeah. Okay.
Sure.
All right. So 5,000 more likes, guys. Everyone just tap your screens. Once we get there, we'll start the next debate. So far, it's been really good. I'm excited to get into this one. But yeah, tap your screens, everybody. Tap your screens. There's 77 people in here. We really appreciate it. It helps protect the live, and we love those likes. And we'll get started pretty soon. Everyone can take a break, stretch your legs, walk around your room, go touch grass. Anything you need to do. But looking forward to this debate. How do you guys feel? How do you feel, AR?
I feel all right.
How do you feel, Wisdom?
Yeah, no, I feel good, actually. So I'm excited. Anytime I get to speak on God and clarify, who God is, the nature of God, then it's a win. So.
Okay.
I did want to say in the interim, if you guys are looking to join any debate, we don't know if the platform stand, but me and Coco both do have Discord servers for philosophy of religion, theology, everything in that sector. So if you are looking to join Discord servers, ask questions, have dialogue with other believers, non-believers, click the link in both our descriptions and join up.
Definitely. If you go to both of our profiles, there'll be a link that's like in our bios. Feel free to click on that. We both have Discords, very positive communities that are promoting religious study and interacting with each other and debating and sharing ideas so we can all grow, and challenging ideas and ultimately trying to let the best idea win. So I guess we can let Hatim up to say a couple words, and then pretty soon, we're just 2,000 likes short. We'll go on to the next debate.
I wanted to give some advice for the debaters here. I feel like it would be helpful. At least it was distracting to me. Maybe because I have ADHD or whatever. But if you clear the display so you don't see the comments during the debate, I feel like it would be really helpful for you. But yeah, that's just my tidbit of advice. If I could go back, I would clear it just so I can focus on my opponent rather than the comments because they're distracting.
Okay. That's good advice. We're almost there, guys.
Appreciate it.
But I guess everybody knows what the topic is by now. I hope everybody knows. People might ask questions later, but I'll shrink my screen now. Let's see. Flip camera. And after this debate's going to be a really good one. But after this debate, what we have next is Jay versus Jrob. So Jrob, Jay, if you're in here, be prepared. After this debate, you guys will be going on next. I am looking at the time. We are a little bit behind schedule, so we have hit 34K likes, but everyone continue to like the live throughout the debates. As we keep it rolling, it does help us to get on the FYP, get more people in here, and it does protect the live. So continue to tap the live, but we do appreciate you guys. You guys have tapped this live 34, now it's 35.2K times, so I really appreciate you. We're going to run this debate, and afterwards it's going to be Jay versus Jrob on our anecdotes, good evidence for God.
Let's get it started.
So AR, Wisdom, are you guys good to go?
Yep.
So Wisdom, you're going to be defending that. So the topic is, does the existence of God limit freedom of choice? You are arguing that it doesn't, while AR is arguing that it does. Is that correct?
Yep.
So AR, since you have the affirmative, you're going to start off with your 3-minute opener, and you can start anytime that you're ready.
Okay, so when it comes to God, we are concerned, well, first of all, we are talking about the Christian God. And when it comes to the Christian God, we are concerned with two of his omni properties, one of them being his omniscience and the other being his omnipotence. Omniscience just means that he's all-knowing, also entailing that he has perfect foreknowledge. His omnipotence just means that he's all-powerful, he controls everything around us. Let's start with the easier one, his omnipotence. He's able to control things. And in the Bible, he was able to harden the Pharaoh's heart, for example. Hardening the Pharaoh's heart limited his freedom of choice, for example. That is one of the reasons why I believe that God can limit freedom, the existence of God limits freedom of choice. The other one being his omniscience, which means that he's able to foresee with 100% certainty of what's going to happen, including your choices. We see, for example, Jesus predicting Peter denying him 3 times. And this essentially did happen, which also limited his freedom of choice because he had a 0% probability of choosing otherwise. So just to make it clear, for example, when it comes to freedom of choice, you have to have at least 2 options that you can choose from. And both of those options have to have a non-zero probability of being actualized. When it comes to omniscience, or at least perfect foreknowledge, that means there's 100% certainty that one of those options are actualized, which means that the alternate option would be a 0% chance of occurring. That means it's impossible to have an alternate choice. And I can see my time.
Okay. You had 51 seconds left on the clock, so we will move on to Wisdom Songs, 3 minutes. So Wisdom, whenever you're ready, we can start your 3-minute opener.
All right, thanks. We can go ahead and start now.
Go ahead.
All right, so does the existence of God constrain human freedom? This is what we're going to talk about tonight. Divine foreknowledge and human freedom do coexist in a way that preserves the integrity of meaningful choice. So tonight I will show you through that foreknowledge is not causation, number 1. Number 2, freedom is necessary attribute of God's creation. Number 3, middle knowledge resolves the apparent tension that AR has brought up. Number 4, practical observations that we can see, such as human deliberation and freedom, persist in this theistic framework. The existence of God not only permits human freedom, but it dignifies it and it enhances it. So contention number 1, foreknowledge is not causation. One of the most common misconceptions is that God's foreknowledge of events necessitates their occurrence. However, the knowledge of an event is fundamentally different than causing it. If foreknowledge were causative, then human actions would lose meaning. Number 2, freedom is a divine gift rooted in God's image. Genesis 1:26. Let us make man in our own image. This foundational scripture establishes humans as a reflection of God's nature. So, because of this, God is the ultimate creator. He exercises sovereign will. So, to mirror God, humans must also possess freedom to choose and create. Without freedom, we are mere automations, incapable of fulfilling the divine mandate to subdue the earth and have dominion. Number 2, moral responsibility requires freedom. We see that in Deuteronomy, Ezekiel, and Romans, we are told that our decisions on earth will affect our afterlife. So how would it be fair if God made our actions go a certain way? Clearly, we have choice. We are able to move freely. God's nature as a free and creative being necessitates that humans made in his image also possess real, meaningful freedom. Contention number 3, middle knowledge resolves the tension. The concept of middle knowledge provides a framework to understanding the relationship between divine foreknowledge and human freedom. So what is it? Middle knowledge is God's knowledge of all possible outcomes and the choices individuals would freely make in any given circumstance. You can use an analogy of a chess player. That master chess player may know the next move of their opponent, but that foreknowledge is not actually making their opponent move in a certain way. They still have sovereignty over their movements. Contention number 4, practical observations confirm human freedom. So brain scans reveal heightened activity in the prefrontal cortex when decision-making and reasoning is occurring.
Finish your last sentence.
Shoot. Okay. Okay. Well, I guess I'll just say in closing here that human freedom is not merely theoretical. It is observable and essential to our lived experience.
Cool. And with that, that concludes the openers. Now, AR, you're going to have a 5-minute cross-examination. Also, we are a little bit behind on time. Would you guys be okay with just doing one round of cross-examination, or do you guys want to do both rounds?
No. We need 2 rounds, but can you shorten it to maybe like 3 minutes?
Would that be okay with you, Wisdom Songs?
If we do 2 minutes?
No,
3 minutes cross-examination, but 2 rounds.
Sure.
Okay, so AR, you're gonna go first, and you can start anytime you want.
Okay. So Wisdom, do you agree that freedom of choice entails that we have at least 2 options, with both those options being a non-zero probability?
Yes.
Okay, great. When it comes to God's foreknowledge, does he have 100% certainty of what you're going to choose?
He has 100% certainty of your final choice, so the final outcome, he knows.
The final choice. So he doesn't know any intermediate choices?
That would have been his middle knowledge. So as you're deliberating, God sees your deliberation. He sees you choosing between A and B. And when you finally make your choice, then that is when he knows your choice.
He doesn't know prior?
You are making the choice. So
I'm asking you if he knows, does he know prior to you making the choice?
No, God's knowledge is based on what you do. So God's knowledge of your actions are based on your actions. Your actions are not based on God's knowledge.
All right, let me put it this way. What precedes does the action precede the knowledge, or does the knowledge precede the action?
Correct.
No, that's not a correct statement. I'm asking you, does his knowledge precede the action, or does the action precede the knowledge?
So God's knowledge is past, present, and future. At the moment of your birth, his knowledge sees you doing in sequential order, and you doing occurs before the knowledge. So at the time that God knows you're going to choose X, you have already chosen X.
I'm asking, does God's knowledge precede your action? Yes or no? Let's start there.
So do you understand that the way God thinks and the way
You're
God
not
knows?
you're not answering my question. I'm asking you if God's knowledge precede your action.
Okay, okay. No,
That's a
well,
yes or no. That's a yes or no question.
your
That
no,
is
your
that is a yes or no
action.
question.
I've answered this.
That no.
Your actions precede the knowledge.
Okay, so when Jesus told Peter that he will deny him 3 times, did Peter deny him 3 times before Jesus predicted it, or did Jesus predict it before Peter denied him 3 times?
So in the mind of God, Peter had already done this. God
I'm asking you.
sees
Yes. Okay.
God
Great. So
sees God sees these events before they occur. So God would have seen the actions of Peter before they occurred in time space.
right.
God would have
Exactly.
already
Great.
seen all of these actions.
Great. So God's knowledge preceded the action. Correct.
Okay. The action God sees the actions in
I'm
his
asking.
mind as they are going to occur
No, okay.
before they occur in time
Time is
space.
over.
So
Conclude your
the
last statement.
actions precede the
Okay.
knowledge.
Okay.
Okay,
Again.
that's it
Right. When we're
for the time. We're gonna move on to the opposition's cross-examination. You got 3 minutes. Wisdom start anytime.
Okay, so do you agree that knowing something will happen is different from causing it to happen?
knowing something will happen is different from causing it to happen. Correct.
Okay. If foreknowledge inherently causes outcomes, then how do you explain human decision making?
I'm not
Like
talking
the
about.
how do you wait, how do you explain observable human decision making?
What do you mean?
So, for example, if someone is doing a brain scan on someone as they're choosing two different things, you will see their brain patterns. You will see that reflect. So,
Yes.
if there is no sort of decision making or choice involved, how do you explain that?
What I'm saying is that there's 100% correlation between God's foreknowledge and the action that you take. So it doesn't have to be causation.
But you
But
said,
but
wait,
there's
but you
also but
said
there's
that,
also
but no,
causation
wait,
because
wait, 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 wait. You said that knowing something will happen is different from causing it to happen. You already said that.
correct. I'm saying that it doesn't cause it. It doesn't have to cause it. It could just be 100% correlation. So like for
Right,
example,
right. So hold on. So if you know for 100% certainty, say for example, you were given a visionary sight to know for 100% certainty that tomorrow I was going to call in, right? You just happened to see that and you knew 100% certainty.
right.
Does that take away my free will?
It's not about free
Just
will. It's about
because
freedom
you
of
foreseen, just because you
it's not about
foreseen the action?
it's not about free will, it's about freedom of choice.
Freedom of
So
choice. Does that take away
right.
my freedom of choice? Does that take away my deliberation? Because
If you have
before I
if
hold on. So before I called in, I had two possibilities, and both of those possibilities had a non-zero probability of being chosen. Correct?
no, it's a hundred
Why?
percent probability. It's 100% probability. If I foresaw 100% chance that you will do A, option A, for example, which is calling, right? That means you will 100% do that, and you have a 0% chance of doing option B. That's literally 100% certainty. You don't have
Okay,
another
I don't
option.
think you okay, I don't think you understand how choice works.
I don't
So
think you
before
understand how
so
choice
wait,
works.
so before the decision is made, right?
Right.
So before I make the decision, and
Correct.
I have two choices in front of me, are they both non-zero probabilities?
No. One of them is going to be a
Why?
0%. One of them is going to be a 0% probability because there's 100% certainty that you will do one of those choices if you have 100% foreknowledge, 100% accurate foreknowledge.
So how is foreknowledge a symmetry breaker in choice?
Because if you have 100% chance of doing something, that is ultimately saying that you have a 0% chance
But you
of
don't
doing
have
the
Finish up
alternative.
your last sentence.
stop. You don't have 100% chance of doing something. You have two options that you are going to deliberate on. And at the end of the day, you are going to choose one of those options. But you had
Okay.
a choice leading up to choosing that option.
Okay,
Right.
that concludes the cross examination. AR, it's going to be your turn again to start your three
Okay, great.
minutes.
Okay, so let me ask you this, right? If you have a bag of just blue marbles, in the bag, right? What are the chances of you picking out a red marble?
Wait, say that one more time.
If you have a bag of blue marbles, what are the chances of you picking out a red one?
And you have no red marbles?
No, just blue marbles.
So if you have no red marbles, then you're
Yeah.
going to choose a blue marble.
Right. What are the
So you
chances of
only
you
have
picking?
one choice.
What
Because
percent?
you only,
Oh, okay. So what are the chances of you picking a red marble?
if you only have blue
What?
marbles, you cannot choose a red marble.
Right. What's the number percent chance of picking a red marble? What's the number percent? I want the number.
You would have there's 0 red marbles. So
0%.
you would have
Great.
a 0% chance.
Great. So if I foresee that you're going to choose a blue marble, meaning that you have 100% chance, if I foresee that you have 100% chance of you choosing a blue marble, that means you have no other choice, correct?
Because there is only one choice given. In your
Great.
scenario, there is one
Great.
choice given.
Great. The same thing goes for anytime you have a 0% chance of choosing something. That means it's impossible to choose it, correct?
This is not parallel to this.
No,
To
I'm
have
asking you.
two.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying that if you have a 0% chance of choosing something, it's impossible to choose it, correct?
Yeah, if you have 0 red marbles, you're clearly not going to choose a red marble.
Okay, great.
That's clear.
Right, great. So if God foresees, so if Jesus, let's say Jesus, a manifestation of God, if he foresees that Peter is going to deny him 3 times, what are the chances that he won't deny him 3 times?
Okay.
I just want a number. I just want a number percent chance. I just want a number. Hold up. I want a number percent chance, please. I just want a number percent chance.
I don't think
A number percent. Hold up. What's the number percent chance, please?
So before
Number. I want a number. I just want a number, please. I just want a number.
Before Peter,
I just want. Please hold on. Wisdom. I just want a number. Wisdom. I just want a number. I just want a number.
Before Peter.
I want a number. I want a number.
Bro,
I just want a number. Give me a number.
Are you talking about before Peter made the choice or after he made the choice?
Before. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. Hold on. It doesn't matter. It's gonna be 0 regardless.
So then before. Okay. So before Peter made the choice, then we could say he had a 50-50% probability.
So hold on.
After
So
he made the choice,
wisdom.
Then the choice was made.
Wait. Wisdom. So if Jesus predicted that Peter would deny him 3 times, you're saying there's a 50% chance that he won't deny him 3 times after Jesus said that he will deny him 3 times? There's a possibility that he won't deny him 3 times?
Time's up. Answer that question, Wisdom, and then we'll move on to your cross-examination.
Again, after
No.
made...
It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no.
Yes or no, and then we move on.
No.
Exactly. There is no way.
We're cutting it off. Wisdom, it's your 3-minute cross-examination. You can start at any time.
All right. So, my friend, do you understand what middle knowledge is?
I understand what middle knowledge is, but
What
obviously
is
God
middle
doesn't.
knowledge? No, what is middle knowledge? What is middle knowledge?
Middle knowledge means that there is some gap in the knowledge, which isn't aligned with omniscience.
No, middle knowledge is not a gap in the knowledge.
It would
middle
be.
knowledge is God's knowledge of all possible outcomes. Do you agree?
I don't agree. He actually knows the actualizations as well.
Okay, all right. So
He's omniscient.
You are with all due respect to you're an atheist. So middle knowledge is God's knowledge of all possible outcomes and the choices individuals will freely make given their circumstances.
No,
yes.
He knows.
Yeah, AR. I understand that you think that you have an argument against God, but the truth is you do not understand the knowledge of God and you don't understand the operation. Okay, so to help you, if God has middle knowledge and can see the deliberation of a human and can see the choices that they are making and then knows the final outcome, does this take away their freedom of choice?
It does. I'm going to
How?
explain like you're saying middle knowledge as if he doesn't know the actualizations. He knows the actualized choice as well. Yes or no?
He knows the actualized choice that the person makes. Yes.
Exactly.
So that means Wait, hold on, AR. Because you define freedom of choice as having more than one option with a non-zero probability, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay,
Well,
now wait a
so
minute,
what
AR.
chance?
Wait, no, I'm claiming my stop. So you define choice as having two options with a non-zero probability. Now, when you take a case, God sees that I am either going to choose chocolate or choose vanilla. God sees the deliberation process. During the deliberation process, I have two choices.
You do not.
Both of those, I do. I have chocolate and vanilla. Both
Not
of
if he
those,
already knows what you're going to choose. You're going to choose
bro.
whatever God already knows what you're
I
going to
don't.
choose.
You're not tracking.
No, you're not tracking. There's a
No,
hundred
you're
percent
not
chance.
tracking.
There's 100%. There is no possible.
So is
Let me.
there a difference between? No, hold on. Is there a difference between the way you know things and the way God knows things?
Of course.
Okay, what is the difference between the way you know things and the way that God knows things?
Because God has perfect foreknowledge.
Okay, so do you think that God knows things past, present, and future simultaneously, or
Yes.
how do you think? Okay, so if God knows things past, present, and future simultaneously, then do you think God can see the actions a human will
Okay,
take
finish it up.
before
Guess
they
you need your
take
time.
them?
This doesn't refute my argument. The point
No,
is
hold on.
that
Can you answer this question? Do you think that God can see the choices and the deliberation of a human before they do it?
Okay,
yes,
that's gonna be a yes or no. I answer that question, and we'll move on to the
yes,
conclusions.
yes.
Okay.
That's it. That concludes it. So we're moving on to conclusions. AR, you're the affirmative, so you're going to start your 2-minute conclusion anytime. Just say yes.
Say it again. Oh, my conclusion. All right. So my point is that God limits your freedom of choice. God limits your freedom of choice in two ways. One, his omnipotence and his omniscience. Okay? He has perfect foreknowledge and he creates, he sets the dominoes up, right? He's the one that's creating everything moving forward. So, for example, if he's the one that's making the initial choice, which is the creation of the universe, everything that follows it is exactly how he foresaw it. And there's no way to escape that. That's for one. Secondly, he hardens the heart of Pharaoh, for example. That's another way he limited his freedom of choice. Yes, the Pharaoh has hardened his own heart prior. Doesn't take away from the fact that the Pharaoh's heart was also then hardened by God himself. That also limits your freedom of choice. That is a limitation. Okay? So that's wrong right then and there. That's already limiting your freedom of choice. That's not even including the fact that he created you, and then not only did he create you, he already knew what you were going to do before he created you. All of that is already a script that you're following. He set up the trail. He set up the train tracks, and you're just following that script. There is no room to turn from that track. You can't do otherwise. Everything that you do is in alignment with God's perfect foreknowledge, right? If it is the case that we have freedom of choice, that means that you, even though God has foreseen that you chose A, for example, that means there is a possible world where you can choose B, even though God has foreseen you choose A. And if that's the case, that means that God no longer has perfect foreknowledge because he has a chance of being fallible. I can see my time.
Okay, you're conceding with 7 seconds left on the clock. Wisdom, it's now your time to do your conclusion. You can start anytime.
Okay, so I would like to remind everybody of AR's definition of freedom of choice, which was having two options with a non-zero probability. Okay, so let's take a look at what was said. AR has already conceded that God sees past, present, and future all at one time. AR also conceded that God can see the deliberation process of a human being. So, if God has knowledge that is past, present, and future, then that means he sees every single action that a human being will freely take in their lifetime. This is how Christ was able to tell Peter, I know you will deny me. This is why Christ was able to tell Judas, I know you will deny me. This is why. Because he sees every single action before we even take them. AR failed to answer if on a brain scan, and this is real world data, if on a brain scan we can see the deliberation process as it occurs in a human, then how is God limiting choice? We can quite frankly see choice on brain scans and through brain patterns. Also, AR failed to touch on the points that if there is no freedom of choice, then God would not be able to hold us morally accountable. However, in multiple scriptures, we are told that it is our choice and our life choices that will either determine whether we are counted as the righteous or as the wicked. So if we go back to his definition of freedom of choice being the ability to have two options with a non-zero probability, that simply means you have two choices that could occur. Even if one choice is less likely, it is still an option. And he has not proven that God limits that choice.
Okay, that will be the conclusion of your final statement. That was a really good debate. We appreciate both of you guys.
Amazing.
That concludes the debate between AR and Wisdom Songs. The audience is voting. The clipboard is right above my box. Everyone go vote on the clipboard and decide who you think won the debate. But with that, we are in a time crunch, so we do have to quickly move to Jay versus Jrob.
I want to say thank you for Wisdom.
Wait, how do
I appreciate you guys, like, really.
Yep.
Thank you for having me.
No problem at all. Any words you want to say, OG Kylo?
Yeah, that was a good debate. I want to go back, rewatch it. There were some good points being made on both ends. I gotta hash that out with a review, but that was a good discussion.
Okay. And we are waiting for Jay and Jrob to show up. So while we're waiting for that, everyone please like the live. Maybe try to get the live to like 55, 56K likes.
Wait, how do I see the poll? How do I see the results? I want to see the results.
People on the panel can't really see it, but Jay's here, so now we're just waiting for Jrob. Everyone invite Jrob to the live.
Okay. Let's see.
Yep, let's get Jrob in here, guys. Send my invite.
Send Jrob that invite.
And then, guys, remember we have the Discord links in the description and the bio, so feel free to join the Discord servers. We got the Venmo back up here. I don't know what's going on.
How do I forgot how to drop on the disconnect. Okay, cool.
All right, AR, take care. Appreciate you. Thank you, Wisdom, for joining us.
Wisdom, take care. And let me see who's in the request. We got Jrob. Okay. We are ready to go.
And yep, we're good.
Cool. We are on a bit of a time crunch, so let me get myself set up real quick, and then we can move on to the debate. Today we have Jay and Jrob, and they're going to be debating, are anecdotes good evidence for God? Jay is going to be doing the negation, and Jrob is going to be doing the affirmation. So I do have to ask you guys, because we're limited on time, are you guys okay with just 3-minute cross-examinations and 2 rounds of 3-minute cross-examinations?
Yeah, that's fine.
Are you okay with that, Jrob?
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, and Jrob, you will be going first with your 3-minute opener on the topic of, are anecdotes good evidence for God? You'll be arguing that they are good evidence for God. So you can start whenever you're ready.
All right. Give me 1 second.
Ready to go?
1 second. I'm sorry, I didn't have my notes. All right. All right. So I'm arguing that anecdotes are good evidence for the Christian God. The Christian God is a personal entity, and if we agree that evidence is something is any data point that raises the probability of a proposition being true, then if Christianity is true, then we should expect many anecdotes, many anecdotes that can be supernatural in nature, life-changing, transforming experiences. And what we do have is thousands of years and billions worth of anecdotes that are supernatural in nature. So this would raise the probability of Christianity being true. Anecdotes are a actual solid form of evidence in many different fields in which we all agree on are scientific, are things such as like psychology, sociology. None of these fields of study could even exist if they did not rely on anecdotes. History relies on anecdotes. Some of the greatest medical breakthroughs that we find are solely based off of anecdotes and studies regarding these anecdotal experiences. So to say that anecdotes aren't good evidence, I would just say that goes against everything we know about any field of study with regards to humanity. So there's many different things I'm limited in time, but there's many different examples that I can point to. Maybe I'll get to them later on in the discussion. But there are many people from different like cultures, different civilizations who had no knowledge of Christianity, no knowledge of the Christian God, but they would have dreams and visions that revolve around the Christian God, and then led them to the Christian faith. And none of this can be explained under an atheistic world, or let me say that it is highly unexpected under an atheistic worldview. And again, it would raise the probability of Christianity being true. So he would Jay is going to have to provide a reasonable explanation for the amount of anecdotes that,
Finish your
again,
last sentence.
from all different backgrounds that point to Christianity.
Okay, that concludes your opening statement. Jay, it's now your turn for your opening statement. You can start whenever you're ready.
How you doing, guys? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the esteemed judges, and of course, my opponent. So as we gather here today in this arena of ideas, we find ourselves navigating the complex and often profound journey of human belief and experience. At the heart of our debate lies a question that has shaped the philosophical, spiritual, and even scientific landscapes of our existence. Is anecdotal evidence good evidence for God? Anecdotal evidence, in its essence, represents a singular experience, a personal story, soaked in emotion and perception. It is the profound account of a life transformed, a miracle witnessed, or a serene moment of divine connection that ignites the imagination and stirs the soul. These narratives are visceral and compelling, echoing through the halls of human experience like a melodic refrain. They remind us that indeed our existence is stitched together with the threads of stories told and retold throughout the ages. Today, however, as we stand in this confluence of belief and skepticism, we must interrogate these whispers and affirmations of faith. Are these snippets of personal experience empirical truth? Can they stand as bastions of evidence sufficient for understanding the universe, let alone the presence of a deity? On one side, we have the mighty tapestry of anecdotal evidence, vibrant with colors of unique experience. A cancer patient touts the miraculous touch of a prayer. A wanderer finds solace at a mountain's peak, basking in a spiritual embrace that transcends the mundane. These accounts are powerful. They pierce priorities and answer unvoiced longings, but herein lies the crux. Are they universal? Recollections can be tinted by individual perspectives shaped by content, culture, and even the biases that inhabit our thoughts. Do these personal stories weave a coherent narrative about the existence of God? Or do they just span an infinite array of interpretations and obscure collective understanding? Let us venture forward with an open mind as we assess the pivotal question at hand today. As we explore the powerful power of anecdotal evidence, let us endeavor to sift through the rawness of lived experiences to acknowledge both its virtues and its limitations. One can find value in inspiring stories that lift spirits and shape minds, yet we must also grapple with their subjectivity, recognizing that a greater body of evidence and a logical framework often guide our understanding of the world around us. So therefore, let us embark on an intellectual journey today. Let us explore, dissect, and critically examine the evidence in the spiritual domain. Open your mind to the inconsistencies of belief and the anecdotes that these beliefs foster, while sharpening our mind to seek truth, not merely in the singularity of experience, but in the
Finish your last
analysis of
sentence.
entirety. Together we will navigate whether these personal tales indeed provide verifiable sustenance for such a monumental question. Is anecdotal evidence good evidence for God? Thank you.
There we go. Thank you, Jay, for your opening statement. We are now going to move on to cross-examination. Jrob, you're going to do yours, and that's going to be 3 minutes. Let me know whenever I can start the timer.
All right, go ahead. All right, Jay. Do you agree that anecdotes are used in various different professions such as medicine, psychology, epidemiology? Do you agree with that?
If you're asking, like, is anecdotal stories or the like used in the medical field or the scientific field, at minimum, I would say.
At minimum, so like when there's like an outbreak of a disease going on, that we just discard all of the, or we minimalize the anecdotal evidence that we have for said virus or epidemic.
I think what you're doing is you're mistaking anecdotal evidence for what they call postulate evidence. In other words, this evidence that we're talking about is an accumulation of different evidences that point to a particular disease, virus, or that type of thing in the medical field, and what the symptoms of this particular virus or what particular medical condition exhibits. So that wouldn't be considered anecdotal evidence, as these evidences are not wholly thought of or interpreted or imagined
All right.
by the people that are experiencing these things.
All right, let me reclaim my time. So, what about just very quickly psychology? Do you agree that we rely on anecdotes to build psychological understandings?
And I think you're making a mistake when you're saying anecdotes. What you're talking about is affirmations. These affirmations are used in the psychological world in order to bolster some form of mental change or mental thought pattern change, or some form of bolstering some form of like
But those mental changes are expressed and through anecdotal experiences, subjective experiences being reported
yeah.
to
Yeah, again, you're saying
psychology.
you're saying anecdotal, but what you're actually meaning is the psychological patient that is seeing a psychological doctor, such as a psychiatrist or something like that, is simply telling about the different experiences that they go through with their particular mental health condition. These are not anecdotal, as they are not
Finish your last sentence.
imagined or have some form of bias toward them.
Okay, we're cutting it off there. Jay, it's now your cross-examination. So your turn to ask Jrob questions and control the narrative. You can start anytime.
Okay. J-Rob, you are a believer in God, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if it was that, like, you maybe knew someone else, right, who say you had a anecdotal evidence toward the supernatural, right? If you knew someone who also had anecdotal evidence, but that anecdotal evidence contradicted your experiences, right? How would you reconcile that with like your belief in God based on like personal stories?
Yeah, so my argument is there's a culmination, a cumulative case of evidence. Not just one simple anecdotal experience wouldn't really change my perspective, but hearing somebody else's experience that may differ from mine would potentially
Yeah, I didn't
depend.
say differ. I didn't say differ. What I said was this anecdotal experience contradicts your anecdotal experience about the same topic, which is the maybe a supernatural event.
So yeah, if it contradicts, it depends on the case. I would have to examine it and see how it is consistent with my worldview. I haven't heard anything that isn't consistent with my worldview.
Okay, I'm just going to move on. What role do you think that scientific evidence has in your worldview, in your understanding of God's existence?
Yeah, scientific evidence is only the study of nature. So I would say that it would just, science kind of reflects what God has created. But as far as God, um, the supernatural is something that can't be explored through scientific means.
Okay, and this next question is going to be just a bit tough. I will ask you though to probably stick with the the question, or stick with answering the question that I'm asking, because so far
Okay.
you really haven't kind of engaged with the questions that I'm asking. So, how do you reconcile the idea of a powerful God, right, with the existence of, say, suffering or evil or just wrongdoing, especially when you have individuals who have these anecdotal stories, and these anecdotal stories point to the struggle that people go through under the regime of, say, an all-powerful,
Finish up the
all-knowing,
question.
all-good God.
Yeah, I don't
Jrob, you can
think
answer that, and then we move on.
I don't think it's relative to the argument, but I would just say that the God I believe in explains why there's suffering in this world. So um, yeah, I didn't really get the question, but I don't see how it relates to the topic.
Okay, we'll stop right there. Jrob, it's going to be your second and last cross examination. You can start anytime.
All right, I guess I'll just give you like a thought experiment. Let's say somebody you loved was extremely sick and ill and on the brink of unalivement, um, and there was no possible way we knew that we could heal them. And then let's say thousands of people from all across the planet who didn't know you, your family, or anybody, and they all came to you and said that they had a dream or a vision that you know your loved one would be healed if you I don't know, took a gun to her face and shot that person, right? That you shooting that person would cause something to happen supernaturally that would heal that person. Would you do that?
No, vehemently no, as I don't know. Um, I don't know any of the people that you're talking about, right? I wouldn't know any of the people that you're talking about, so I don't know what
Yeah.
their mental states would be.
Yeah. So
I
Jay. So
also don't
Jay.
know that if they're suffering from some sort of, let me answer the question.
Yeah.
I don't know if they would be suffering from
Well,
some
okay.
sort of
You
mass
answer my question.
hallucination
You
or
answer my
mass
question.
insanity.
Jay, let me reclaim my
Reclaiming
time.
time.
You answered the question. You said no. All right. So I want to ask you again. These people don't know you. They don't know each other. They have like you verified that they never had any culmination. They thousands of people from different cultures and countries everywhere. They came to you with no knowledge of anything, but all of them said that they had a vision or a dream.
Knowing what I know about psychology, I could simply state that it's a mass hallucination, some mass hysteria that's causing these people to tell me that if I do this thing, that this thing will happen. So I would take it with a grain of salt, or I would probably research it more, or apply the scientific method to it to find out if it's
So you
true
would
or not,
credit
or if
to
it could
you
be
said
true.
you said knowing what you know. So what do you know that shows that mass hallucination works in this way?
Well, there are a number of cases where mass hallucinations have happened to people, where hundreds of people seen the same thing.
Are those
And
hundreds of people within? Are those hundreds of people within the same culture, the same civilization, the same group?
Well, it doesn't really matter, because mass hallucinations can span, not only can span from person to person, but can span from group to group.
So yeah,
So
can you give an
this is
example?
scientifically documented.
Yeah,
I mean,
can you give an example of people from entirely different
Stop right there.
continents?
That would be the end of your time. And then Jay, we'll be moving on to your final cross-examination. You got 3 minutes. You can start at any time.
Okay, so just as your question was kind of geared toward me having some form of consideration for the unexplained, or for the metaphysical world, or the God world, or the supernatural world, have you ever considered alternative explanations for the events in your personal stories that could be unrelated to God?
Of course. Yeah, I've considered these things, but I know what coincidences are, and I know that certain things just can't.
What type of explanations have you considered?
Yeah, I've considered hallucinations. I've considered, motivations or confirmation bias. I've considered all these things.
What criteria do you use to determine if an anecdotal story is a legitimate sign of God's presence?
Yeah, consistency, right? Consistency with other experiences that again aren't.
What do you mean by consistency?
Yeah, consistency. So just like in the example I gave you, people from different cultures who have no ties to each other have the exact same revelation or exact same experience, and it, it aligns perfectly. That's
It
how.
aligns perfectly. It aligns perfectly under your bias, or does it align perfectly under the scientific realm, and I'm sorry, not the scientific realm, but the scientific world, and what we know about science today, and psychology, and what we know about cultural bias, and what we know about the effects of poverty on individuals' psyche, and that type of thing. Does it align with that, or just does it align with this is God and this is supernatural?
So the information that I provided would rule out any biases or a cultural background that would influence these type of experiences, because this is counter to all of that information.
So would you say, like, if a group of people who believed in God saw something like God's hand coming out of the sky, and they all were of the same culture but spanned land mass, right? Would you say like that one group could not influence the other group into stating that they saw the same thing, just so that they would be part of the culture and remain part of the culture?
I mean, if there's evidence for that, but a lot of times the evidence kind of goes against that. A lot of people
Okay,
face.
finish up your answer.
Yeah, a lot of people face persecution and martyrdom, for their, inspired experience. It's kind of counterintuitive to that type of notion.
Okay, we'll stop you right there. So that was Jay's cross-examination. So Jrob, you're going to be doing a 2-minute closer. You can start at any time.
Damn. Right. 2 minutes. All right. So Jay has failed to show that that under Christianity, that anecdotes doesn't raise the probability of Christianity being true. If Christianity was false, then we shouldn't expect any anecdotes. We should expect more people going with their culture, not going against their culture. And amongst these anecdotes, we have a ton of supernatural experiences. There's tons of people that I wanted to bring up. I didn't get a chance to, but if anybody wants any examples, there's tons of examples. One I'll speak about is the Fulani people. The Fulani people were a largely Muslim group who experienced a widespread phenomenon of dreams of a man dressed in white, and they recognized it as a divine message. They didn't have any background in Christianity. One man named Baba, he was a Fulani leader. He had a similar dream, and the figure that was dressed in white told him to follow the truth, and this led him to embrace Christianity. When a Christian missionary arrived, the Fulani people, they already knew that there was a prophecy that was given that a missionary was going to come to their country, and they were ready for this, and they recognized the man based off of their dreams, and this spread throughout the Fulani people in West Africa. You can look it up yourself, but there's other examples here, and then there's tons of healings, miracles, people who are having these encounters with Jesus. I mean, to me, to say it's coincidence. To me, like, to say it's coincidence is just pure denial of the reality.
Okay, Jay, it's your turn to start your 2-minute conclusion. Whenever you're ready.
Jrob and individuals like him have the issue of considering anecdotal evidence as evidence for God. But what I don't think they've considered is the possibility that their personal experiences might be influenced by an existing belief about God. Telling of one story about the Fulani people does not turn this debate on its ear and suddenly put Jrob in the lead when it comes to this debate, as he's not giving me answers on how he himself would reconcile ideas of like a powerful God with the existence of suffering and evil, or how he would account for situations where this anecdotal evidence could be considered compelling enough support in a belief in God without scientific verification. He lacks in the notion that someone contradicting his anecdotal experiences or anecdotal experiences of others, how he would reconcile with something like that, or how individuals would reconcile with that, with their belief in God, and how they would base that on their personal experiences. So in the end, I don't really think that Jrob has given any credible affluence to the argument that anecdotal evidence is any better than just telling stories and passing those stories down, or having some psychological experience that is shared only by the notion that these cultures, these people in these cultures, and these people in this belief structure just want to be part of this belief structure, so they will go along with the story and consider it to be supernatural or evidence for God.
Okay, and that will conclude your guys' debate. Thank you guys very much. We really appreciate it. Round of applause for you guys.
Yep.
Right now there is a poll, so the audience members, you can vote on who you think won that debate, and I will be screenshotting all of the results of the polls and maybe posting them. We'll see. But thank you guys for being here. How do you guys feel about that debate? How do you guys feel it went?
I mean, that was great. That was great. The thing about anecdotes is always going to be a little tricky for me, but I like how they both parsed out their viewpoints Jay's opener was amazing, poetic. I love that.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Jrob, you also did like very well. Both of you guys did very well. Both of you guys were prepared. But yeah, thank you guys for coming up and debating. And with that, we are a bit short on time, but after this debate, we might have some room for like a little bit of commentary. But the next debate is going to be like the highlight of the night.
Are they next?
Yeah, they're next.
Nice. Alrighty. Let's get it going.
Everyone will drop you down, and thank you guys for being here.
Thanks a lot. That was actually pretty fun.
All right.
Yeah, appreciate y'all, man. God bless.
Alrighty. Yeah, let's try to get 60,000 before we move on. You wanna while we get them up here, you wanna fly up Dawkins or no?
No. No. Okay. We'll just have everyone tap the screens, try to get to. Oh wait, I don't even know what you said. Wait, what did you say?
I didn't know if you were bringing up guests in the interim.
Not right now. We do have to get to this next debate. It is like one of the bigger debates for the night. We're gonna have MonkeyBoy and Ceasetoknow going up against WifiGospel and a really well-known Christian apologist named Sye. Hold on. Let me get the spelling so I can pronounce this right and do it justice. It's gonna be Sye Ten Brugencate. I know him from like one of my favorite debates. This is a debate that everyone's gonna look forward to. So let's like try to get everybody up here.
You said just
everybody tap your screens. Let's get more people up here. And WifiGospel.
Right here.
MonkeyBoy. None of them are requesting right now, but let's try to get them in here.
Let's make sure we're sharing the live out. Let's get MonkeyBoy and Gospel in here. Let's see where they're at.
Okay, we got Ceasetoknow. He's here. I'm bringing him up. WifiGospel, if you're here, now would be the time to come up.
Hey, how's it going?
MonkeyBoy.
Hey, what's up? It's Cease.
Hey, glad that you're here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And let's try to get everybody else. If you guys can, invite MonkeyBoy, and let's get the debate started.
Right there, let's get 60,000. We're right there.
And this debate is going to be formatted differently, but you guys will see how it's going to be formatted due to the special request of like the guest that was supposed to get on. But WifiGospel, if you're in here, you can join. Let me share it out to MonkeyBoy and get him in here if he's available.
Oh,
go ahead.
I was gonna say, I don't know. I see MonkeyBoy just flew in here. Yeah, okay.
Oh yeah, we got MonkeyBoy in the request. He's coming up. Okay, so now we're just waiting for WifiGospel and our guest.
Yeah, hold on. Let me put a background.
WifiGospel, and then our guest is going to be using one of my accounts, so we're just waiting for him to bring one to come up with like one of my accounts, and then we can go from there. Let's see. Okay, yep. That's him. Now, I would prefer if you guys had your cameras on, but you don't have to. It's just, it is recommended, but again, you don't have to have your cameras on. It's purely up to you guys. And then, Sye, are you there using my account?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, super glad to have you.
Nice to meet you.
It's an honor. Um, like I need to talk to you later. There's a debate that I watched with you on it. Oh my gosh, I'm like a fan. But okay,
I
so
heard about that from Alex. Actually, you liked my confide.
it was that point, and like everybody in the crowd just like jumping up and like screaming. I was like, dude, that's pretty cool. So everybody that's here, 82 people in here. Today we have MonkeyBoy and Ceasetoknow versus Sye Ten Brugencate and WifiGospel over knowledge cannot exist without God. We're gonna get started on the debate. It is formatted a little bit differently at the request of some, but that's good, and we're gonna get this done, and it's gonna be a great debate. So I'll start it off with the affirmative. Which is going to be WifiGospel. You're going to get a 5-minute opener, then Ceasetoknow and MonkeyBoy, and then we'll get on with it. So you can start your 5-minute opener whenever.
Cool. Does my sound good?
Yeah, you sound pretty good. WifiGospel.
Cool. Hey, MonkeyBoy, it's nice to finally talk to you. We've been passing ships on TikTok, so it's cool to see you. All right. So me and Sye are not here tonight for sport. It's not a game for us. In fact, whether you believe it or not, this is a supernatural experience. Supernatural entities on both sides of this issue are literally at war for our souls right now. Elisha prayed for his servant's eyes to be opened because his servant was scared of the war that Israel was about to enter into. And when God opened the servant's eyes, it says he saw the hills full of horses and chariots of fire all around Elisha. And if God were to open your eyes right now, you would see the same thing. We're not here to enrich ourselves. We're not here to chase clout. We're here with a simple message. Tonight you have a choice, either Jesus Christ or absurdity. We've all sinned and fall short of the glory of God. We all deserve hell for our rebellion against the holy creator of the universe, who gives you each breath that you use to deny him with. The reason that our opponents tonight are not in submission to the Lord Jesus Christ is not intellectual, it's spiritual. See, the cross is foolishness to those who are perishing, but to us who are being saved is the very power of God. And my prayer for tonight is that the power of God would work in the hearts and minds of all those who hear my words and don't currently bow the knee to Jesus Christ. God took on flesh in the person of Jesus Christ, lived a perfect life following the law in every tiny detail, fulfilling the messianic prophecies. He died cursed on a tree in the place of sinners who hated him, so that he may be both just and the justifier of the one who places faith in him. You know that God exists, and you deny this not because you lack evidence. Your own intuition and the creation all around you screams the existence of God. You deny his existence because you would rather die and go to hell while shaking your fist at God, rather than repent of your sins and humble yourself before him. Now, how do I know that you know that God exists? Because every time you think or open your mouth, you prove that God exists. Just by showing up to debate tonight, our opponents have proven the existence of the triune God. Debate only makes sense if we can know things. If someone says that you cannot know anything, they are engaging in a performative contradiction. Do you know that you can't know anything? If you say yes, you admit to knowing something. If you say no, then the next question is, do you know that you don't know if you can know anything? You would be reduced to absurdity by an infinite regress. Jesus Christ or absurdity. In order to know anything, you must know everything. Or have revelation from someone who does. Knowledge must be certain. Just think about it. I know that the sun is hot, but I'm not certain. Intuitively, that just doesn't make sense. This presents a problem. If there's any possible defeater for your knowledge claim, you cannot be certain. The only way you can rule out all possible defeaters for a knowledge claim is by knowing everything. And who knows everything? Only God knows everything. If God reveals something to us, we can know it for certain. That is the only way we can have knowledge. If our opponents tonight think they can have knowledge some other way, I would love to hear how they think they can. For the purpose of this debate, we can use the popular definition of knowledge, which is a justified true belief, and me and Sye will be focusing on the truth aspect of knowledge. The correspondence theory of truth states that truth is that which corresponds to reality, and the question I have for our opponents is, how can you know what is real? For the Christian, this is an easy question to answer. We can know what is real, we can know what is true by revelation. In the Christian worldview, God has revealed himself to all men such that we can know him for certain. If we can't know anything else, we can know that God exists. Of course, there are other things we can know, but the problem for our opponents is that since they don't know everything, and in their worldview don't have revelation from someone who knows everything, they cannot be certain about anything. They can't even be certain about not being certain. As you will see in our cross-examination, tonight your choice is truly Jesus Christ or absurdity. Choose wisely. Thank you.
Okay, I'm pausing your time. You had 47 seconds extra. So with that, we're going to move on to Ceasetoknow. You get 5 minutes for your opener. We can start it whenever you're ready.
Sure. Thank you, everybody, for joining us tonight. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yep, you're good.
All right. Thank you, Coco, for hosting this event. So, yeah, a bit of background about me. I have a master's degree in philosophy with a focus on phenomenology. Tonight's debate topic is knowledge cannot exist without God. And I would like to start out with an unfortunate truth for my opponents, is that so far I've never been provided any kind of argument for theistic presuppositionalism that has ever succeeded as an argument. And this pseudo, religious whatever we just heard provided none of what I was hoping to hear from my opponent. So there is nothing about him claiming special revelation that is in any way convincing to anybody who's not already indoctrinated by these worldviews. Already he's defeated himself, right? Because the second that he is putting our worldviews in question, rather than showing how their worldview is necessarily the case, they've already failed. Okay, we're not doing a worldview comparison. I can do that without problem. I can justify logic, I can justify math, I can justify language, I can justify morality from a naturalistic perspective without any issues whatsoever. But this is not the topic of the conversation. The topic is God is required for knowledge, right? That is the topic. Any attempt to talk about my worldview is purely a distraction from the reality of the situation, right? My worldview could be wrong and fail, and it would not in any way, shape, or form justify a single one of their claims or arguments that they've attempted to make here, right? So one thing I do want to point out, I don't have a lot of time to discuss all the problems that are wrong with tag, but one of them is that clearly this is circular reasoning, right? They're already defining intelligibility by defining in the context of God, right? We don't need to define knowledge with any notion of certainty, right? Our failures or potential failures of perception does not result in the idea that everything is in any way unknowable. These are just claims, right? We need an actual argument from the other side that would justify these claims, not just saying it over and over again, not just claiming it, right? But actual, and again, don't mention my worldview. Explain yours. Explain why yours is necessarily the case. Because if my worldview fails, you have an infinite amount of other worldviews that are not yours that you have to show also fail. How much time do I have left?
You currently have 2 minutes and 11 seconds.
Okay, cool. So I still have a little time. All right, great. Yeah, so essentially what they're doing is just shifting the burden of proof, right? They're, rather than justifying what they need to justify, they want to try to poke holes at everybody else's perspectives, which you wouldn't need to do if your worldview was necessarily the case. Now, I can, again, the fact this person who's never met me thinks that they're in a position to make claims about what motivates me is laughable, right? I have no problem in principle accepting that God exists if actual credible evidence beyond religious lecturing and illusion could be provided to me. I'm not in principle against God existing. I would believe in that God if something credible and concrete could be provided to me. But as of right now, I have no reason whatsoever to accept the idea that for me to know anything, some unifying principle they call God is necessary. I want to know what my opponent's justification for that claim is. I want to know what inference they're applying to justify that claim. I want to know how they're defining logic, how they're defining knowledge, right? He said justify true belief earlier. Well, if that was the case, if that's the definition we're using, already you should know that God is not required for a justified true belief. You have to talk about what you even mean by justification. Now we can get into later on why there is no issue with and how we can still know something even if we can't be certain about most things. Why we can still be certain of some things without making any sort of assumption of God. We can get to that, but before we get to that, I want our opponents to actually engage in the topic at hand, which is justifying their claims and their premises. And so far, I haven't heard a shred of justification, just religious assumptions based on nothing but arrogance, frankly, and I think a lack of understanding of these tools in philosophy. So I don't need a minute. I'll leave it there.
Okay, cool. That's the end of the 5 minutes. The next person is going to be MonkeyBoy. I can start the 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so I'm going to be very quick, and I want to cede the rest of my time just to the open dialogue or whatever. So, well, one thing to nail in is the point that interrogating our view is obviously not the concern of the epistemic justification put forward in light of the claim knowledge is necessary, or if and only, or necessarily if and only if, or whatever way you're running tag. If the claim is knowledge cannot be had without God, what we want is just an inference in support of that. And once we get a clear inference, then, well, I guess all there is to say is that all I'm interested in getting is a sound inference. That's it.
And are you ending your time there?
No.
Okay, and then as per request, Sye didn't want an opening statement, which is totally fine. So we're just going to go straight into the open dialogue. This open dialogue is going to be replacing the cross-examinations. It's not going to belong to anybody, but it's going to be shared amongst all of the competitors. And so it will just be a discussion and some challenging and asking of points and between all of the competitors. So I will start the 20 minutes right now, and the floor is free to anybody.
Sure, I'll ask one question real quick. Is how do you ground and justify the claim that you were given this revelation? How do you show me that that isn't purely imaginary?
Yeah, I think first we should just get the argument for the claim.
Sure.
This is Sye, by the way. I'm thankful that you guys have agreed to engage us here this evening. And I don't care how sappy it sounds, but I'm here because I love you guys. And I've prayed for you, and even the host here, and those people that are listening as well, is that I want them to come to know the peace which passes all understanding. I want them to come to know Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. Now, my question, do either of my interlocutors, do either of you say it's impossible for God to exist?
Well, depends on which definition of God you're using.
The Christian God. You're familiar with the Christian God, right?
Yes,
well,
yes, I would say that. Yes.
Well,
but
look,
that's
in
really
any
up to him.
case, this question can be asked after we get the argument in light of the claim that there's.
No, this is
there can't
actually
be knowledge
part of
without God.
how I want to engage you, because that's part of my my position. Are you saying it's impossible for God?
Well, no. What we want is an inference in light of the claim, right?
I don't care what you want. I'm
Okay,
asking you a
well,
question.
I don't care. Well, I don't care to answer questions. I'm just here to be faced with an argument. I want you to deliver an argument supporting the claim.
Well, I want to have a conversation with you.
Okay, well, if the proposition here is knowledge can't be had without God, and that claim is not epistemically warranted, then
Okay, I'll give you my argument.
There's an inference in light of the claim. Oh,
I'll
sure.
give you my argument. I'll give you my argument. God makes us know things.
God makes us know
That's all right.
things.
Yeah,
that's a claim, right? Like we want to know
Well,
why.
maybe there's a charitable way of saying, if we know things, then God's the explanation. Now that conditional statement is not actually the same proposition here, and in either case, it's not even an inference. So, is that supposed to be like a premise of the inference? So, okay, so if we have knowledge, then God's the explanation. Okay, how are we getting to we can't have knowledge without God?
The denial of which reduces one to absurdity. That's my argument.
Okay, well that's not an okay. To be clear, by an argument we mean like a sequence of premises, right? That's entailed from the or a sequence of premises that infers the conclusion, right?
Okay, premise
so the
one.
Claim that
premise one: God is necessary for intelligibility. There is intelligibility. Conclusion: therefore, God exists.
What's the argument for the first premise?
I'm not giving you an argument. I'm giving you my premises. If you want to have an
no.
See, the thing is,
I'm
you're
asking for the
hang
stage
on
2
a
argument
second.
in
Hang on a
defense
second.
of P1.
You're asking me to defend each of my premises, and that's why I'm going to ask you to do. I'm saying so. That's
I'm
my
laying
argument.
out an argument.
That's my
no,
argument.
wait. What I'm asking, I understand that's your stage 1 argument. I'm unconvinced of the first premise, and I have not yet seen how it's sound. Right? In order for the argument to be sound, the premises must be true. In order to establish that, what is required is a stage 2 argument served as an auxiliary supplement for that premise, right? And I'm not convinced of it. So if you don't have that supporting argument, then I'm fine with ending the debate with no epistemic grounds to make the claim.
So you're saying that this has to be true. What is truth in your worldview?
No, wait. Well, in any case, we don't need a quibble over whatever theory of truth you're using is fine. We don't have to quibble over truth.
Okay.
In any case, we just want to know the inference in light of P1.
Here's my theory of truth. Whatever God says.
I'm asking you, what's the argument for P1?
Yeah, but I'm saying that part of the argument is that God is necessary for truth.
Yeah, but we're asking why you think this.
Well, you're
So
saying
that's
that
the
premise
issue, right?
one. You're saying premise one has to be true. Okay, what is truth?
No, I asked what's the argument in light of P1.
No, you're saying that in order that the premise one has to be sound, it has to be a true statement. My first premise, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
You'd have
what
to
is truth?
Do you want my account of truth?
I want to know what is truth and how you can know anything to be true.
But okay,
no, well, we're not concerned with that epistemic question. We want to know if you're asking me what do I mean by truth as used in the argument. I can give you a brief analysis of my theory of truth, though it's fairly complicated. But in any case, if that's what you're asking, then sure. But it's kind of strange because Wi-Fi said he's working with the correspondent theory of truth. So now it seems like there's some tension because you're not integrating the theory that he's actually iterated from the onset, right?
Okay,
so
wait.
if you're
no
disputing a different proposition, because what he said is that knowledge can't exist without God. That proposition is true, and what that means is that it corresponds with reality. If that's not your claim, then I'm interested then in getting the argument as displayed by Wi-Fi. But in any case, if your claim is that P1 is true because God said it, and what's in contention is the existence of God, and the motivation I think God exists is because there's knowledge which is requiring of God, then your argument's question begging. Okay, so now we can try to get the non-question begging sense of truth as displayed by Wi-Fi, unless you want me to give you my analysis of truth preliminarily. And if
like
whatever Cease wants to join in.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing real quick. What's happening here is exactly what I was concerned with from the get-go, like in my opening statement, which is that rather than providing their own justification for their claims, they're shifting the burden of proof to ask us questions, right? But my view is irrelevant to whether or not your view is justified, right? So just saying, well, because God said it, these are claims, right? I'm not interested in claims. I'm interested in how you justify the claims you're making.
To be fair, you could interpret what he's saying as a clarificatory question, but what I see the problem there is when he wants these types of vigor definitions for robust philosophical terms, what he seems to be doing is kind of like this thing where we're having an applied ethical dispute, and then he's asking for our meta-ethics, right? And that's something we don't want to do. If you want, I can... I guess I'm not sure. Are we using the correspondent theory of truth? Are we using your question-begging theory of truth? Are we using mines? Can we just get clear?
I think the problem is that there's the difference between an external critique and an internal critique. The internal
we're trying to
critique doesn't work.
understand
Are you
the
trying to
truth
make an
component.
external critique?
No, we're trying to get clear what's the inference, and what he said by premise one is true, is that God said it. Now, it's unclear which theory of truth we're working with. If we even want to quibble over this, I'm fine with just dissolving this whole thing as like a shared concept of truth, where the truth predicate doesn't need rigor analysis. But in any case, if the contention now is using a theory of truth that your partner had denied from the onset, then it's unclear, especially given you also asked me what I mean by truth. So can we just get clear whose theory of truth we're working with?
Well, that depends on if you're.
I think you're being a little disingenuous, because I have no problem with the correspondence theory of truth. Truth is that which corresponds with reality as perceived by God.
I'm not being disingenuous. When
Sure you are,
I
because
asked what's the supporting argument for P1,
whatever
you
God
said, what do
said,
I mean by
and whatever,
true? And by
well,
true, you
don't
meant
talk over me.
whatever
I
God
let you
says.
talk for quite a while. Okay,
Well,
so whatever.
actually, I was not over talking you there, but it was the
Whatever
other way
God
around, but-
says is true. That whatever God says is real. So we have
That's
the same
not informative.
truth. So nitpicking our theories of truth is irrelevant. I know you
Wait.
don't want to talk about that because it
Wait.
destroys your worldview.
Well, no, hold
Wait,
on. You
wait,
haven't
wait,
provided
wait.
a theory. You haven't provided
Well,
anything.
look, it's not clear, because look, when you say whatever God says is true,
Right.
is what you're saying that for any utterance communicated by God, the truth predicate is assigned to that? Because then it's unclear what the truth predicate is meaning there. So that's not informative.
Well, you can't understand it. That's another thing that was said in the opening statement, is you're not convinced by it. You can't be
I
convinced by
can't
it.
understand it.
You
Look,
can't
can we
be-
just...
Hey, listen,
let's just
stop
get...
talking over me, okay? You cannot be convinced by it because your worldview is absurd.
Okay, you haven't shown that again.
You haven't... Well, I don't know why you're speaking on speculation of a worldview, but in any case, can we just get the clarity as to what theory of truth we're working with? Or can we not quibble over truth?
Well, I'm sure that Alex will agree with me that truth is whatever God says, and whatever God says is real. So it is a correspondence theory of truth. It's what corresponds to the mind of God.
Okay, but is that an analytic or synthetic statement? Are you saying for anything God utters, it satisfies the truth predicate? Or are you saying literally what God says is what you mean by true?
Okay, here's my response. Pizza sleeps fast under the west, therefore the much.
So do you want to try not dodging?
No, that's not dodging. That's my answer. Pizza sleeps fast
asked-
under the west, therefore the much.
What was asked of you is the expression there synthetic or analytically true?
Yeah, and that was my answer.
Okay, I want to jump.
Great.
I want to jump in real
So,
quick.
wait, to be clear, it's what I'm offering you is a disjunct where it's actually a true dichotomy, where it's either true in virtue of its meaning or true not in virtue of its meaning, which is either it's existentially true for all things God says they satisfy the truth predicate, or it's intentionally true where what it means for something to be true is God said it. And I'm not clear which horns you're taking. So if maybe
Okay, let me
you can
repeat
clarify
then.
and not create this.
Let me repeat then. Pizza sleeps fast under the west, therefore the much.
Okay, I'm gonna jump in for a second.
Well,
what?
Right before that, let's just say the prior or the latter. To be clear, the prior is that it's made true in virtue of God saying it, or God says it because it's true.
Pizza sleeps fast under the west, therefore the much.
All right, so you're just telling me.
Okay, you can dodge. That's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
How is that dodging? That's
because
a
you're not
clear
answering the question.
Well, presumably you're giving an argument with true premises. It's unclear what you mean by true premises because you
How is
denied
that
you're
not
using
true?
correspondent theorists. You said you're not
not
going to
true?
use the correspondent theory of truth.
How is that not true?
Oh, thanks for the gift, Phil. Well, I don't know what it means to be true. I never denied it's true.
Okay,
I
and
don't
that's
know
our
where you got
point.
that.
You don't know what it means to be true, and therefore truth is an aspect of knowledge.
No,
so you can't
he's
have knowledge
saying
without
he
God.
doesn't know how you're using the term. You're not tracking.
Yeah,
So-
I'm not sure the sense of the term being employed in the inference.
Okay, I'll repeat it. Pizza sleeps fast under the west, therefore the much.
Okay, so I want to say something for the audience that's listening to this conversation. This is what happens, right, when you're unable to actually defend the claims you're making.
Let's
When you're
not go on
unable
monologues. We're in a
No, it's not monologue.
discussion.
Yeah, I do want to avoid the meta, but I'm trying to understand. You said pizza sleeps fast, blah, blah, blah. So when I say it's true John walked his dog, the truth predicate there means it's pizza sleeps under fast, blah, 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 John walked his dog. Not only is that grammatically incoherent, but you're clearly being disingenuous, and you can cut it with the rhetoric and just either provide me the analysis.
What is
we can either
incoherent?
provide the analysis, or we can stop quibbling over truth. Can we just? How about this? Hopefully, if Wi-Fi is, because seemingly Wi-Fi is not doing this act, can we just? Are we using the correspondent theory in this inference or not? Because maybe Wi-Fi can answer.
Incoherence? What is incoherence?
Can we just get an answer to that?
Well, that's the issue. Is you're making an external critique. If you're making an external critique, you have to provide.
I haven't
We're
raised a
making any critique.
criticism.
We've asked you. We're not
Wait.
making any critiques.
A critique? I'm asking what sense of truth is used in the inference. I haven't raised a criticism.
The correspondence theory, and it's yes, truth is that which is real. That's the correspondence theory. But
Okay,
how do
so
we
it
know
is
it's
the
real?
correspondent
It's
theory.
from the mind of God, because He actualizes everything.
Okay, so if all we mean by true here is that it corresponds with reality, that knowledge is necessary, or God is necessary for knowledge, then what's the argument for that? P1 again.
Without God, you can't know what's real.
That's repeating the claim.
Yeah, what's the argument?
What's the argument?
Well, the impossibility of the contrary.
Repeating the claim.
That's just saying the contrapositive. To say that it's impossible just means it's not
Right.
necessary. You said it's not necessary right before, and then the premise from the onset was that it's necessary, right? So without, maybe this weaselly way of rewording the argument, can we get an inference in support?
Listen. We're Christians. We're saying that God exists. He reveals.
I didn't ask you that. The question was,
let me
can
finish.
you
Quit
give an
cutting
inference
me
in
off.
support of it?
Quit cutting me off, because we're Christians. We say that God reveals.
I
things
asked you, can you give an
Listen.
inference in light of it?
You're gonna have
That
to quit
question
cutting
is
me
to be
off.
answered, not for you to
Not
dot.
quit cutting me off.
Well, look, to be clear, what I will not allow is pivots, right? So when I ask a question such as, will you give an inference in light of P1? And then you say you're a Christian. Well, clearly that's not informing me
Well, you have to let
whether
me
you'll
finish
give an
talking.
inference in light of P1.
Yeah, but sorry, when you say
it's a yes or no.
when you say the
pause real quick,
impossibility
guys.
of the contrary, you're just
Hold
repeating the same.
Hold on, really quick. Pause real quick. Let's make sure that we're answering each other's questions, and let's cut off less. But go ahead.
Let me just say real quick. When you say it's the impossibility of the contrary, or you claim that our worldview leads to some absurdity, that is just repeating the same premise that we're asking to actually justify. Just saying it isn't an argument.
It's a transcendental argument. You might not be familiar with transcendental arguments,
familiar.
but it talks about necessary preconditions. And we're saying that God is a necessary precondition for knowledge. Now,
Yes,
you can
okay.
argue with that. You can give us another one, but you won't because you can't.
No,
Wait,
so
no.
Well, hold on. I'm extremely familiar with the so-called argument. We're asking you to actually provide justification for the first premise, to actually provide how you're arriving at that conclusion, what inference you're using. Seems like you don't know the meaning of these terms, it sounds like.
Well, listen, here's the thing. If you have to prove each premise, then it's an infinite regress. And that's why I can ask you to prove every word
How
that you're
does that
using in your
follow?
question.
Wait, that's ridiculous.
In your question towards
There's a finite, that's a ridiculous statement to make. So there's a finite number of premises in this conversation, in this argument, right? I'm not asking you for an infinite.
No, it's actually not finite. It's not finite, because you could ask about the origin of every word and the validity of every word and every premise.
Not once you provide the inference. Not once you provide the inference to the
let's just
word.
get clear.
How do you know what inference means?
Well, wait, let's just get clear. So asking for a stage 2 argument is clearly not sufficient inductive support to say that I'm indefinitely asking for arguments. That's number one. And yes, it's very, very typical that in discourse, when there's controversial premises, that what the interlocutor does is ask for the inferential support for the controversial premise. So until we're faced with premises that are not controversial, and I will not be disingenuously indefinitely asking for arguments, that's just speculation on your behalf. But in any case, this is meta. What we don't want is you crying about the belief or the suspicion. We're just in bad faith requesting arguments indefinitely. We just want to know the answer to the question, which is, do you have an argument in support of P1?
I've given you the argument. It's true by the impossibility of the contrary.
No, that's the claim. What's the argument that
that's
concludes?
the argument, the transcendental argument.
That's not an argument.
No. I'm asking what's the argument with the conclusion being that the contrary is impossible.
God reveals it to us.
3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Not an argument. That's just a claim.
Wait, I think I can clear things up a little bit here. Everyone here believes knowledge is possible, correct?
Wait, wait. Let's just get clear. We want the inference in support of it.
I know, but I'm trying to clear it up because there's been a lot of confusion here. Everyone here believes knowledge is possible. You can't believe that knowledge is not possible.
We're not unclear about his task. We just want a clear argument is what I mean.
Right, and I'm clearing things up here. We've given you a way that knowledge is possible. You can say it's not justified. That's fine. But if God exists, if he's revealed himself to us, he can reveal things to us such that we can know them for certain. That is a way that knowledge is possible. What Sye is asking you to do is provide another way that knowledge is possible. And if you can't, you have to use ours.
The command is just not an inference for P1, so we're not interested in
How do you know that?
commanding
Go through it
or
all.
making suggestions.
But in these
right?
3 minutes,
So,
can you provide an epistemic justification for knowledge?
Again, this is a distraction.
well,
You have
knowledge is not a
We
proposition.
provided one.
Number one. Well, knowledge is not a proposition. But in
How do
any
you know
case, I just want to get clear what's the argument in light of P1.
How do you know that it's not an argument?
I know it a priori.
You know, a priori.
But I know you're gonna take that bait and try and go down some weasel
No, not at all.
dialogue flow or flow of questions that are not pertinent to the epistemic justification for the claim. So what I will not do is answer any questions
Of course you
or try and slip into this type of pigeonhole that Precept does. We just want to know if you have an argument for P1. You can answer yes or no. If the answer is yes,
We've given it.
give the argument.
You haven't had
What is it? What is it?
You just said God says it.
I also
That's
gave
all.
one in the open.
No, you said the contrary is impossible. That's
Listen,
just not even.
how do
You
know
guys
that's
don't
not an
understand what an
argument?
argument is. This is the problem. You don't understand.
How
what
do you
it
know
means to
that's not an
actually provide
argument?
Because I know what an argument is. You
Okay,
clearly
how do you
don't.
know what an argument is?
Wait,
so-
no.
so-
we're not
so-
gonna do that.
Of course you're not, because it destroys your worldview.
Okay.
You haven't destroyed anything. You haven't provided
Sure.
a worldview.
How do
Just
you know
saying
that?
God did it, just saying God revealed it is a claim, right? That's not an
How do
argument.
you know
That's
it's a
not
claim?
justification.
Wait.
How do you know it's a
okay,
claim?
look. Let's just get the argument. By argument, if that's unclear, we want a series of premises that infers the conclusion. The
I've given
conclusion
them.
being the
You
contrary is
rejected it.
impossible.
I've given it and you've rejected it.
No. I asked for the support for P1. Now we're on the stage
I've
2
given you
argument.
the argument.
Which
I'm not going
the
to give you
conclusion,
support for every one of my premises.
the conclusion of the stage 2 argument should be that the contrary is impossible.
How do you know that?
Well, you're dodging the entire.
How do you know I'm dodging?
That's not an argument.
Yeah, because I know because we don't need God to actually know these things.
Okay, that's not a claim of how you know. That's you're saying what you
What-
don't need for knowledge. I'm asking
what-
how you know.
Just
We've
no.
given you
Just
our
give-
justification. You can reject our justification. What is yours?
Did you give? Do you think you gave a justification for P1?
I've given you a justification for knowledge. Now what's yours?
No. I asked you if you have a justification for P1 of the argument.
God makes us know things. Yes.
That's not an answer to the question.
Sure.
I didn't ask you if God makes you know things.
Yes, that's a
If
justification.
the question was,
What's your last statement?
if the question
That's
was,
the time.
okay, if the question was, does God make you know things? Then you're excellent at answering questions because you said yes. Now, was the question, does God make you know things? No, you failed horribly. What the question was is, do you have a stage 2 argument in support of P1? And the answer is still ambiguous. So until we can get an answer to that and then the inference, then we can finally.
Well, we've
get,
given you a
the
justification for
warrant.
knowledge.
So really
God
quick,
makes
so,
us know things.
so really quick, yeah, time. Let me let everyone get like one last sentence, then we have to move to conclusions.
Isn't that what conclusions are for?
Actually, you know what? That's kind of a good point. So we can just move to conclusions. The first person to do theirs will be Cease, and it'll be 2-minute conclusions for all participants. So, Cease, you can start your conclusion anytime.
Sure. Yeah. So my conclusion is, it's pretty straightforward, right? We asked for an argument. We asked for justification for the first premise. None of these things were provided. All that took place was dodging and trying, as I said in the beginning, to try to shift the burden of proof onto us when our worldview is not relevant. The topic at hand was that their claim that knowledge requires God's existence. This is, I don't like to go down this road, but as someone that cares very much about the field of philosophy and what it takes to really be rigorous with it, I find it offensive, frankly, to engage in this kind of matter. I think that let me phrase it this way. I consider the pre-op apologetics approach to be the bottom of the barrel of any kind of religious defense that I've ever heard. When you are unable to even provide an argument, provide a justification for your premises, and you just want to run in circles and point the finger at other worldviews, this is sophistry at best. there's not much really to say here. I mean, look, their perspective is virtually circular. They just define intelligibility as requiring God, and that's how they're defining. Asking us how we know things is already assuming that we can only know things if their premise is true. Their premise is what's being questioned. They've provided nothing to actually justify that claim. So while I would love nothing more than to get into how I justify my worldview and do a worldview comparison and show how theirs still falls short in that process, that was just not the topic of the conversation. And the last thing I'll say is this whole, we love it, we want to save our souls.
Time's up. Finish your last sentence.
Last sentence. If you really cared about saving our souls, you would actually do your due diligence to actually provide what would be credible to people who were not already indoctrinated into these worldviews in the first place. If that was really what was your concern, other than just some performative nonsense. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, MonkeyBoy, you get 2 minutes for your closing statements. You can start whenever.
Yeah, so there's some funny stuff. He
There's a sound. I don't know if
accused.
anybody else hears that. I think it might be. I don't know whose mic it is. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I think that's on your side. I don't hear anything.
Is it me?
I don't hear anything. But it's funny he accused us of asking questions as an infinite regress, given the sample of instances in which we were asked, do you know that? It seems more warranted that we have a larger range of instances that would motivate inductively that he was doing that. So, but in any case, yeah, so it's crazy that Brugencate has been debating for this long, this terrible. If anything, I could teach him Philosophy 101 or lecture for him. But yeah, it's pretty pathetic. Maybe learn what, if you want, I could teach you at least Logic 101. I could teach you formal language, formal model, the classical axioms of logic. I could teach you what a well-formed formula is, so you can give me a series of well-formed formulas that form a deductive inference in which it logically entails the conclusion, which is called validity, as a support for your first premise. I'm fine with doing that. But, don't debate until you learn. I would suggest that. I think arguments are imperative to debate, right? So I cease my time again.
Okay, I'll conclude the time there. I'm going to let Sye go next. You get 2 minutes. Everyone's going to be quiet while you get your last statements in.
All right.
You can start it whenever you want.
Well, thanks for your time. Just because a person does not like an argument doesn't mean that it isn't an argument. In the opening statement, knowledge was defined as justified true belief. And the correspondence theory of truth, which most people hold as truth, is that which corresponds with reality. And it's our claim that unless you start with God, you cannot know what's real. And so then we would go to our interlocutor and ask, well, how do you know what's real? This is our justification for truth. You might not like the form, you might not like these things. However, this is ours. Whether you like them or not, this is ours. Now, we're saying that it's impossible to know things without God. God is a necessary justification because he is the ultimate perceiver. He has to be able to reveal to us what is true in order to know anything at all. And that's what the Bible says. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge. All the treasures of wisdom and knowledge are hidden in Jesus Christ. Now, that is our claim. And now you'll see that they'll pan the argument because they have nothing. They cannot address any of these. I asked them how to know what's true. How do they know anything? How do they know that their brains are operating properly to even know anything to 1% or to 0.001%? And the thing is, without God, you cannot justify that, or you're in vicious circularity. Now, they know this. This is why they hate presuppositionalism. This is why they want us to get off of the argument, because they cannot justify even one knowledge claim to any degree without God. And you'll see that that was the case here, that they don't want to get into what they believe. We've given our justification. They don't like it. So they will go, and try and nitpick every little, every word, every premise that we use because they don't like it. And then we get to theirs and there's nothing. And that's what we said in the opening statement, that the option here tonight is Jesus Christ or absurdity. Now, we have given a justification for knowledge. They might not like it. And for those people who listen to this back, you'll see that our interlocutors have not given any justification for knowledge because they cannot. And if they wish to post that online somewhere and send a link to it, then I'll be happy to go through their justification for
Finish
knowledge
your
and
last
show where it
sentence.
fails. Thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you. And Wi-Fi Gospel, you can start your 2-minute conclusion anytime.
So 2v2 debates are tough. There was only 20 minutes in the open discussion. 20 minutes flies by and stuff. Maybe if we had more time, we could have got deeper into it. But one thing I would like to address is I gave a justification in my opening statement. It wasn't set out in a syllogism, which I could have done, but we just didn't do that. I didn't think there was time to really go into all of that. And there wasn't. I mean, once we got into the weeds, we really couldn't get into it by just trying to come up with definitions for things. But I said that knowledge must be certain. If you deny that, then you're reduced to fallibilism. And fallibilism has all sorts of problems, but the number one problem, I've never got anybody to tell me this, what is the magic level of justification needed for a belief to be true and therefore considered knowledge if fallibilism is true? If you can't come up with that, and it's not just arbitrary, then fallibilism is false. There's a million other things I could say about that. Because knowledge has to be certain, I said this in my opening statement, you either have to know everything to be able to rule out all possible defeaters, or know someone who knows everything. If my worldview is true, knowledge is possible. What we tried to say is the impossibility of the contrary. If your worldview is true, you can't know anything. That was the whole argument. I would love to talk to you guys again. Maybe we can exchange Discords or something and do that. But I appreciate your time. Thank you, guys.
Amazing.
That was amazing. Hold on, let me shrink my screen real quick.
I forgot. I know my time's done, but can I say something and it's a very small point.
If you give me time afterwards, I'd be happy to.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to talk after, I guess that's fine. So this claim about what was it? Most people's theory of truth is a correspondent theorist or theory account of truth is just something that's kind of obviously false because we don't even need a survey. If you just do some introspection into your priors, you would realize that there's a range of instances in which the truth predicate is satisfied in fictional cases, right? Like take it Goku could go Super Saiyan. That proposition is true while the predicate of go Super Saiyan doesn't exist, nor does Goku, right? What it means, or at least my account of truth, which I suspect the mass population of people, even who are not acquainted with propositional calculus mean by truth, is when in some domain of discourse, a predicate is satisfied of an object, which is how we make a load of expressions like Harry Potter has black hair, Harry Potter wears glasses, Goku could go Super Saiyan, etc., right? It should be fairly obvious.
Okay. Also, a reminder, we do need to get on to the next debate, but everyone can go ahead and have a...
No, I just have a quick question. Now that we're not debating anymore, I'm just curious, how do you know that your reasoning is valid to any degree? About anything?
What do you mean my reasoning is valid?
Your ability to have logical thought and conclusions. How do you know that's valid to any degree?
What do you mean? I'm not sure what you mean by valid.
By the success of how we navigate our world. Because
your ability to reason. Yes, that it produces successful. How do you know that your reasoning is valid? You know what reasoning is. See, that's the kind of
because experience is fundamental. The verbal and the linguistic.
By valid. Well, Cease, do you know what he means by valid?
Okay, that's fine. No, I think
he was asking why we trust our perceptions or senses.
That's exactly what I was saying during the debate. That they'll nitpick every word. But thanks for your time.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
We're gonna have to
move on to the next debate, right?
Right.
Is there a poll for this thing?
Yeah, the polls. Guys, you guys can vote for who you think won. We definitely recommend that. We want to say thank you to our guests, MonkeyBoy, Ceasetoknow, Gospel, Sye. Thank you guys for attending, sharing your knowledge, thoughts. We really appreciate that.
And I have a YouTube channel. Y'all should check it out.
Also, what a privilege to have Sye here. Thank you for giving us a chance and coming to the TikTok debate side. You got
my pleasure, man. I'd be happy to talk to you offline anytime as well, man. I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, and honestly, it's awesome to have you guys here. This was like the highlight debate of the night. But yeah, this is cool. Thank you guys all for being here. And MonkeyBoy Cease, very smart and like the best of everyone on TikTok when it comes to debating and like knowledge on philosophy. I appreciate you guys for honoring my platform with your presence, and thank you all for being here. But yeah, we're gonna move on to the next debate, and WifiGospel too. Thank you for being here. Wi-Fi is
Yeah,
the
thank
reason
you,
I got
Coco.
Sye. So I really
Coco's
appreciate
the
it.
best. Everybody go follow Coco. He's going to be on YouTube doing this stuff. So that's how we're all
Yeah,
going to talk again.
I
And
really
OG
appreciate
Kylo. This is my
everybody.
first time meeting you, but nice to meet you, bro.
Appreciate you, boss.
Later, guys.
Take
All
care.
right. And our next debate is going to be PRK versus BuddhistBear. We're going to need Buddhists to come onto the platform now so we can get that started. PRK and BuddhistBear are going to be debating, are the Gospels reliable remnants of Jesus' earthly ministry?
We actually changed it to the New Testament documents. I talked to him, so he'll
Oh, there's
agree.
another change? Okay.
Well, I talked to you about it too. I sent you a DM about it, if you remember.
Oh, wait. Was it soon? Or was
Yeah,
it?
it was like it was you responded to it. We had a conversation about it.
Oh, okay. So what's the topic? One more time.
Are the New Testament documents reliable remnants of Jesus' earthly ministry, not the Gospels?
Okay, so it's going to be a focus on the New Testament as a whole.
Yeah.
Okay, so are the New Testament documents reliable remnants of Jesus' ministry?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you both for being here. I guess we can dive into your debate and get that started. We're going to start with the affirmative. That's going to be you, Pruk, right? You're saying that they are reliable?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're going to get a 3-minute opener. Are you guys okay if we shrink the cross-examination from 5 minutes to 3 minutes? 2 rounds for both of you?
Fine.
Okay.
Sure. Yep.
Pruk, whenever you're ready, you can start your opening statement.
Okay. All right. So with this topic, I think I don't even know about this topic because I think the conclusion is pretty obvious. We obviously do have reliable remnants of Jesus's earthly ministry from the New Testament documents. When we're looking at who Jesus was, he was an itinerant moral and prophetic leader. We have sufficient evidence for that to begin with. We could just look at even Paul's letters. We have 6 letters that Paul wrote within his lifetime that are agreed upon by scholars by ways of him autographing them and the writing style being consistent, as well as the internal details. And Paul is espousing teachings that are reflecting that of an itinerant moral and prophetic leader who he's influenced by. In fact, in his own letters, he writes about this influence relationship he has with Christ, and he knew the apostles as well as James, who was the brother of Christ. Beyond that, Jesus calls himself the Son of God, the Son of Man, the Messiah. We have multiple attestation of these claims. Even Paul says that Jesus is the Son of God and Messiah. And again, he knew the brother of Christ and the other apostles, which he writes himself in his own letter to the Galatians church. Beyond that, Jesus was preaching the coming kingdom of God, and he was correcting the misunderstanding the Jewish people of the time had on God's law. In the culmination of him making these extreme claims with his teachings, correcting the Jewish people, him gathering the apostles, them betraying him, all of this led to him being crucified for these things. And this is amply seen within the New Testament documents. The opening time, I don't have a long time. When we're talking about the historical stuff, this type of stuff, we could talk about it for literally days. It's that there's that much content. So in the next segment, I'll kind of open up on these things and give as many reasons as I can to show that this is without a doubt the most reasonable position to take about what the New Testament reflects about Jesus.
You do have 48 seconds left.
Yeah, so in my last few seconds, let me see here what I can do to fill up some time.
You could also seed the time. You don't have to use all of it.
Okay, I'm just trying to think. Maybe I had something. I know I'm cutting down time here. No, that's fine for now. I think I can open up more in the next portion. I see the time.
Okay. BuddhistBear, you're up. You're gonna get 3 minutes for your opener, and you can start whenever you're ready.
Okay. So usually, when it comes to the reliability of the New Testaments, you'll hear a lot of what Prook has just said. Excuse me. I'm going to provide some evidence that is able to show a little bit of shakiness with most of the New Testament documents. Starting with some of the Gospels themselves, we understand that a lot of the Gospels have been written a lot later than the events that are described. By a lot, I'm talking about 3 decades or so. And we understand this by looking at the earliest Gospel as Mark. And we understand that this is the earliest Gospel as written by early church fathers Ignatius and Papias. And we also understand that it's the earliest one written because of that, and we understand that it's written at around 70 AD because of its description of the destruction of the Jerusalem temple, the Temple of Jerusalem. Excuse me. And because it's very specific details of the destruction of it, a lot of scholars agree that it was written at the earliest at 70 AD, which is about 3 decades after the event of the events of the gospel itself. And we understand that because it's 3 decades, that there could be a lot of memory problems, as human memory, even within a few moments after events occurring, is very shaky at best. So that throws some reliability of the Gospels in the New Testament to have some level of lower reliability. And we also understand that even through other New Testament documents, there are a lot of tensions between Paul and some of the other apostles, such as Peter and James, within their epistles that are being seen. There's a lot of disagreement on things such as the role of the law, excuse me, particularly in terms of circumcision. And we see that there's a lot of disagreements between him and James and Peter in particular on that subject, as well as the discussion of faith and works. Paul seems to advocate for faith alone, while you see a lot of push for faith and works consecutively amongst James's epistles as well. So we can see that there's a lot of tension between the students of Jesus as well as a later writer, Paul, that are sort of bringing the reliability of the entirety of the New Testament as something to promote the reliability of the New Testament to promote as reliable remnants of Jesus's teachings.
Initial last sentence
as well. Yes, that's the end of the sentence.
Okay. Thank you for your candor. We're going to move on to the cross-examinations. So, Brooke, you're going to have 5 minutes to cross-examine your opponent, and you can start those 5 minutes.
So I'll be asking questions, right?
Are we doing
Yeah,
five
you'll
or-
be in
five or-
control.
All right.
Say it again, OG Kyle.
Are we doing 5 or 3?
Oh yeah. Yeah, we're going to do 3. Are you guys okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, PRK.
Yeah, so the first thing I would ask is, why do you think that the tension between, Paul or Peter and James would arise?
It's definitely stemming from the fact that Paul is a Gentile and Peter and James are of Hebrew descent, for lack of a better term. Paul is getting this different mission in order to try to go out to the Gentiles to try to incorporate them into Christianity, while Peter and James seem to be more steadfast in the practices of the Hebrew culture.
Okay, and so my question is, why would that type of tension at all undermine if the New Testament documents are reliable remnants of Jesus' earthly ministry?
Because these are students of Jesus that are having to fight, I guess, like, have disagreements and arguments with somebody else that's inserting different understandings than what they took from Jesus Christ, right? Because we see within Matthew, there's a lot of support for maintaining the law or keeping the law, such as the verse that says those that do not keep the law will be seen as the least in the kingdom of heaven. Excuse me. So like that kind of introduction of something new, something that's kind of going away from not only what we kind of see in the Gospels, but also just what we see as being promoted by the original students of Jesus, being kind of questioned and attacked by a guy who claims to have heard Jesus, but excuse me, but never actually studied under him, at least wasn't a part of his earthly ministry.
Right. So obviously Peter, James, they were part of Jesus's earthly ministry. They followed him. James was the brother. I guess I'm asking you questions here.
Yeah.
But even then, right, I'm just confused on them having quarreled about how to best follow Jesus at all undermines who Jesus was and what we know about him. That's not clear to me because Jesus spoke in parables, things like that.
Well,
So
you don't think things...
and obviously he changed how they understood the day of worship, the Sabbath, which would be taken in many different ways, could be interpreted in many different ways. So there were quarrels from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still confused on how this undermines what we know about Jesus and his earthly ministry, even if there were quarrels.
Well, it would undermine, it would be an attempt to undermine what we understand to be his teachings. I would say that if there is something that is undermining the certain teachings that are being promoted, by his students, such as keeping the law and Paul saying that the law has ended, then I would see that as something that is undermining the teachings, which I would call a part of as Jesus' earthly ministry. I would say his teachings are a part of his earthly ministry.
Okay, BuddhistBear, time to start your 3-minute cross-examination. You can start whenever.
Yeah, so I would actually like to know, Prook, do you personally see any kind of possibility of these Gospels, the Gospels as well, because they are still a part of the New Testament, being written later as anything that could throw into question the reliability of maintaining the teachings of Jesus Christ, or even just the nature of Jesus himself?
I don't think it's particularly compelling. But the 70 AD date for the Gospel of Mark, which is usually used, I'm very confused as to why that's the consensus. There are critical scholars across the board that are not Christian that hold a very early date, like James Crossley or Wenham, who've dated the Gospel of Mark to as early as 36 AD. And the reason is because the fall of the Temple of Jerusalem isn't clearly portrayed in the Synoptic Gospels. It's vaguely pointed to, and that's why secular scholars usually agree that Jesus actually predicted the fall of the Temple in Jerusalem. So I don't think there is internal evidence to suggest the Gospel of Mark comes after 70. And I would actually say it's an urgent message in response to the crucifixion, placing it with probably, very early. Beyond that, we have ancient philosophers like Plato, who said that books would make us lazy because we would stop to remember important details. And if these books are coming 10 years after the events and they're reliably preserving oral tradition, I think that's absolutely reasonable, especially considering the authors of these books are extremely intelligent and they get the historical details all correct. There's not an example within the New Testament of an historical inaccuracy as far as archaeology or routes or botany or whatever, or names. So yeah, they're reliably preserving the tradition, I would say.
Well, I would say that there are some historical contradictions. I mean, we don't even understand when Jesus himself could even be born. Was it during the reign of Herod, or was it during the governorship of Quirinius? Because we understand that those are separate times. If I remember correctly, about like 10 years between when Herod died, unalived, and when Quirinius took governorship.
Yeah, there is a controversy on that, but the controversy only comes because of authors like Josephus, who place the times of those reigns in contradictory places to what someone like Luke would place. And there is much reason to believe that Luke came before Josephus. There are scholars like Richard Carrier that says we have proof, basically, that Josephus took from Luke. And so those time periods that you mentioned could simply be overlapping, and Josephus could have got the historical detail wrong.
They could have been overlapping. So,
Yeah.
Time. Finish up your last statements.
Yeah, they could have been overlapping.
Okay. Well, if that's time, then that's time.
And Pruk, now it's time for your 3-minute cross-examination. You can start at any time.
Oh, we're doing 2 back-to-back. Okay. All right. Well, I wasn't prepared for this one. I would say, so do you understand that, scholarship would probably agree on all of the things I've said regarding these things known about Jesus? Do you agree with that, or do you think that's what is the understanding?
I think that you would have to be a little bit more nuanced on that. Like certain specific things, probably, but then there's other things like what we just talked about with the dating of Jesus's birth, as well as the events of his birth. There's a lot of controversy and contention there. So I think it would have to be more a nuanced question.
Okay, that's fair enough. Do you think that Jesus called himself the Son of God and the Messiah?
Personally, I think just like being able to look at the Gospels themselves, there does seem to be an evolving, for lack of a better term, theology on that. I don't know personally if I have enough evidence to say for sure if he called himself God or not. Like, obviously,
you say evolving theology. Why do you? So when I'm saying him calling himself the Son of God and Messiah, why do you think that's evolving theology? Right? Like, doesn't seem like it to me. Do you think that's the case?
Well, even if we say that like Mark was earlier than what I said earlier, it is still understood that Mark was the first. This is admitted by Ignatius and Papias, and from what I've read, there doesn't seem to be any directness of Mark saying that Jesus is God. A lot of Mark's writing is more focused on like his human characteristics. It's more focused on his actions. Then we understand Matthew and then Luke and then John to be next in that order. And within those Gospels, there seems to be a growing, evolving understanding of who Jesus was. By the time we get to John, that's where it gets a little bit more explicit.
So are you aware in the Gospel of Mark, Jesus affirms that he is the Son of God?
The Son of God, but not God himself.
Yeah, that's fine. Are you also aware in the Gospel of Mark, Jesus uses the "I am" statement while walking on water?
While walking on, like in the calming of the storm.
When he's rescuing the other disciples from the storm.
Oh, in the calming of the storm.
Yes.
I'll admit excuse me. I'll admit I don't know about that.
Yeah. So he does that, and then he very openly says, "I am," in a very dramatic way. He calls himself the Son of God. And then are you aware that he calls himself the Son of Man in the Gospel of Mark?
The Son of Man, yes.
That's it? That concludes it?
Okay.
And then Buddhist, you got the last cross-examination?
Yeah, so I want to ask you, so even though we might be able to find certain things such as implications of Jesus saying that he's God, would you at least recognize that there are certain verses that are known to be later additions, or at least not mentioned in the earliest manuscripts that we have of the text? For instance, such as the Precope Adulterae, or the story about the adulteress and Jesus like forgiving her, is not found in the original codexes.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, and the long ending of Mark as well.
Okay, with the long ending of Mark. How about the Trinitarian formula? Because even though it is mentioned in the codexes, when we look at the Eusebius's mention of the verse, he says that you'll be baptized in my name instead of the Trinitarian formula that we see.
Yeah, I think that's fair. That wouldn't surprise me.
Well, yeah. So, do you think that there's at least some level of probability that what we just talked about with Mark, there is a probability that it is something that is also added later on?
No, I wouldn't say so. I would say the reason it's not is because we can actually identify what is added to Mark, like the long ending, and we could see the additions in John, for example, or the adulterous woman. The fact that we can actually see the additions means that we know what the original is. So that's actually a very strong point for us. We have manuscripts like P1, P52, P40, P66. I forgot the P40 document, but yeah, P52, P66, P1. These are three examples of fragments that were found dated to the 2nd and early 3rd century, all having the same information as the New Testament we have now. So we're finding fragments from the 2nd century onwards that are all consistent with the New Testament we have. So yeah, at least with the Codex Sinaiticus. So I think that no, I don't think that's likely. I think we have what they wrote.
Okay, then. And I guess if I still have time, my last question deals
30
with...
seconds.
30 seconds. How do you feel about like a Markian priority? The idea that Mark is basically a source for Matthew and Luke?
Yeah, I would say that's I hold to that.
Don't you think that that might be a little troubling for Matthew, seeing as how he's a apostle and he's using a non-apostle and assistant to Peter as a source?
Well, I don't actually know about the authorship of the documents. I think there's compelling arguments for the authorship to some extent. I'm a Christian who doesn't necessarily hold to that.
Okay, time is
I
up.
don't think it affects anything. I don't think the authorship affects anything. I think it's a really irrelevant point.
Ah, dang. I want to ask more about that then, but okay.
Yeah.
That concludes it. So now we're gonna do closing statements. Pruk, you're gonna go.
We're only doing we're not doing a 5-minute or anything?
No, just be the closing statements for 2 minutes.
Okay.
Cool. And you can start anytime.
All right. So again, I think the premise that what I laid out in the beginning was, stands on its own merits. We have sufficient evidence to say that Jesus was a traveling, significant, moral, and prophetic leader who was preaching the coming kingdom of God, gathered 12 apostles. Some of them betrayed and denied him. He made extreme claims like calling himself the Son of God, Messiah, Son of Man, who is a human-like figure that will return on the clouds at the end of the world, as prophesied by Daniel. And these claims, in part with him correcting the misinterpretation of God's law that the Jews had, sent him to the cross. So with the historical evidence we have, we obviously have reliable remnants of Jesus' earthly ministry. And I think that's captured in the Synoptic Gospels, in Paul's letters, because they come just tens of years after. They're written by very smart people. Paul had the equivalent of 2 PhDs in modern day. The gospel authors are extremely meticulous, extremely intelligent, and they would have known the people related to the first apostle. Paul knew James, the brother of Christ, and the rest of the apostles. So I think more than likely the tradition was truly reliably preserved in an honest way to who Jesus was, who is the significant moral and prophetic leader, who they had a deep relationship with, were committed to. And the resurrection debate is coming up. That's the cherry on top.
Are you ending your time there?
Yes.
Okay, you had 22 seconds left. BuddhistBear, you have your 2 minutes on the clock whenever you're ready.
Yeah, my closing remarks is I would still make the argument of the tensions that are still noticed within the epistles of Paul and James, kind of conflicting with a lot of the teachings, such as the role of the law and the idea of like faith and works. Those tensions being seen as still kind of showing some type of not circumvention, but some type of a tension between those teachings that throws the New Testament's reliability of being reliable remnants of Jesus's teaching into the realm of like being questionable. And I would also point out that there seems to be a lot of argument for authority in the sense that, in the sense of Paul, just because he has what is considered the equivalent of 2 PhDs, as sort of an argument of authority. We don't really necessarily have any reason to believe that Paul himself is infallible and can't make mistakes, especially since we're seeing that he's arguing with the literal students themselves of Jesus Christ.
And do you want to conclude your statement there?
Yes.
Okay, you had 35 seconds on the clock left. But yeah, that's going to be the conclusion of that, guys. And thank you guys for your candor. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys.
Kayj, you robbed us, man. There's supposed to be a 5-minute, but it's all right. It's all right, man. We had more to talk.
Did you think when he asked about the cross-examination that only one of them was going to be 3 minutes and then the other one was going to be 5?
No, that was fine. I thought there was going to be a 3-minute opening, 5 minutes, like another statement, and then a cross-exam. So I thought there was going to be an opening, middle, but there wasn't, which is fine. But Kayj, you stuffed us there. It's all right. It was a good comment. All right.
All right, guys. We appreciate you guys for joining up.
Yeah, no problem.
And I'm pretty sure Venus was in the comments saying that she needs a little bit more time, but we can chill for now. We're right about at 79K likes. Let's get this live up to 90K likes, okay? And just tap your screens. Let's get the likes up while we're waiting for Venus. She's just last minute preparing. And the next debate's going to be Rebel versus Venus on whether our reality is intelligently designed. Yeah, that's going to be a really good debate.
Dude, I'll be honest. As soon as I got up here, I have notes right in front of me. As soon as I got up here, I was just I haven't done this in a while, so I'm I just got kind of scared.
Rebel versus.
I guess we got
you got some good points.
Guests oh, go ahead. Sorry, my bad.
Oh no, I was just nothing what Bear said. I was just let him know. I did see he did highlight a couple of good points.
How many more debates are left?
We've got Rebel versus Venus on whether our universe is intelligently designed. We have Yuji versus The.Heirophant on does God exist objectively? And then our last debate is going to be Sir and Mob versus Slim and Jdwagz. Did the resurrection occur?
Oof. Damn.
It's a big event.
Time, it's got to be shorter. We got to cut it down.
We're almost there. We're almost there.
This is for the bosses.
I kind of figured that he would go the Paul route when he asked me about the New Testament. So I was like, oh, okay. Well, I just gotta look up more stuff on Paul and the tension and stuff. But I still wanted to.
Thought about the end, but you couldn't talk more about it. But if that was the focus of the debate, it would have been easier to know the winner. Because if you don't know the author, then you can't really test.
No, well, he also admitted that we only know for sure that 6 of the epistles that are claimed to be written by Paul are actually written by Paul. So brain fart. I don't know where I was going with that.
Did moderator?
Coco and Kylo. I think it's better than the last. What is it formulated debate series that you had, Coco? This has been astronomically better.
Oh, than me versus Brody or Cease versus Bart or.
The last one I saw was what was it? It was that one girl. She debated today. She's a theist. I forgot.
Wisdom versus Icy Keyboard.
Yeah, that one was a mess compared to today.
Oh. Yeah, I think with every debate we're working on better formatting and trying to get it better. It's a trial and error to kind of figure it out.
You got it pretty good today, for sure.
Yeah, these are short formatted debates.
Thank you very much for hosting, Coco. You should do this also on Discord. I don't know, get everyone to have a Discord debate once a month or something like that. I don't know.
We could, but that's also a good segue into OG Kylo has a debate community. Links in his bio. Everyone should go to his bio, click on the link, join his Discord. Very cool community for debates and learning more about religion, philosophy, and stuff like that. And then also, I also have a link in my bio with my Discord in it, and we both have communities for like learning about science, philosophy, religion, and critiquing each other and letting the best ideas win.
Here we go. All right. Poll is finished. No way.
Guys, how did you feel about Sye?
And we will release the poll results later, but for right now, I'm not going to say anything on the poll result.
No problem. Well, hey, I just wanted to stay for the poll results. Everyone, thank you very much. I hope you guys have a peaceful rest of your day. I love you all, and I'm definitely going to go and join OG Kylo's debate community.
Appreciate you, Bear.
Have a good rest of your day.
Venus the Jezebel is here. What's up, Venus?
I'm not even fully ready. I just need a minute. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and I'll be ready.
Venus versus Rebel. Here, look, guys, we can get 90,000 likes before they start debating. Like
Everybody like the like.
We can get 100,000 by the end. I told you.
I mean, we're really close. Like,
you guys, listen, we appreciate you guys. You guys have been doing amazing. Like, we appreciate everybody that's watching, all the debaters. This is what we were looking for. Just spreading the knowledge. People can join, show their love. What's up, Tarzan? Shout out Tarzan in the building. We're just waiting for Venus to get ready, and we'll start the next debate.
Oh my god! Don't even drag it. We're like half an hour late, so don't play.
Okay, you want to get it started? But come on, guys, like tap your screens. Let's hit like 90,000 likes on the live. But we really appreciate all of the likes. Tap your screens, or we're gonna like turn off the content. No, I'm kidding. Like, I don't understand those live creators that like threaten their audience.
Yeah, no comments.
Like, tap the screens, or we'll turn off the comments. But no, just please tap your screens if you can. If you can't, that's fine. But we appreciate the likes. But Venus, you ready? Oh wait, actually, she went to the bathroom. Okay, so she'll be back. Rebel, how you doing?
Yo, what's good, guys? Mr. Coco, thank you for blocking me. I guess you kind of had to for this event. So,
I'm gonna be honest, I forgot like why I blocked you, or like why you were blocked in the first place. I don't know what you did, but like, I don't know. It's water on the bridge.
Well, you see, I tend to, as a rebel, I tend to hold very controversial opinions that tend to trigger people, and so, I think I expressed one of those opinions one too many times. I think you just, had the last straw. But Mr. Carlo, good to see you. Thanks for, inviting me to do this. I haven't really done something like this before, but I guess we'll see how it goes.
Okay, do you
be honest,
first? Who's going first?
Let me see.
I guess the affirmative position goes first, right?
Yes, that would be you, Rebel. And you have 3 minutes for your opening. 3 minutes for your opening statement. And in regards to the schedule, technically this debate is supposed to start at 10:08 p.m. and we're 2 minutes behind. We're 2 minutes ahead, actually. So we're doing pretty good on time. We're not late at all.
Do you want to do 3 5 minute cross exams?
Well, since we're on time, that means you guys shouldn't have to take away from our cross exam time, right?
Yeah, you guys can just have the 5 minutes and we'll run the whole thing. So
okay, whatever.
I would say, Rebel, we can start your 3 minute opening statement anytime you want to.
Okay. All right, let's do it. Right. So, was the universe designed? I would say, of course it was. In my view, this should be blatantly obvious and simply be accepted as self-evident. But for some reason, perhaps due to a great delusion or spiritual blindness that the devil has imparted unto the world through deceptive measures, people have rejected the crystal clear design of the world. Now, my opponent will most likely take a very pessimistic approach and try to highlight the undesirable, quote, evils of the world and try to, things like cancer and this kind of thing, or try to use things like the Big Bang and abiogenesis and evolution as a counter to the necessity of God's intelligent agency. But these paradigms, under a closer eye of scrutiny, render nothing more than just an atheist creation myth masquerading under the disguise of science. So my argument goes as the following. It's known as the teleological argument or design argument from design. So all contingent effects have a cause, as per the principle of causality. All effects that exhibit similar patterns of order, structure, and function typically share a similar cause. If aspects of the universe exhibit characteristics found in human artifacts, then it is reasonable to infer that they may share a similar cause, in this case, intelligent design. Man-made artifacts, we know, exhibit order, structure, information, function, and beauty, all of which are known to be products of intelligent design. Nature also exhibits order, structure, intricately detailed complexity, specified functionality, and beauty, but to a much higher degree that overwhelmingly surpasses human artifacts. So the conclusion, therefore, is that in order to come to the most plausible conclusion through abductive reasoning, these properties observed in nature are best explained as the result of intelligent design by a higher being, of whom we refer to as the Almighty God. Thank you.
Are you concluding your time there?
Yeah.
Okay, you had 35 seconds left on the clock. Venus, you can start your opening statement anytime that you
Can
want.
everyone hear me clearly?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, today I will be arguing the opposition of the universe being intelligently designed. Intelligence is the ability to learn and apply complex knowledge to solve problems. And a design would simply be a manifestation of an idea or ideas. When we use the term intelligent design, it is indicative of the character of the designer, whereby it would be a product of the application of their knowledge to solve problems and or fulfill an intended purpose. A pencil, for example, is considered intelligently designed, yet a pencil is not intelligent. AI, known to be artificial intelligence, would be intelligently designed and intelligent. The traits both a pencil and AI exhibit typically are a record of when they were designed and their ability to execute intended purposes efficiently. This indicates their designer had the ability to problem solve and apply knowledge, which are faculties of good intelligent design. The opposite of intelligent design seems to be poorly designed things. We typically consider something to be a poor design if it does not intelligently execute its said purpose. A poorly designed pencil, for example, breaks every time you try to write with it. You may be able to write a sentence or two, but overall it does not fulfill said purpose. This says that the designer is unintelligent when the design cannot do what it is intended to do. When it comes to things that we can't trace back to a said inventor, we experiment with whether these things can occur naturally, outside of human interaction, to suggest rather that poorly put together that these things were simply not put together by humans at all or by an agent. We know that there is no first rock because rocks aren't designed. We can't trace an inventor, and we see rocks forming everywhere without any sort of intelligent design. Claiming that there is one, like my opponent may do, does not show us that there is one. Stephen Hawking suggests that if the universe is fine-tuned for anything, it is for the production of black holes. This is because the constants of the universe lead to life being very, very, very scarce, and the life that does exist is very fleeting. And more often than not, things stay dead for way longer than they are alive. If the world was fine-tuned for life, it seems that life only occurs on Earth. And it seems that we can fit about 3 million Earths into a black hole. So black holes seem to be much more abundant than life. There is no indication that we or the universe are designed. If, however, we were designed for anything, it would be for death and black holes. Arguing anything otherwise would prove that the so-called intelligent designer is not really intelligent.
And are you
Do we have
concluding
more
your time
time?
there?
Was that under 3 minutes?
Yeah, you have 13 seconds left.
Okay, I timed it good then.
Okay,
Yes,
cool.
I'm conceding the rest of my time.
Okay, that was perfect. So now we're going to go into cross-examination. Rebel, you have 5 minutes to cross-examine Venus, and this will be round 1. So whenever you're ready.
Right. Okay. So I'll get into the cross-exam right away, but just as a quick response, the sort of the last part of what Venus said, of course, would not work for someone like me. I don't know if Carla or whoever told her any of my positions, but as a flat earther, or someone who believes we live on a level stationary topographical plane enclosed in a dome, just as the Bible says, this whole idea that the universe is made up by majority of black holes and other shit like this is not gonna fly with me, because as far as I'm concerned, space is fake and Earth is flat. Anyway, so thing is, so Venus, have you been to a natural landscape before? Like one with trees and a forest and mountains in the background, maybe a waterfall, perhaps a pristine lake, wildlife around.
I've seen those things.
Okay, you see them in person, like you've actually been there before?
Yeah.
Okay. So those different aspects that I just described, would you say that they were designed by a mind of some sort?
Why would I say that?
So the answer is no. Okay. So now take that same landscape with the same elements, and if you just picture it in your mind, and say you saw that exact same image on a canvas with paint, would you say that that was designed by a mind?
Of course, because we see people paint things, but we don't see people build waterfalls.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, you see people paint things, but you don't see people making waterfalls.
It would be designed by who we know as an artist then. Okay, so let me
by
get this
one
straight.
of the criteria that I mentioned being the fact that we can trace it back to a
Venus, respectively, it's my time. You can ask me questions during your time, respectfully.
Yeah,
So,
all right.
So let me get this straight. So the landscape on the artistic painting was designed by your own admission, but somehow the natural landscape by which the artist was inspired by in the first place was not. Is that right?
Because we see people painting, but we don't see people making waterfalls.
Okay, so the answer is yes. Okay, yeah.
I told you this already. I don't want to take over your time, but I already told you this. I already told you this.
Look, yeah. Okay, right. Next question. So, look, I'm asking you very pointed, not so open-ended questions, because I know you'll just like yap my ear off if I do otherwise. Right. So anyway, here's the thing. Would you agree that at the very least, what the painting and the actual landscape have in common is their aesthetic value? Like, they look the same.
Aesthetic value as in one is inspired by the other. They look the same.
No, as in they have the same
look. They look the same.
Yeah. So therefore, at the very least, what they have in common is their aesthetic value. In fact, maybe you can even say the natural landscape has even more. You can say. This is a very simple question. Like, they both look the same, therefore, on one aspect, they have the same aesthetic value, correct?
If your definition of aesthetic value is look the same, then I guess depends on what you're painting.
Okay, very good.
Could it be that maybe one is inspired by the other?
So Venus, would you say that one is superior over the other in any sense that you can think of? Any sense? No. Okay, right. Okay, so very good. So here's the last thing. So the fact that the natural landscape, which is an actual three-dimensional place where you can literally be surrounded by the environment and take in all the sensory experiences that it has to offer, like the warmth of the sun, the majestic stature of the mountains.
You're asking me subjective things. You're asking me subjective things. Why the hell does it matter if I like nature or not?
So Venus, I know you're triggered, but it's okay. Like, let me get it out. The majestic stature of the mountains, the calming ripples of the lake, the breeze of the wind, the rustling of the trees and leaves, the songs of the birds, the smell of the flowers, the possibly even the taste of the wild blueberries, or maybe even the deer game that you can hunt and kill and eat. Right? You're saying all of that and much more exists for no inherent purpose, but actually somehow assembled itself out of purely unguided, unintentional, random series of events.
And that's a question for me, right? So I'm gonna need like 30 seconds to answer that without you interrupting me. Doesn't matter whether it came about via randomness or whatever you want to say, unintentionality. These things didn't just come about through magic, right? They followed a specific pattern known as the laws of physics, right? And certain biological factors that led to these things combining. And you asking me whether I like waterfalls or not
Finish your
is
answer.
completely subjective. I don't really like nature. I don't really like being outside. So this whole aesthetic thing is simply based off of like personal
You're a
opinion.
weirdo.
Like how the
Okay, so
but I
you're
guess
just a
that's what
weirdo.
your argument is based.
Okay.
But that's what your argument is based off of, a
We're stopping
confirmation
it there.
bias.
We're stopping
This
it there.
looks nice to me, so wow, it must be created.
Okay, we're stopping it there. Venus, it's
Okay,
time
you're
for
a
your
weirdo.
cross-examination. You get to lead and ask questions. You can start anytime.
Yeah, sure. Rebel, do you think that everything that we look at was either designed by people or designed by God?
Not necessarily everything, no.
Okay, so if it's not, so God made everything, right?
Not everything, no.
So what didn't he make?
Well, he didn't make human artifacts, for example, like cars and homes and
Okay, so I said it's either made by us or made by him. So if it's not made by us, it's probably made by God, correct?
not some things may be the indirect result of natural processes that weren't directly made by God.
But didn't God make the laws that those natural processes would follow?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so if it's intelligently designed, it's done by people or it's done by God, correct?
Either directly or indirectly.
Okay, so what is something that is directly made by God?
The origin of the universe and the origin of life.
Okay, that's not happening right now. So
Correct.
what is something right now that we can look at that is directly made by God?
Clearly, we don't need to do that because God set in place.
So there's nothing. It's either intelligently designed. So it's either intelligently designed by people or it's intelligently designed by God. If everything is intelligently designed or an indirect result of intelligent design, how are we to know whether something is or isn't intelligently designed if everything is designed? That was a question to you.
If things don't have the properties of order, structure, and function at the very least, then we have no good reasons to believe that they were designed.
But everything has order, structure, and function. There's nothing that doesn't have those traits.
That's not true.
How are we to?
That's not true.
Okay, so what's something that doesn't have order, structure, or some sort of function?
How about a pile of trash, for example?
A pile of trash has order. A pile of trash doesn't defy the laws of physics. A pile of trash. The order is the fact that the atoms are assembled in a way that produces a physical thing. The pattern is that it abides by the laws of gravity. This thing has order. The atoms are ordered based off of its charges.
This is the most insane reductionist view I've ever heard in my life.
How is that insane? Everything. Okay, so are you telling me? Okay, so are the atoms?
If you reduce everything down to atoms, then like there's no distinction to be made.
Rebel, relax. That's the point. That's the point here. If you can't make a distinction to see things that are not designed, how are you going to know that it is designed if you have no contrast? All you can do is gather these characteristics that seemingly everything has and then group it under designed. You're literally creating your own category and adding everything to it. You need some sort of distinction here so we understand the nature of the set of all things that are created. We need some sort of contrast so we can get the nature or the substance of things that are created. You have not provided one. Everything has order fundamentally. Everything is designed by either God or us fundamentally. How are we supposed to make a distinction between what is created or not? You've told me it has order. Everything follows the laws of physics. That's an order. Everything follows the laws of chemistry, biology. Everything has an order.
By a lawgiver. Where did the law come from?
Yeah, but no. Where did
the law come from?
This is what I said that you would do. You're just claiming that the law comes from somewhere. It looks like everything fits in neatly because we have survived. We have evolved to survive here. I'll ask you one more question because I feel like we're running out of time. If everything was created for us, why is it that everything is trying to unalive us? And why is it that it's so difficult for life to be sustained on planet Earth if it's made for us?
First of all, I disagree with the notion that everything is trying to unalive us. Are you trying to unalive me? Is my phone like I'm sitting here completely fine? My life is under no threat whatsoever.
You're worrying about the semantics. People are constantly trying to unalive other people. There are bacteria and viruses. You can literally go outside.
So what?
Most things. My point is, if this place is made for us, if the constants are tuned for us, or tuned for life. Oh my God! So do you think that Okay, that's cool, but do you think that the universe is tuned for life or for human life? What do you think it's fine-tuned for?
Considering the Earth is the only realm of existence, absolutely, 100% yes.
You don't know that. Do you think that the Earth is tuned for life?
It has to be by necessity.
I'm not asking. Okay, can you provide an argument for that?
If the Earth is the only realm of existence and there's nothing else outside of Earth, because we're inside of this gigantic dome that the Bible
How
calls
do
a
you
firmament,
know
and
that?
it's only
How
God-
do you know
it's
that
only-
there's Rebel? How do you know that there's nothing else outside of Earth?
Rebel, answer that, and that'll be it.
Because we have good evidence to believe that we are within an enclosed system. Because
mean there's nothing else outside of it.
Well, let me just answer the question. One, gas pressure is defined by the force of the molecules against the walls of the container. That's what the firmament would serve as. And we have literal empirical evidence of rockets going up and crashing into this dome.
Okay.
You haven't been to space. Nobody has.
Okay, we're done there. Rebel, this is going to be your second and last cross-examination, so you can start whenever.
Okay, very good. Okay, so let me see if I can go through these series. So Venus, if metals, plastics, and wires were scattered randomly in a workshop, could they ever assemble themselves into a fully operational computer or smartphone capable of running software and processing information?
Probably not.
Okay. How about if there were like metal circuits and wires just sitting there? Could they accidentally assemble somehow into a functioning robot capable of performing complex tasks?
Probably not.
Wait. Do you say probably, meaning it's actually possible that it might actually happen?
You know I don't hold to any sort of certainty of any kind, so I'm saying most likely it could not do these things. Why does that matter?
It's possible.
Sure. You think magic is dude, you literally think space isn't real, germs aren't real, and that magic exists.
Oh, wow.
So I don't know how this is how is this so crazy to you? You literally believe in magic.
So
How is this crazy?
So hold on. so if it's given the lack of probability and being highly unlikely, if robots require intelligent engineers to design and program them, why wouldn't living organisms capable of far more complex tasks also require intelligent design?
What requires intelligent design?
Living organisms capable of far more complex tasks?
I don't think that they do. We don't require intelligent design. Are you going to give an argument for why we do?
That's called begging the question.
This is getting.
Okay, right.
How is that? I'm not making an
Venus,
argument. Begging
Venus,
the question is a fallacy when you're making an argument.
Question, but you already said no. So if I asked you, do you find nature beautiful? You said no because somehow you're like some weirdo emo. That's fine. So what about do you enjoy?
Yeah, cool.
So Venus, do you enjoy eating delicious food?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Do you think sleeping with somebody that you find attractive to be one of the most pleasurable experiences that like a human can have?
I don't know.
What, you're a virgin? You're a virgin or something? You're a virgin. Okay. Anyway.
What the hell?
Okay. Anyway. So look, the thing is, you don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Anyway. So do you think being able to have those experiences, like, that people find them like one of the most desirable, pleasurable things that the human experience has to give us, do you think you somehow have that opportunity to do that because it all just exists for just no rhyme or reason, no purpose?
It doesn't need randomly? Okay, so I will answer your question. It doesn't need some sort of intrinsic purpose in order for it to function, right? People generally use the word purpose and main function interchangeably, right? So if you're having something like, pleasure during intercourse or whatever, we have that because it seems that life wants to survive. Everything here wants to pass down its offspring, wants to continue its generation. It's not something that we can understand why it happens. It's just that the things that don't do that aren't currently here to share that experience. So everything evolves to be able to pass down its DNA, and pleasure during intercourse makes, passing down your DNA easier.
Okay.
It's why we form certain bonds and connections with people. Things evolve to make living easier.
Okay, very good.
Because this earth is constantly changing, and it's not made for us.
So Venus, Okay, well, yeah, that's up for debate. So, could sheets of metal, wire, engines, and seats lying around in hangar ever come
Oh
together
my
by
god.
chance to form a fully operational
If you
airplane
put them,
capable of flying safely
if
and
you put
efficiently?
them in the same, if you put them in the same container and shake them around for a
Yeah,
couple of billions of years, there
right.
might be a chance that they do.
Wow, so you're actually insane. Okay, so here's the thing. So folks,
Put it in
so
a
what
container,
you're no, no,
shake it
no. So
around.
Venus. So what you're doing is you're appealing to just the most batshit crazy, astronomical, like insane odds, right? Which are just like unfathomable. And you're trying to invoke this type of improbability as a way to cope and deny the very simple, most basic parsimonious answer, which is that it was intelligently designed through intentional guidance and
Rebel.
creation. I don't
What
know.
does it mean
I
to
don't get why
Rebel?
you're
What
doing
does it
that.
mean to intelligent? What it means to intelligently design something? Like I spent loads of time carefully writing out in my opening argument is to have something that serves its intended purpose or cannot come about by natural means.
Venus, where did
All
life
these
come from?
examples, all these
Venus, where did life
examples
come
that
from?
you. Okay, do you want to know about abiogenesis?
No. Okay,
Can you tell me?
you
Okay,
believe
what
in
is the
evolution, right?
strongest
You believe in evolution?
rebel? What is the strongest kind of chemical bond? A hydrogen
Unfortunately,
bond.
it's not.
Do you
Time's up.
understand? Do you,
No. You can ask me
Hold
the
that
on.
during
parts
your
of
time.
Time's
the
up.
parts
Time's
of
up. We're cutting
DNA
it.
are hydrogen?
Okay.
Okay, Venus, it's time for your cross-examination for 5 minutes. You can start at any time.
Okay, rebel. If this planet was made to sustain life, why is there multiple extinction events that have happened in the past?
I don't know what extinction event you're talking about.
You don't believe the ice age ever happened? You don't believe that there's been droughts in certain places?
Drought, sure. Ice age, I can even grant you that. But what's the problem with that?
My whole point is, if everything was tuned for life, why is it that life is so scarce? And why is it that life has
Yes.
to continuously evolve to survive? Why
Wait.
is that if this place was
Wait.
made for us?
So how could life be scarce when at the most micro to macro levels the earth is just absolutely teeming with biological life? I mean, even down to the very
It's
soil.
not.
There's an entire
It's not.
ecosystem there. What do you mean no it's
So
not?
there is ecosystems, but those things that you're talking about aren't considered to be sentient life. If you're
It's still
arguing
life
that
though.
even back,
You're
are you
shifting the
arguing
goalposts.
that this place? Wait, are you arguing that this place is fine tuned for the life of bacteria as well?
All sorts of life. You're shifting the goalposts by saying it's not sentient. That's all you're doing.
What do you consider to be alive? Because if there are more trees than there are stars in the Milky Way galaxy, and trees are not alive, then how can you argue that this place is just crawling with life? There's bacteria and viruses, but when you take up the total mass of living things versus non-living things, we are
Viruses aren't even
completely
considered alive, first
dominated.
of all.
The Earth consists of most things that aren't alive. There's plenty of uninhabited territory
hold
that
on.
is
Do you know why?
flourishing with nature.
You know why though, right, Venus? Do you know why? Do you know why I can grant you the Earth doesn't consist mostly of life? Well, guess what? Because there has to be some sort of setting, a foundation, a place where that life can actually live on. Duh, that's what the environment's for. Hello.
Rebel, if we didn't evolve, then why the hell do we have something called a recurrent laryngeal nerve? Can you please tell me that? Why
No.
does our recurrent laryngeal nerve go
Whatever
down, do a U-turn, and go back up? If
Okay.
it wasn't for
Yeah.
if it wasn't for the fact that we used to have gills, then why do we have that? Are you aware of that?
Well, Venus. Here's the thing. Whatever type of nerve you're talking about, it doesn't stop me from living my life in a
Why do
thriving
whales
way.
have
I have no
why do
problem.
whales have femur bones?
This nerve doesn't stop me from living my life.
Oh my god!
Okay?
I claim my time. This is so
Oh,
off topic. It's not about whether you can live your life or not. It's whether this is supporting
is.
argument for creationism or not. I don't care whether you can.
You're appealing to ignorance.
Oh my god!
You're appealing to ignorance
I'm not.
by saying, you can't fathom why the nerve.
Why?
is made
We
that
know
way,
why.
therefore it wasn't
We
designed,
know
right?
why.
What?
We know why we have the
Begging the
fossil
question.
record. Why do whales? Why
Fossil
do
record.
whales have? Why do whales have femurs if whales could never walk?
That's first of all, that's your interpretation of what it is. You have no proof that a whale came from like through ancestry.
Why do whales
from
have
anything
femurs?
other than another whale, Venus? You have no proof of that.
Why
All
do
you have is fossils.
whales have femurs?
Wait, that's your arbitrary designation on some anatomical feature through your evolutionary sort of bias. That's all it is.
Why does life have to constantly struggle and strive to survive if this place was made for it?
What do you mean? There's a bunch of different factors to the environment, right? That maybe other factors that are not so intended. I mean, all these different things have to come into play. You're taking like this very myopic reductionist approach and not looking into all the harmonious symbiotic relationships that life has with the environment.
They're not harmonious. How is this harmonious?
You haven't heard of symbiosis? There's no such thing as symbiosis?
Bro, I know what symbiosis is.
Okay, then that's harmony, isn't it?
How's
that? Oh my God.
You're using all these emotionally loaded words like harmony, symbiosis, beauty. What is the evidence that this is created? I still don't get it. So far, all you've said is that it looks like it has a function. Right, that's something I can attribute to nature. That provides a better explanation, except for the fact that nature also explains why we have things like recurrent laryngeal nerves, why whales have femurs, why we have tailbones. My explanation of evolutionary biology provides a better answer for why we have all these things. You're just saying that they're created.
Venus, you literally believe that a gigantic marine creature like the whale.
What is the evidence? So how do we?
You actually think it came
from? Can you stop him?
Organism.
So I have a question for him.
What's the proof of that?
What are the characteristics of things that are designed? That would be my final question.
Rebel, answer.
Well, as I already said in my opening, order, structure, symmetry, function, those at the very least are indicative of design, which of course ultimately will point to a designer. It's very simple.
Okay, we're going to stop there. Rebel, you're going to do your 2-minute conclusion, and then Venus will follow after. So you can start at any time.
Right. Okay. So thank you very much. Venus, thank you for doing this debate with me. So for my closing. So folks, what you were able to witness was the utter logical inconsistency, double standards, and rationally and empirically unjustified worldview of the atheist. If we got into evolution a little more, that would have been demonstrated. But when asked if certain artifacts could have assembled by themselves, she reasonably denied the notion, but actually, to my surprise, she actually admitted that it would actually be possible, which to me is nothing but pure copium. But when asked why the same principle wouldn't also apply to the natural world, it was just special pleading that it completely goes against the law of entropy, which says that things always go from a state of order to that of disorder, unless some sort of intervention of energetic inputs or something along those lines came into play. But the bottom line is, order does not form out of chaos, structure does not form out of randomness, and function certainly doesn't arise out of spontaneous generation. This magnificent universe is not the result of random series of unguided, unintentional events for no rhyme, no reason, or no purpose, but rather it is clearly the glorious handiwork of an intelligent designer, our God Almighty. Thank you very much.
You're concluding there? Okay.
Okay,
so 23 seconds left, and Venus, you can start anytime.
That was a load of complete nonsense. The characteristics he attributed, once again, they apply to everything. I could simply assert the contrary, and this debate would be over. I could simply assert that order, functions and, principles affecting these things are a sign of non-design in nature. I could simply assert the opposite, and we would sit here bickering back and forth. The fact is that when we come to understanding what a thing is by its substance, would be its delineation from other things. If everything is made up of the same fundamental particles, how do we tell anything apart? by its characteristics, by its differences that it has to other things. Identity is relational. Left is left because right is right. The way we get to something being designed versus non-designed, these terms came about because we have things like rocks, because we have things like computers. We understand there is a difference between a rock and a computer. Rocks come about naturally. Computers don't come about naturally. We can trace back the first computer. We can't trace back the first rock. The criteria that Rebel has given us is completely and utterly ridiculous. He's gathered a group of terms that apply to everything that we can see and has grouped it under creation. So I can group it under non-creation. This line of argument doesn't prove anything. And the fact that he's saying it's random is simply our incredulity. When we call anything random, it simply means we don't understand the forces that apply to it. DNA and all these things are hydrogen bonded. It's not like putting a bunch of, pots and pans and expecting them to make a soup. It's more like having a magnet with a positive charge and a magnet with a negative charge and putting them together. They come together because of the laws of physics. The same with the part.
Your time's
Please give me 5 more seconds. Give me 5 more seconds.
Finish your last sentence.
Working on.
Finish your last sentence.
The criteria that he assigned for things that are created, I could simply assign for things that are not created.
That's all I have to say.
That was beautiful. That was one of the best. My opinion, that was one of the best debates tonight.
Yeah,
that was just hilarious.
I think that was amongst one of the best debates tonight. There were moments where I wanted to laugh, and I had to, be professional and hold that shit in. But you guys did well.
Yeah.
Can I just can I respond to something? Fredo, in the comments, you've been kicked from every single debate. No one wants to talk to you because you bring up the same refutation for abiogenesis that has been debunked a million times.
Damn.
A million times. You asked me, I've sat him down and dog walked him. He doesn't understand anything to do with DNA.
Okay, anyway. So
you have been laid waste by every debater on here. You've been laid to waste. Everyone has had a turn of you. You are a glory hole, Fredo, on this app. You are a glory hole.
Yuji versus the Heirophant is next.
Thank you guys for watching.
Oh. We're just gonna
Rebel, I honestly can't take you seriously. This is like
dude, you said
I genuinely can't take you seriously, man.
Bro, you're a weirdo. You said nature isn't
You're the one who was asking me about bro was literally asking me about my sex life. Now I'm a weirdo.
Alrighty, guys. Well,
I would ask anybody that question.
Yeah,
that makes you a weirdo if you would ask anyone that.
Venus a follow. Go drop Rebel a follow. Appreciate you guys for tuning the show. Take care, guys.
Thank you guys for being here.
You got cooked, Rebel. You got cooked. Bye, guys.
Make sure you guys vote. The polls are up.
Yep, the poll is up. It's right here in this corner to vote whether Venus or Rebel won. Yuji, Heirophant, we are right on time. You guys were projected to start at 10:43, but it's 10:41 p.m. right now. So, honestly, everything is going great.
Guys, we're almost at 100K. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen.
You guys can make my dreams come true if you just tap those screens, and we got 2K left to hit 100K.
10 galaxies. Go broke. Ooh, right there. We're so voted for Flat Earther.
Damn, that's crazy.
Wild. It's wild to me.
But okay, yeah, our next debate is going to be Yuji versus the Heirophant. Does God exist objectively? Looking forward to this one. Both are very incredibly bright individuals, and I can't wait to see what arguments that they bring to the table. We're just going to follow the regular format: 3, 3, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, and 2, 2. And unless you guys are wanting to do 3-minute.
No, I'm good with the current format.
Okay, yeah, that will work perfectly. We're on time anyway. So I guess we can get started now with 3-minute openers. It's going to be the affirmative. Does God exist objectively? So the Hierophant, you're going first, and you can start anytime.
Sure. So for the argument in question, does God exist objectively? I could present an argument from the principle of sufficient reason. I could also present an ontological argument, but for the sake of simplicity, I will merely present my argument in both the modus ponens and the modus tonens from contingency. And so if contingent beings exist, then there must be a necessary being. And since contingent beings exist, a necessary being exists. If a necessary being exists, it must possess attributes like eternality, self-existence, and independence. And since a necessary being exists, that necessary being possesses these attributes. If a being with these attributes exists, it can be identified as God, and such being that these attributes exist, that being can be identified as God. We can also do this with the modus tonens, which is reasoning through negation, in which if contingent beings exist without a necessary being, then their existence would have no sufficient explanation. And it is not true that contingent beings lack a sufficient explanation. Thus, contingent beings cannot exist without a necessary being. If there is no primary cause, then the universe would lack an ultimate explanation for existence, and the universe does not lack an ultimate explanation for existence, so the primary cause exists. If the necessary being does not have the attributes of God, then it cannot be identified as God. The necessary being does have the attributes of God, and so the necessary being cannot be identified as God. This simple argument addresses any possible rebuttals that may exist against the principle of sufficient reason or any ongoing ontological argument. It highlights the indispensability of a necessary and primary cause to account for contingent reality, and also to avoid infinite regress or explanatory gaps. And so, if this being exists, it exists objectively, and I cede my time.
Okay, and you had 26 seconds left on the clock. Yuji, you will get your 3-minute opener. You can start anytime.
Okay, I'll be pretty quick, but I'm just coming from the position that God does not exist. I take the position of local atheism, which is that I negate the fact that one type of God exists, and it's my opponent's job to justify the fact that it's not only a necessary being, but there's a necessary being that has the properties of like a classical God. And I want to make a note that I think it's important that it has to have at least some mental properties in order because I think under atheism, you can have like a necessary entity that's just like an object or that has causal powers, but doesn't have mental properties. So yeah, I'll finish. So.
Okay, that is perfectly fine. That works. You had like 1 minute and 49 seconds left, but we can move on to the cross examinations. The first cross examination is going to be Hierophant. You'll be leading the cross examination and asking the question. So you've got 5 minutes, and you can start whenever you want.
Sure. I would like to take my time to address the question in which Yuji asked, has this necessary being what their properties would be, and so I would present that as from the argument of principle of sufficient reason, and the PSR posits that everything exists must have an explanation. either in the necessity of its own nature or as an external cause, I believe. Contingent beings, those whose existence depends on external factors, require an explanation outside of themselves, leading to the need of a non-contingent and necessary being. And then we can also address cosmological evidence. The universe appears to have a beginning, as indicated by the Big Bang Theory, and this implies a transition from a state of non-being to being, which cannot occur without a causal agent. And so the primary cause must exist outside of space-time to be the initiator of such an event without itself being caused. And so from that, we can begin to render those characteristics, the first being necessity, being that it cannot not exist, that the essence of its existence is to exist, that it is both timeless and spaceless. As the cause of space and time, it would exist beyond them. It would be immaterial, being beyond the physical realm. It must be non-physical. And then to satisfy your question of capacity and intelligence would be supreme intelligence and power, because as we've looked at within our understanding of the cosmological model, we can infer a certain degree of fine-tuning to the universe, and its complexity would suggest that the cause is not only powerful but intelligent. And so my question is like, in light of even the, do you have a reductio or a counter to the modus ponens that I addressed in the beginning of my statement?
What's the modus ponens?
The modus ponens was contingent beings exist. And so if contingent beings exist, that those beings require a primary cause.
Yeah, I would want an argument for the second statement there, that all contingent beings require an explanation.
So, like, if contingent beings exist, there must be a necessary being, correct?
No, I'm saying because you're
All right, so I'm
saying
reclaiming my time.
okay.
Can you give me an example of something that exists that is not contingent upon an antecedent?
No.
So, all things are contingent, correct?
Well, if I can't give you an example that doesn't fall from that all things
I
are
would need a
contingent.
symmetry breaker for my first position to be untrue, correct?
No,
Why?
because if you claim something is true and then I fail to provide a defeater for that, it doesn't mean because I fail to provide a defeater for that your claim is true. You would have to justify that yourself.
That's the point of the modus ponens. If contingent beings exist and we cannot provide evidence to the contrary, then there must be a necessary being for those contingent things to exist.
I wouldn't
And
accept
so
that.
our assertion is that that a necessary being exists.
Well, I just wouldn't accept that. Wait, you said that the contrary is impossible?
Yeah. So
Yeah,
the
but
inverse is not true.
the question is why is the contrary impossible?
Why is the contrary impossible?
Yeah. Why is it impossible for there to be a contingent being that's not explained?
It's a good question.
Yeah. Um what about the one of the other topics that you want to talk about? Did you want to talk about like fine tuning or something?
I mean, we could talk about it from a position of fine tuning,
Okay.
or whatever. I honestly don't care. We can talk about it ontologically from the existence of moral agents.
Okay. Cross-examination up. Yuji, now you have 5 minutes to cross-examine the Hierophant. You can start anytime.
Okay. I'm honestly just fine. Just starting where we left off. So what What were you saying about some ontological existence?
Oh, so like we could talk about the axiomatic nature of necessary existence.
The
Um,
axiomatic nature of a necessary existence?
mhm. As a supporting argument for God existing objectively. Some moral agents possess inherently the capacity to recognize self-evident truths, such as logical principles and moral realities. Among these self-evident truths is the recognition of a necessary being as a grounding for all contingent existence. The very concept of contingency, things that could fail to exist, implies the necessity of a foundational being whose existence is not contingent.
Wait, hold up. Okay, so what's the first premise?
The first premise is that you exist.
Okay, I accept that premise. What's the second premise?
And so, if you exist, there's a reason why you exist.
If I exist, there's a reason why I exist?
Yeah, there has to be an explanation for your existence.
There has to be an explanation for my existence?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna accept this principle, even though I would be skeptical, but okay, so what's the third premise?
Oh, man. I wasn't planning to run Aletheas.
I'm sorry, bro.
That's okay. You exist, and therefore, there's a cause to your existence. If there's a cause to your existence, there's an ultimate cause, rendering it a primary cause and uncaused.
Okay, wait, so if I exist and there's a cause to my existence, therefore there's an ultimate cause?
Yeah, I really wasn't planning on running Aletheas at all.
It's okay, bro. Okay,
That's,
how about I could run it, or if you want to stop, we can. Otherwise, I could run an argument instead.
you can do what you want.
Okay. Okay, because I was
Your
actually
time.
planning.
You do whatever you want with your time, dude. I can't tell you what you can and can't do with your time.
How much time do I have left, Coco?
2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Okay, I really don't know what to do, honestly.
Someone could. Well, I don't know where to go from here. It's up to you guys.
Yeah, I feel bad. Okay.
Don't feel bad. Like I think you're doing fine.
Okay, thank you, bro.
Yeah.
You're doing good too. But okay, how about yeah, I'll just start running an
I
argument.
don't care about winning or losing a debate, dude.
Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna start running an argument, and then maybe I can run it in your time if that's okay.
That's fine.
Okay. So I actually prepared an argument for this debate, but I realized that I was not the affirmative, so I just thought I would critique his arguments. But I'm glad I did now. Okay, so the argument that I prepared is called the low priors argument for local atheism from Paul Draper. Okay, and essentially this argument is to show that the probability of omnitheism is, before looking at the evidence, is lower than the probability of source physicalism, which is just an atheistic hypothesis. And if you compare those two before looking at any evidence, the prior probability of omnitheism is very low. And then after looking at all the evidence, um, both of the hypotheses don't seem to like beat either out. And then so at the end of it, it just seems that omnitheism is much less probable than at least one atheistic hypothesis, and from that you can infer that omnitheism is likely false. Okay. The form of the argument, um, I just took straight off of philosophy SCP, which goes like the relevant evidence does not favor omnitheism over source physicalism. Source physicalism is many times more probable intrinsically than omnitheism. It follows from 1 and 2 that source physicalism is many times more probable than omnitheism. It follows from 3 that omnitheism is very probably false.
Okay, that's the end of your cross-examination. Hierophant, if you want, we can do one more round of cross-examination,
Sure.
or we can go straight to the conclusions.
I do have a question on that position.
Okay.
So, in the subject matter, we're asking whether God exists subjectively, and it's my understanding that it would be, at least it would infer in some degree, a singular God as being existent.
What would infer that?
Than anything else, so a singular source. So like I could reject it simply on saying, well, I don't hold to an omnitheistic position.
Oh, I'm sorry. When I say omnitheism, I'm saying that the God in the hypothesis has the omni attributes. I should have
Okay.
clarified that.
Okay. All right.
Do you want me to? Is it okay if I continue?
Yeah, you can continue. Thank you for the
Okay.
clarification.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, there's two contentious premises. The first contentious premise is that source physicalism is many times more probable intrinsically than omnitheism. Okay, and source physicalism is just the hypothesis that all entities are dependent on fundamental entities and forces that are described by physics. So it's just fundamental reality is just physical. Okay. And that hypothesis is more probable than omnitheism. Okay, and then how we get there is you compare two hypotheses, source physicalism and source idealism. Now, source idealism is basically symmetrical to source physicalism. It's just the idea that fundamental reality is just mental, and that the physical world what was caused by like some mental existence that's fundamental. Okay. And because these two hypotheses are very symmetrical, we have good reason to think that they are equally probable intrinsically prior to examining any evidence. Okay. And then because of that, now omnitheism is a subset of source idealism, which basically means that if omnitheism is true, then that entails that source idealism is true. But there are many cases in which source idealism is true and omnitheism is false. Okay, so the prior probability of omnitheism is much lower than the source idealism hypothesis, which is equal to the probability of source physicalism. Okay, so that's how you establish that omnitheism is lower intrinsically, probabilistically to source physicalism. Okay.
Okay.
Or do you have any questions?
Not yet.
Okay. Now that's the support for P2. Now support for P1, which is the relevant evidence does not favor omnitheism over source physicalism. Now this debate obviously is very short, so we wouldn't be able to examine all of the evidence, but we could just go over some and then see if the strongest theistic arguments would raise the probability of omnitheism enough. Okay. Now, before we examine any evidence, there is a fallacy that Paul Draper has coined called the fallacy of understated evidence. And it's basically if you successfully identify some general fact about a topic X that is antecedently more likely on theism than naturalism, but ignore other more specific facts about X that given F are more likely on naturalism, theism. And basically, it's to give an example, it goes something like this. you have someone that was unalived, and you have a hypothesis that some person did it. Now, you have this general fact that this person. Oh,
Conclude your sentence.
okay. You have this general fact that this person um, uh, purchased a knife or a sharp object before around the time when the unalivement happened, and that would be expected on the hypothesis that that person did it. But if there's a more specific fact, like the sharp object or knife was actually a plastic party knife, well, then that specific fact would make it so that's not expected on the hypothesis that the person that did it. And just
All right.
to wrap it up, I'll just wrap up real quick.
Okay.
Basically, the point is that a lot of the theistic arguments suffer from this fallacy, and that basically because of that, a lot of the probability of omnitheism would stay just as or be a lot lower than source physicalism. So it's omnitheism is less likely. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. So you're going to conclude our cross-examination with your 5-minute cross-examination, Yuji, and then after that we will proceed to conclusions. So you can start whenever you want.
This is a cross examination.
Yeah, you're the last cross-examination to end round 2 of cross-examinations.
Okay, Hierophant, would you be okay if we just go straight to conclusions?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, we can go straight to conclusions. Hierophant, you could go first.
Sure. In my opening statement, I gave a simple modus ponens towards contingency, followed by modus tollens, in support to the objective existence of God. I don't necessarily believe that my opponent has provided an argument that is sufficient to break the simplicity of the argument provided. So that's my conclusion.
Okay, that's fine. We can conclude it there. And Yuji, do you want to do your conclusion? 2 minutes.
Okay. I think I had a great time during this debate, and I hope everybody has a great night and you enjoy the rest of the debates. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, and we'll conclude there. I'll put a poll up. But no, this was an amazing debate. I appreciate both of you actually for taking time out of your day to come and contribute to this project that I'm working on. But yeah, no, I enjoyed the debate. Like I enjoyed both of your contributions, and it was like an interesting debate. So yeah.
Everybody, make sure you guys follow the debaters.
You did a good job, you did.
Vote.
You too, bro.
Appreciate you guys for joining.
And yeah, the
Thank you,
poll is
guys.
up. Oh, yeah, no problem at all. Both of you did amazing. I love you guys, and I love the contributions, and I enjoyed this debate just as much as I enjoyed all the other debates. I appreciate everybody for being here and contributing. All of you guys took time out of your day to contribute to this live. That was a project that me and OG Kylo released. The fact that there was like 108 people in here watching the live, the fact that we hit 101K likes, all of that we're like really grateful for, and we appreciate like everybody. The community we made here is like really awesome. Really appreciate it. We can't do this without you guys. And this is like, this is the final hurrah before TikTok gets banned from America, and it's good to see everybody that's in here commenting and showing love, gifting everybody. This is a tight-knit community, and I hope that we can all like choose an app to move to so we can keep in touch and like stay connected. But yeah, you got anything to say, OG Kylo?
Kylo versus Coco. I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, let's start a debate right now. Me versus you. I'm kidding.
What do we have next?
But other than that, we have our last debate tonight, which is going to be, if I check it's going to be Sir and Mob versus Slim and Jdwagz on Did the Resurrection Occur? It's supposed to start at 11:18, but it is 11:07 right now. So we are about 10 minutes ahead. We got 10 minutes to burn. So honestly, anyone from the crowd can come up. I already have like 3 people coming up. 2 of them are the debate contestants, and 1 of them is a team.
Yo, we're trying to get a clean sweep here tonight. The atheists have won every poll.
Wait, the atheists have won every poll?
So the pressure is on me and Mob to bring home the clean sweep for the atheists.
The headlining event, guys. Me and Sir.
Well,
we're trying to just absolutely demolish theism once and for all tonight.
Yeah, let's put this thing to rest. Let's put this nonsense to rest.
I took the suit off.
Co,
take the suit off. Get the gloves on, Hatim.
Co,
it's time
you
to go
gave
to
me
work.
3 minutes. You gave me 3 minutes to talk about a 10-hour topic. 3 minutes.
Yeah,
what?
Like I thought we
10
were
hours.
Come on, bro.
I thought we were behind on time, but we have really been on time for like every single debate. But like I don't know, we're trying to like keep up. We did spend a lot of time in
3 minutes to explain why the New
us to
Testament is reliable remnants of Jesus' ministry. 3 minutes, Co.
Look, proof. If you had 10 hours,
Come on, bro.
Is Slim and the other person's ready? Do they want to start early, or that way it like wraps up a little bit sooner, or no?
Do you guys want to start early?
Yeah, start early, bro, so we can go back to playing Marvel Rivals, bro. Come on.
If Slim and JD are ready, I mean, I'm ready. Mob, are you ready?
Yeah. Once Slim and Jdwagz are in the guest request, we'll drop everyone down.
Start early.
Hey, yo. Wait, who won the MonkeyBoy and the other guy? Who
Take a wild guess.
MonkeyBoy by himself. Yeah, that was a travesty on the other side.
Did any theist win the vote tonight, Co?
I will post either tonight or tomorrow, which I could post it tonight. The audience votes for all of the debates.
Wait, could you post the full debate?
Yeah, it is on YouTube. Right now, I am streaming it to YouTube and recording this TikTok live. So it's going to be on YouTube.
Let me give you a spoiler. The answer is no. No theist won any of the debates tonight.
Wait.
What was the highest percentage?
Venus, I think, had the highest percentage I saw.
She might have.
No, like of theists. Do you remember?
Well, actually, one of the debates wasn't necessarily theism versus atheism. Yeah. Did Hatim? Did you win the poll on that debate?
I think he won the poll, if I wasn't mistaken.
I don't know.
What was the debate topic?
But it was very close.
It was over determined.
But I think he won. Technically, I think he won the poll.
That was the most competitive one.
What was the debate topic?
Is determinism true or determinism is true? Was the debate prompt.
Oh, okay.
I actually think Kayj won that debate, though. But I mean, that's a different part of it. Just because he commanded the whole debate with everything. And I think it was difficult for you to kind of get yourself going for some of the stuff.
Listen, we're not trying to have infighting.
We're not trying to have infighting right now, Robbie. Going for it, but Kayj was clearly commanded that debate the whole time.
Who just won that? Who won?
Right now. We're trying to come together.
I couldn't hear.
I didn't see who won the Yuji debate. I just clicked on the poll and it disappeared. Did anybody see that?
Yuji won.
Yeah, I got a screenshot. And yeah, I'll be posting those tonight after this live.
Did you listen to the debate?
What?
Coco, you can check if you go to the poll. Actually, I can check on the mod.
Yeah, if you go to YouTube.
No, I didn't really listen to the debate.
Oh, okay. Yuji won. I mean,
wait, did Heirophant even have an argument?
He pretty much conceded halfway through his.
Yeah, eating silence. That's just a concession.
No, it doesn't tell me.
It's okay. We can. It is what it is. Life is.
I just want to give a shout out to Slurms and Zach. They're doing a live viewing of your thing with commentary.
Oh, okay.
Dude, I was
hella meta.
I thought I was gonna get a 5-minute section, bro. What happened to that, Co?
They've had to cut.
You said this 10 times. You said this 10 times already.
So okay, so
yeah,
so,
but come on.
You already said this, bro.
So whenever we were planning this event, We did make projections for like where we're supposed to be time-wise in order to account for the very prominent celebrity that we had tonight on the live, and also to make sure everyone's debates were on time.
Yoko, come on.
In the beginning of this whole event, we were actually late, right? So we were starting a debate at, for example, 6:35, and the debate should have started at like 6:20. But when we started cutting people's cross examinations to 3 minutes, we managed to catch up on time, and by the time we got to we were right on time. But we just decided to kind of play it careful and cut it down to 3 minutes, and we're early now. We're waiting for 11:18, and it's 11:13, and Slim and Jdwagz are supposed to start at 11:18. So.
Are they in here?
They're not here yet, but like they're not projected to be here for another like 5 minutes.
DM them.
Yeah, let's make sure we're everybody send them the link.
Yep. But everyone can like tap your screens, like the live, and
we hit 100K. We hit 100.
Yeah, and we hit 100.
Bro, we still going.
Yeah.
How long is this last one? How is the structure of this one? Is it like an open dialogue? Is it like an open dialogue
40 minutes?
A mob, like a cease, or is it different?
It's 3-minute openings. You got 5-minute cross-X in four rounds of those 5 minutes. And then you have, 2-minute closers?
2-minute closers.
Yeah, we got JD in the requests.
We got 6 plus 20 plus 4, which is 30.
Can someone drop for JD?
Yeah, let me.
I'll drop.
Contestant.
You should just drop everyone, Coco.
Do you guys?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, especially drop PRK so I don't have to hear him whine anymore.
Right.
Okay, we're about to start. We just have to get Slim up here.
Oh my god. Look at this handsome man. Supposed to focus.
Oh, okay. This is about to be the second main event. Like, this is about to be a showdown. Are you guys ready for this?
Let's make sure we share the screen, tap the screen, share the slide, tap the live.
This is
the last debate. This is the last debate.
This is the debate I was looking forward to. Like one of the many that I was looking forward to.
I mean, Sir is going to carry this for me, obviously. But it'll be fun.
This right here is about to be long-awaited Sir versus Slim, Jdwagz versus Mob, biblical scripture. Did Jesus raise from the dead? This is going to be the fieriest, most vicious debate you guys have ever seen all night. I'm kidding. But this is going to be fun. Okay, obviously, the affirmative is going to start with their openers. We're going to do both affirmatives, their openers, then both oppositions, their openers. Then the opposition will do a cross-examination. The affirmative will do one, and it will kind of alternate, and then we'll do the closers. So Jdwagz, Slim, it's whoever wants to go first, and it will be a 3-minute opener on the topic, Did Jesus Resurrect from the Dead? Oh, I think Slim needs like 5 extra minutes to get her connection set. So Jdwagz, you want to go for her? Go.
Yeah, give me 1 second here. Also, dude, this is awesome. Been watching. Congratulations on this. This is super dope.
Yeah.
You can wait for Slim to start. I mean,
oh yeah, we can just chill for a little bit. I just gotta say, okay, dude, the coolest thing ever is like, okay, like whenever I like study debates, I have my favorite like atheist debaters, like my favorite Christian debaters, and like one of the debates that I just like loved that like it's just like one of my favorite debates. It had Sye in it, and the fact that like WifiGospel like texted Sye and was like, Sye, you want to come and debate on TikTok? And he was like, sure. And like Sye's on my live debate. Oh my god, like a Christian debater on my live, like
calm down,
dude, so geeked out. Like it like I don't know. You guys probably saw me like blushing like when he was here. I was like, dude, he's actually like on my live.
I'm
like,
surprised Sye even has like internet connection or a phone to join the debate.
Dude, I was geeking. Like
I just assumed the guy was homeless by this point.
That's crazy.
I do have one question for this because I've been watching, but I haven't really heard anyone do it. I have all my references down. Do we send that to each other, or do we need to do that during the debate? Like, this is my reference for point this here. Like, I mean, it's up to Sir Mob, Slim, like you guys, but like, I'd like to know before you go in what page I need to be pulled up.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we want something referenced, we can ask. I don't see any reason why you should be forced to give a reference to everything you say unless we ask for it.
It's up to you guys.
There's time to go through references anyway.
But oh my gosh, Corey said, does my throat hurt from glazing Sye? No, okay, like I do understand that he's a presuppositionalist, but in the debate that I watched, he made like a couple good points, and I was like, oh my gosh, these points are really good. But like, I don't know, it's just like first famous debate person on my live, so like it was pretty cool. But okay, I'm ready when you guys are ready. I can stop geeking over famous people, but whenever you guys want to go, we can start with either Jdwagz or Slim.
Can y'all hear me good?
Yeah, perfect.
Cool. All right.
All right, you want to go
Wanna go
first?
first, JD, or me?
It's up to you. Whatever you want. I want to make sure your service is good. So.
Yeah. I'll go first. I don't mind.
Okay,
All
and
right.
you can start whenever.
Cool. Today we're gathered to debate a matter of profound historical and theological significance: the resurrection of Jesus Christ. I stand to affirm that there is a high likelihood of the resurrection occurred not only as a central doctrine of Christian faith, but as an event grounded in historical evidence and widely corroborated sources. First, let's consider the scriptural evidence. The New Testament, written within the generation of the events it describes, presents a consistent, compelling narrative of the resurrection. The Gospels, Matthew 28, Mark 16, Luke 24, and John 20, uniformly depicted Jesus' death, burial, and miraculous resurrection on the third day. These accounts were authored by individuals who were either eyewitnesses or closely connected to those who were. For instance, the Apostle John, who was a direct witness, testifies of his gospel in John 21 through 18 to his discovery of the empty tomb and the encounter of the risen Christ. Moreover, the Apostle Paul offers an early and well-documented testimony to the resurrection in 1 Corinthians 15, 3 and 8. Written within 20 years of the event, Paul recounts that Jesus died for our sins, was buried, and raised on the third day, and emphasizes that he appeared to Cephas, then to 12, then to more than 500 brothers at one time. This statement not only reflects the core of early Christian belief, but also provides an eyewitness testimony to the resurrection, including appearances to many individuals, some of whom were still alive when Paul wrote this letter, making it verifiable. Next, let's examine the historical context. The rapid spread of Christianity in the first century is difficult to explain without a foundational event such as the resurrection. The apostles, initially feared and hiding following Jesus' crucifixion, were transformed into bold proclaimers of the resurrection. The dramatic shift in behavior, where they risked their lives to spread the message of the risen Christ, suggests they were convinced of what they had witnessed. The martyrdom of nearly all of the apostles further suggests that they did not die for a lie, but what they genuinely believed to be the truth. Additionally, the empty tomb is a crucial piece of evidence. The earliest accounts, including those from the Gospels and from Paul, unanimously confirm that Jesus' tomb was empty on the third day. The absence of the body, which would have been easily disproven by the Roman or Jewish authorities if the resurrection were a fabrication, is a key factor in supporting the resurrection's historicity. Finally, the resurrection account stands for a sharp contrast to the typical myths and legends of ancient religions. Unlike other ancient narratives of divine figures, the resurrection of Jesus is grounded in real places, real people, in a short time frame from death to resurrection, making it credible from historical perspective. In conclusion, the resurrection of Jesus Christ is not merely a theological assertion, but a highly probable historical event corroborated by early scriptural sources, the transformation of Jesus' followers, and the rapid spread of Christianity in the first century.
Finish your
We
sentence.
have compelling, this is my last one. We have compelling evidence from both internal and external sources that point strongly toward the reality of this event, making its occurrence highly plausible.
Good, very good, excellent. So now, Jdwagz, you'll get your 3 minutes to do your opening statement for Did Jesus Resurrect from the Dead? You can start whenever.
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
All right. And I begin.
Go
For 2,000 years, Christians have insisted that Jesus rose physically from the dead on the Sunday after his crucifixion. The historicity of the resurrection is central to Christian theology because Jesus' death and resurrection are both tied to our salvation. While most religions teach that we are saved on the basis of the good things we do, Christianity teaches that we are saved on the basis of what Jesus did for us. The Bible insists that while we're still far from God, ignoring him, rejecting him, and rebelling against him, God drew near to us in Christ to bear our sin, to take our punishment and to die on the cross in our place. This is the foundation and importance of the point of the resurrection. The resurrection was God's confirmation that Jesus was who he claimed to be, and it is God's assurance to Christians that they have been forgiven. Because of its theological significance, many people assume that the resurrection is merely an article of religious faith, not an event for which there could be any historical evidence. But that is not the case. In fact, I would argue that even from a purely secular standpoint, the evidence for the resurrection of Jesus is quite strong. For instance, skeptic Jeffrey Lauder, a co-founder of Internet Infidels, writes the strong historical arguments can be made for the resurrection. Although he thinks that such arguments are insufficient, he agrees that for theists, people who believe in God's existence, the resurrection is plausible explanation. Similarly, renowned atheist turned deist philosopher Anthony Flew affirms that the evidence for the resurrection is better than for claimed miracles in any other religion. It's outstandingly different in quality and quantity. Jewish scholar Pinchas Lapid even states, I accept the resurrection of Easter Sunday not as an invention of the community of disciples, but as historical event. What historical evidence was sufficient to convince these non-Christians that the resurrection should be taken seriously in a debate format and not carelessly dismissed as some religious dogma? Although there are other lines of evidence, I'll sketch an argument for the historicity of the resurrection that rests on 4 main points: the death and burial of Jesus, the empty tomb, the belief of the apostles, and the conversion of Paul. This is going to end my opening statement. I'll try to keep it short. Jesus' death and burial, first point. The empty tomb. The belief of the apostles, the spread, being a part of that. And lastly, the conversion of Paul. And that I will conclude my time.
Okay. With that, you had 31 seconds left. So now the opposition will do their openers. Sir, Mob, either of you could go first. It depends on you guys.
Yeah, I'm going to go first. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, you're good to go. You can start at any time.
I packed a lot into 3 minutes, so I'm going to be talking. I'm going to try to talk fast, so.
Okay.
You ready?
Yep, go for it.
Okay, miracles are by definition very unlikely. The resurrection is no different. It was supposed to be a special event. God had defeated death, a feat that only God could perform. Why would we care if resurrections happened every so often? To further the point, 100 billion people have ever lived on Earth, and there have been no confirmed cases of anyone coming back to life after being dead for 3 days. After 3 days, Jesus' organs would have decomposed, making it nearly impossible for him to gain life again. Knowing this, let's assign a prior probability to a resurrection. Imagine your mom calls you on the phone and tells you that your brother won the Powerball. You would be shocked, but you would probably believe her. You for sure wouldn't think she's insane. Now imagine instead she calls you and tells you your brother who died 3 days ago showed up at her front door as a decomposing corpse, talked to her, and he's gone now. Not only would you not believe her, you'd probably think she's losing her mind. And you trust her way more than you trust a random named Paul from 2,000 years ago. Our shock value in these situations can allow us to assign a prior probability of resurrection to at least 100 times less likely than winning the lottery. This is 1 in 30 billion. I think this is insanely generous to theists. After all, even Thomas, the man who allegedly witnessed Jesus' miracles, couldn't believe he rose from the dead. There are three main facts that Christians use to argue for the resurrection. Paul, Peter, and James believe he wrote. Paul, Peter, and James had some experience of Jesus' death after he died. The tomb was found empty, and Paul, Peter, and James were martyred for their belief. I'm going to grant that the probability that these facts occur, given the resurrection happened, to be 100%. Let me just illustrate how generous this is to the theists. I am giving their hypothesis a predictive power of 100%, meaning the hypothesis perfectly explains the data. Now let's assign a probability to these three facts being true, given that the resurrection is false. Given our background knowledge of tomb robberies, tomb swappings, martyrdom in religious context, and post-death experiences in Jesus' time period, like the three appearances of Nero after he died, I don't think it's very unlikely at all that these facts naturally occur. However, I will grant these Christians so generously that this probability be assigned 0.00001 chance. Now, using these probabilities, we can run Bayes' theorem, and we get that the probability of the resurrection occurring, given these three facts, are true to be 0.000003. This is insanely unlikely. For those who aren't familiar with the math, what I'm trying to get at is that resurrections are so uncommon and so unlikely that Christians are going to need some very insanely strong evidence to make the resurrection even slightly more likely than competing natural hypotheses. Due to this fact, as David Hume once famously said, we should always accept the lesser miracle. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, with that, you had 17 seconds left. Sir,
Okay.
you can start your 3-minute opening statement anytime.
Yeah, okay. So here's an explanation I would provide that would be considered a lesser miracle and would account for all of the relevant data. First, it's important to point out that Jesus is not unique. There are many similar Jewish figures preaching the coming apocalypse who acquired followers in the first century. Here are just a few examples. We have Thetis the magician, Jesus son of Ananus, and a figure known as the Egyptian that's mentioned in Antiquities by Josephus. We also have some leaders that had followers that followed them after they died. Judas the Galilean, for example. Now, upon Jesus' death, all of his followers abandoned him and returned to Galilee. You can see this reference in Mark 14:44 through 50, 66 through 17, and 16, 1 through 8. Jesus' followers later had experiences that led them to become convinced that Jesus had risen from the dead. These experiences do not occur in Jerusalem, as later texts like Luke, John, and Acts indicate. However, they occur in Galilee. After Peter returns home, see Mark 14:28 and 16:7. We also see this idea alluded to in the Gospel of Peter 60 and 61. Now, of course, my opponents will not consider this text authoritative, neither do I. That's not the point. But unlike Luke and John, who tell us about these extraordinary appearances in Jerusalem, the author of Peter has no motivation, be it theological or polemical, to make up the disciples returning home sad, whereas Luke and John do, as they were trying to add to Mark's story and give Jesus' post-death appearances more appearances like a resuscitated corpse and less like visions. Now, what should we make of these experiences? Well, the author of Mark doesn't describe them at all. In fact, all the gospel writers that we have didn't know Jesus or any of his followers. In fact, we don't know who wrote any of the gospels, and they are not authored by eyewitnesses. Fortunately, though, we do have an eyewitness to the resurrection, and his name is Paul. And Paul does give us some clues about the resurrection occurrence. He describes what his visions are as internal. See Galatians 1:16 and 2 Corinthians 12:2. This gives us context that Paul's talking about some hallucination, vision, dream, or general experience that convinces him Jesus isn't dead and he can communicate with him. But nowhere does he indicate that he's interacting with a resuscitated corpse. In fact, he seems to indicate the opposite. He also puts himself in line with the other witnesses in 1 Corinthians 15:3-8, so there's no reason to think that their experiences are any different. To the average person, a lot of these Christians would have been indistinguishable from other Jewish groups in the first century. And after tension arising from the Jewish wars in the 60s, a lot of these Jewish groups are persecuted. And one particular group was used as a scapegoat to blame the Great Fire from Nero. This group included Paul and Peter, who were ultimately killed for this, leading to later legendary accounts of their martyrdom. And we also see this in some Gnostic writings that later became part of the church's tradition. As these legends grew, things like the Institute, martyrdom, and appearances in Jerusalem all become part of the legend. Now, you can take or leave my explanation for the facts, but you could not say it is less likely than a man literally rising from the dead.
And you conclude there?
Yeah.
Okay. You had 10 seconds on the clock. So those will be our opening statements. And with that, I'm going to let the affirmative do their cross-examination first. Affirmative, you have 5 minutes to cross-examine your opponents, and you can start that at any time. It's going to be a tag team between Jdwagz and Slim. So both of you work together to cross-examine.
Wait, do they cross first or us? I thought we were first. Are they first?
Well, since you did your opening statement, I was thinking I could alternate. I mean, technically you could.
I don't care either way. I just thought that's fine though.
Okay. I just prefer to alternate, so I'll let them go first for their cross-examination. And you guys can start your 5 minutes at any time.
So it's us cross-examining their openers?
Yeah, you guys would take the lead and you can ask questions, or you could just talk the entire time. It's up to you. And you can start anytime.
Yeah, let me make sure Slim's got the service good.
And you're good to go.
Okay. So first of all, going to mob, right? Talking about probability. Is there any baseline of where the probability and what the structure is for finding the probability of what a resurrection is? I.e., there's a woman in the 70s who fell 33,000 feet out of an airplane. The probability is almost hard to find unless you have a structure base for it, because obviously people aren't jumping out of planes at 33,000 feet without great consequence and surviving. So I'm just trying to find a basis for where you find the probability to be able to say that the probability for Jesus resurrecting is such and such.
Well, okay, we can look at a couple things. For one, we can look at the fact that there hasn't been a confirmed account of someone coming back to a life after 3 days, and there have been billions and billions and billions and billions of people that have died. Okay, so that's one way to look at it. Also, I think you agree as a Christian that the resurrection is supposed to be God's amazing miracle. You wouldn't want to say that the probability of a resurrection is equivalent to winning the lottery, right? There's kind of no need for God then.
Right.
Would you want to say that?
I agree. Yes, it is. To quickly
Right,
jump
exactly.
to it, it is supernatural and a miracle. Yes.
So I think by saying it's 100 times less likely than winning the lottery, I'm essentially saying, given a quadrillion accounts of each, for every one lottery win you'd have, or sorry, for every 100 lottery wins, you'd have one person rising from the dead after 3 days. I think that's like very, very generous to the theist, because I think it's like way more unlikely actually. And I think you would agree, because you think it's God's like amazing miracle. Only he can defeat death, right?
Right. So
Okay.
in judging that it's 3 days post-mortem, that because we've had billions of examples, no one coming back from something like that is essentially what the building block is to judge what the probability is, essentially.
That's one example.
Okay.
Another one is, I think you would agree that you don't want it to be equivalent to winning the lottery, because then there's kind of no need for God at that point.
Right.
But also just the fact that the organs would have decomposed. It's almost nomologically, like biologically impossible to have a functioning body after that, right?
But the understanding, right, is that it was a miracle. So the problem with the probability that I see is that we are looking at something that we are understanding that is from the scripture, which has not just the resurrection, which is possibly the most amazing miracle, but that we are looking at events that we would call are not in our natural laws. Then we're omitting to that it is a supernatural book or things in it that are supernatural that just because we don't see, right? Just like we didn't see the lady fall from the plane, just like we may not have personal experiences with someone being cured of cancer for reasons other than going through chemo or other things, that doctors will then say that there was a miracle healing. But we don't have a way to explain these things. So you wouldn't discount that miracles do happen, correct?
I wouldn't discount them. I would just say they're very, 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 very unlikely.
Okay. But in the context of the resurrection, because we see other types of miracles happen, there is a possibility that someone, after 3 days of not breathing.
Sure, but I'm not giving a prior to miracles, right? But I'm just giving a prior to resurrecting. Like, you can have a bunch of miracles of like Jesus walking on water and stuff. That's different than what I'm trying to, and I'm just trying to find a prior probability. It's like a starting point before you start considering the evidence
So
right?
how do you try to look for prior events when we only recognize as Jesus being the one true Messiah, who is the Son of God, to have that deity in order to be risen from the dead? How are you going to find anything else in historical accounts that equate to what he has done?
Okay, but usually the resurrection is used as an argument to display Jesus's deifying nature,
His
his
deifying
godly
nature
nature.
was already deified prior to that. When he was human, he was showing examples of how his deity, his essence was already there. So I'm asking you, how is that the only thing that you can account for when it was
I understand.
significantly explained through scriptures?
But look, if you're going to use the idea that Jesus was like a deity or something like that to raise the prior probability of a resurrection, you're throwing out the resurrection as an argument for Jesus's godly nature and being God.
That is
Usually,
not true.
yeah, because then it would
Because
just
we
become
understand, no, because we understand that Jesus was fully man and fully God while he was human. So that's why I'm asking that question.
Finish your
I
last
got you.
statement.
It doesn't only rely on the fact that he was resurrected, that he's God. There was more evidence when he was human that he was fully endowed with the Holy Spirit in order to show that he is the Son of God and he is God.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll stop right there. Now it's going to be the opposition doing the cross-examination of the affirmation. So, Mob and Sir, you guys will take the lead, ask questions, or you could talk the entire time to
Yeah.
Jdwagz and Slim. So you can start anytime.
Yeah, so you guys referenced the empty tomb. By chance, do you know the first author that mentions the empty tomb?
Are we talking scripture?
Matthew and John.
No, it's Mark. Mark, and in the Mark 16:8, the woman run away afraid, okay? And don't tell anybody. So where is Mark getting this information?
So I'm sorry. Are we diving into the context of the scripture and how the stories differ from different people's
Yeah,
point
we're
of view?
asking. I'm looking for an answer to my question. In
Right,
Mark's
right.
gospel, the women discover the empty tomb, and upon discovering the tomb, they don't tell anybody. They run away afraid. So where is Mark getting the information?
You using your argument to say that Mark was priority because you said that he has written it first. Are you using a Mark in priority to make that argument?
Yeah, you deny Mark in priority?
No, I'm not marking priority. You know that. I'm not.
Oh, well, I didn't know you were going to defend that in this debate. You're going to argue against Mark in priority?
Well, you want me to argue against a position that I don't hold.
Okay, so
So
you think when Mark was composed, he was aware of Matthew's gospel?
Mark and Matthew was written around the same time.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. In Mark
Mhm.
3:21, why does it say Jesus' family thought he was crazy if Mark had access to a virgin birth story listed in Matthew?
Relevancy.
Mark 3:21.
Repeat the scripture.
It said, well, the scripture goes something like, his family went out to seize him because they were saying he was crazy. So why would
What does that have to?
why would his family think he was crazy doing miracles if his mother literally gave birth to him as virgin?
That's an answer for them. The only thing I can do is own personal subjective evidence, which would, answer, which would be understood, even though that it is a virgin birth that played a role. That
Okay.
does not necessarily mean that it would equate that the family understood the miracles and everything else. So,
Okay, and if Matthew was written first, why
mhm.
is it in Luke's gospel we see he follows the same narrative structure as Mark, but when Luke and Matthew have a shared source that's not in Mark, it's not in the same structure. For example, the Sermon on the Mount. The Sermon on the Mount, the quotes there are used in a different place within Matthew than they are within Luke. How come when Luke is composing his gospel, he happens to follow the order of Mark but not Matthew? How do you explain
There's
this
not a
if Matthew is written first?
there's not a there's not an interdependency in between the scriptures as you quote. So parallels of speaking, Mark was writing in the oral traditional sense, while Luke and Matthew was writing in historical context. So even if one is dependent, it doesn't equate to the copying of each one, from what
Oh,
I've
so when
seen.
we have sections, large sections copied word for word. You don't think that shows a dependency on each other?
So if I
That's not
could,
problematic.
if I could insert, you're speaking on the book of Mark. what verse are you like? I understand that some of the language is different on what they did, whether it was two angels, whether they found the tomb, whether it was two people, whether Jesus was thought to be a gardener until he said the name. I understand that, but specifically talking about Jesus being resurrected, where in Mark do you find that the women never told the disciples?
Yeah, I said it like 3 times now. Mark 16:8.
Right, and but Mark 16:8 puts a emphasis on them never telling the disciples, or how they perceived the empty tomb.
Says they never told anybody. That's where the gospel ends. Verses 9 through 20 were added later. We know this because it's not in the 2 earliest manuscripts that we have of that section of Mark.
Right.
That would be the 2 codexes, Codex Sinaiticus and
Yes.
Codex Vaticanus. But it is in some of the later manuscripts, and we also have an alternative ending in some of the manuscripts.
So you're saying the credibility of
this is my cross exam. So let me just control the narrative here. So in the later manuscripts, we see an evidence of them changing the ending, and there's a different ending. So for the theory to be correct that 9 through 20 was original to Mark, you would have to be arguing that some Christian scribe removed 9 through 20, added a shorter ending, and a separate Christian scribe re-added it, and some Christian scribes decided to leave both endings off. That seems highly less likely than just later scribes adding to verse 8 to include a post-resurrection appearance. So again, I ask you...
Okay, you can stop. You can finish your last statement.
Well, can I just have the question answered real quick? Why in chapter 16, verse 8, does Mark tell us that nobody told him about the tomb? Where is he getting the information?
If you want, we can carry that question to the next cross-exam.
Okay, the next
We have 2 cross
cross-exam
exams?
yeah, it's going to be 2 rounds, so you guys are going to go again and cross-examine them. Slim and Jdwagz, you guys are going to be controlling the narrative for your final cross-exam. You can start anytime.
Okay. Sir, do you hold that Paul had a different manifestation and it was internal, correct, and not external?
Yeah, I think the earliest Christians, when what he's reporting there in the Corinthians creed, that's 1 Corinthians 15, 3-8, are sort of visions, dreams. I don't see any reason to think it's anything different. Because that's
Okay,
how
so
Paul
do
describes
you...
his experience.
Okay, cool. So you believe that visions only equate to daydreaming, correct?
No.
And what do they hold to?
No, I'm just saying that visions, dreams, that's compatible with what Paul's describing. What doesn't seem
Compatible,
Yeah,
not identical are 2 different things. So I'm asking
I didn't
you,
say it was
what do you
identical.
feel that Paul has?
I said compatible. So what he doesn't
Okay.
seem to be describing is the manifestation of a resuscitated corpse in which someone could reach out and touch Jesus. He seems to be describing some kind of vision, dream, hallucination, something like that.
Okay, what is a vision?
What do you mean? It'd be some kind
According
of
the Greek word vision, what is that?
yeah,
What does
some
that
kind
mean?
of like internal thing you see.
No. Vision, Greek is opastasia, but can indicate as someone literally seeing something to be of in vision wise, as in tangibly see, not as in daydreaming. And if it was possible that they had a vision, then how is it possible that 2 other men that was on the road to Damascus with Paul also seen the same thing, but yet could not understand the audible sense of what Paul was hearing?
Oh, can you show me where Paul says that himself?
It was recorded in Acts, which is
Okay.
Luke.
Yeah, and Paul didn't write Acts, right?
Paul did not write Acts. And
Okay,
Paul's own epistles, he made it clear that he saw Jesus. He
so
did not see an aspiration. He did not see hallucination. He said, I saw
yeah,
Jesus, as according to put up the
that's not what he
scriptures.
said.
So that is definitely what he said. He said,
Paul
I
says
saw Jesus.
no. Paul says he appeared to me, right?
Am I an
And
apostle?
Paul
Am I not
describes it
free? Have
as
I
an
not seen
internal.
Jesus Christ our Lord? Are you not my work in the Lord? Last of all, he appeared to me also as so one
Yep,
untimely born. But when
yep,
God, who set me apart from my mother's womb, called me by his grace, who was pleased to
absolutely,
reveal
yeah,
his son in me so that I might preach to him among the
right,
Gentiles.
yep. And in me,
Mhm.
What
it's
about that
internal
is
revelation.
compatible?
It's not an internal revelation
That's what
if
he
he
says.
makes
He
it
says
known
it
in
was
his own
revealed inside
epistles.
him. He says it was revealed inside him, and he also says in 2 Corinthians when he describes the event where this Jesus took him to heaven that he doesn't know if this is inside or outside of his body. None of the language he uses indicates that it was a resuscitated corpse he was looking at.
Resuscitated corpse. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So next question. Are you not going to affirm that in 1 Corinthians 9:1 that Paul said it out of his own mouth, I have not seen Jesus Christ our Lord? What does seen mean in the Greek?
Yeah, he's talking about the appearances that he references in 1 Corinthians 15, 3-8. There's no reason to think he's talking about the manifestation of a resuscitated corpse there.
There is no such thing as a manifestation of resuscitated corpse. On
Also,
the
in Luke,
time,
it says, I'm blood and bones. What do you think he's referring to there? He's referring to being a resuscitated corpse. These appearances in Jerusalem that we see in the later text, those are talking about a resuscitated corpse. That's not what Paul's talking about. Or at least there's no reason to think that.
so are we going to negate the fact that the same way that the disciples saw Jesus on Mount Transfiguration as a gleaming light and a Shekinah glory, that Paul did not see the same thing as recorded in Matthew 17:1-8, Mark 9:2-8, Luke 9:28-36, where they affirmed that Jesus was of a shining light while he was on the mountain. The same way that Paul refers to Jesus on the road to Damascus as a shining light. Yes or
That's
no?
not what. No, that's not Paul saying that. That's
He
Luke.
clearly said it.
That's the author of Acts and Luke.
Was
That's not
Paul
Paul.
was Luke not under Paul,
The author of Luke Acts didn't know Paul or any of the disciples. No,
according to who?
according to the majority, the overwhelming majority of biblical scholars, and according to
I don't
me.
go according to biblical scholars, so I'm gonna throw that
Okay,
out the
so
way.
when do you think Luke was written? Luke Acts.
Relevancy. This is not your cross exam.
Well, because Luke Acts was written in the second century.
Relevancy because this is not your cross exam.
Okay.
As I stated, this is my critique on your whatever you try to say. So as I asked you, was Luke not under Paul? Yes or no?
No. The author of
Okay.
Luke Acts is not under Paul.
Oh my gosh. All right then. Next question. How much time I
Okay.
have left, Coco?
It just ended right now, so
God
now
dog.
would be the opposition's final cross-examination. You guys can start anytime. Sir and Mob, you control the narrative.
Okay. I just wanted to ask a question. So, using the probabilities I laid out in the beginning, if you just like do a bit of math stuff, you rearrange the variables in the Bayes theorem and use the total law of total probability, we get that in order for the resurrection to be more likely than not, that is, to have a probability above 50%, given some set of facts, okay, whatever set of facts, the probability of those set of facts being true, given no resurrection, must be less than 0.00000000003. So that's a very small number. So what set of facts do you guys have that you think, given no resurrection, would have that low of a probability? That's my question.
I'm not following what you're asking.
Okay, so
Repeat the question.
there needs to be some set of facts, right? Using the probabilities I used in my opening, which I think are very generous. There has to be some set of facts that if the resurrection didn't happen, the probability of those facts being true, like imagine the resurrection didn't happen, the probability of Paul having some experience he believed was the risen Jesus is really low. And there being an empty tomb is really low. Like those facts, right? You have to have some set of facts such that if the resurrection didn't happen, the probability of those facts occurring is less than 0.000000003. That's very unlikely. What set of facts do you think that if the resurrection didn't happen would be insanely unlikely to occur?
Again, for probability, figuring out the resurrection, which is, like I said, possibly the greatest miracle in the biblical text, I would say it is, and I believe that's for a reason. Calculating the probability as the resurrection being the reason for why Christianity is the way it is, the story of Jesus, and God proving himself, proving what Jesus was saying is truth, it being the most improbable thing that you can come up with, follows the storyline from beginning of Genesis all the way through until the crucifixion, resurrection. So why is the low probability a good enough reason to discount or discredit what had happened at the time when there were believers and non-believers writing about what had been seen?
Okay, hold on. So we talked about the prior probability of the resurrection. I think we agreed on that, right?
That it's extremely low that he rose after 3 days?
100 times less likely than winning the Powerball. That's
Okay,
probably
I understand that, yes.
okay. Now, the probability of those facts, given that the resurrection did happen, is 100%. So if the resurrection happened, those facts have a probability of 100%. So that means the resurrection hypothesis predicts the facts perfectly. I think that's fair, right?
I'm following you.
Okay. Now, to get the probability of the resurrection being above 50%, we need some set of facts that, if the resurrection didn't happen, would be 3 times 10 to the power of negative 11. Very, very unlikely, right? What set of facts? You said something about the Old Testament stuff. You can include whatever facts you want. The empty tomb, the fact that they were martyred, any facts you want. What would they be?
And so your comparison of the probability, we're talking about one significant individual who is Jesus Christ. How are you going to rate his stakes, who is of deity, in that conclusion? Because he is outside of that conclusion. So I'm trying to understand, how is that possible? How do you come to that?
Look, I feel like we already talked about this, though. The deifying nature of Jesus Christ is usually argued via the resurrection. You can't do the opposite.
But I'm with you cross-examining.
I'm asking for clarifying questions.
The resurrection is if the resurrection is the whole point of Jesus's life and story, saying that I will be resurrected 3 days later, if that is the proving of who he is and what God is capable of, why is the probability a factor in believing that it didn't happen?
Okay, so the fact you want to include is that he's God's son, right? Yes?
Yeah, I don't want to, yes, he's the Son of God, yes.
So 2 questions. The first one is, you do realize you're giving up the resurrection as an argument for God if you do that?
Ask the questions and they can answer it, and then we'll call it an end.
Okay, well, I guess I'll just end on that question. You can answer.
State the question again, sorry.
If you try to use the fact that Jesus is God's son to raise the probability of the resurrection, you're throwing out the resurrection as an argument for God, because you're already presupposing God, right? So is that a move you want to do?
I'm saying if the context of someone who is looking at the scripture is that God is showing he is who he says he is, and Jesus is fulfilling the words that he spoke, how does the probability of the event change what could have happened during the event, such as the resurrection? Why does that cause the ability to discredit what happened? It's not looking at if this probably happened, right? With the historical accounts that are in the scripture and the historical evidence outside of people who were Christians, why is it probability that you're leaning on to discredit the event that was supposed to be improbable?
Coco, is it done?
Yeah, we would be moving on to closing statements, but I did put a poll out there to see, some of the audience members wanted you guys to do a third round of closing arguments.
Please.
Of cross?
Me and Sir will have our later events. Me and Sir, because I got to get him one-on-one. So.
Oh, I wanted to hear more of Slim and Sir. Oh, well.
Do you guys want to go to conclusions or one more cross-examination?
Yeah, I don't care either way. I still have a lot of questions, but if they don't have time.
Yeah, if they don't have time.
I don't.
I'm
I got to get to work in the next 20 minutes.
Well, can we get the running emojis in the chat? I'm just kidding.
Oh, coming for your next. I'm telling you, you'll get a call later. I got you. Don't worry about it.
Okay, we're going to go on to the conclusions. We'll start with the affirmatives. Slim, you can do your conclusion first. And you can start whenever.
Me first? I didn't really come up with a formal conclusion for this debate. Obviously, we did not have enough time, and I'm appreciative for being able to at least answer the questions that I could and others that I could not. Then later we have however, when we're talking about the probability of Jesus' resurrection, we have to make sure that we include that his story is not of among others. He has a very significant underlining of story, which includes also Paul's conversion, who people would like to say that it is under delusion hypothesis, which would be very problematic considering the fact that Paul was not a clinical study test, neither does his visions, as it was like to be called, when in the Greek word vision was highly regarded as something tangibly being seen, therefore spoken of, not of an hallucination. Also, when it comes to the disciples and understanding that neither one of them knew Paul, but Paul had a similar experience right along with them, and they were able to share it, I think is very verifiable. Yeah, that's kind of like all I have to say. There'll be a part 2 with me and Sir, so we'll see what happens.
Okay, I'll pause it there. Jdwagz, you want to do your conclusion?
Yeah, sure.
And you can start now.
So I just wanted to conclude, before I start the conclusion, just one last point of what we were saying, what I was leading into with the scripture that we were talking about, being differences in the story of what was perceived. Again, there's nowhere in the scripture, for example, if the women did not go and tell the disciples, like it's like in Mark, it doesn't specifically say in any of the stories a difference that causes any reason for you to not see that a resurrection was possible, even if that probability is down to 0.00, however many zeros you want to put. If there is a possibility of it happening, there is credibility along with the story. Just like, again, as Josephus wrote, the Jewish law at the time would have kept women, because of their sex, from being able to say certain things in accordance with certain events, that being the crucifixion of Jesus, and then spewing out a lie which already would not have been believable because of the time period, because it was women speaking. Again, if there is the possibility that Jesus was who he said he was, if there's a possibility that he was crucified, which is pretty unanimous among historians, if there's a possibility that anything within the scripture took place involving Jesus, then there is no reason to discredit the possibility that he was resurrected. There's no reason to completely throw away Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, because there's a difference in how they perceived the events, which also showing difference in the perceived event is not taking away or discrediting what from Paul wrote, who was not there in person like they were. In my last part of the closing statement, reading the scripture.
Finish your sentence.
Reading the scripture, following what the story has written, not throwing away any of the information that is given, written by Paul, what the church fathers say of who wrote it at what time period. The spread of Christianity does not throw away the possibility of the resurrected Jesus Christ.
Okay, and there's that. Mob, do you want to go next?
Well, wait. I think, Mob, do you want me to go first? I don't know.
It's up. If you want to go first, you can go first.
You can. It's up to you.
You can go.
Okay. Coco, just let me know when I need to start.
Lynn, what are you laughing at?
Okay.
The comments.
And you can start, sir.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, in closing, I just want to say that, I think my position has been made clear. I think there was these early followers that had some experience that led them to believe this guy was resurrected. But those experiences seem to be illusionary or internal in nature in the earliest texts. That would be within Paul's letters and within Mark. The appearances appear to take place in Galilee when we read Mark. Mark tells us that Jesus is going to meet Peter in Galilee. And like I said, this is also confirmed by the Gospel of Peter, where the disciples returned to Galilee sad. And it would make no sense if these extraordinary appearances in Jerusalem took place that are described in the later text. why that would be absent in Mark, and why the disciples would be sad in other stories when they're in Galilee. This only makes sense if there was an evolution of the tradition into a resuscitated corpse, and there's clear reasons why that would be the case. There's also evidence, strong evidence, against all four Gospels as being authored by people that knew the disciples or knew Jesus. We didn't really get a chance to dive into that. That's a whole discussion. But that being to say, I don't think they provided reason to accepting those things. And also don't think they addressed Mob's critique about the low priors sufficiently. So I think this is like pretty much case closed on the resurrection here.
And are you ending your conclusion there?
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool. And Mob, you're next.
All right, so that's it. Christianity is defeated. No, I'm joking. No, I just want to thank my debate opponents. I have respect for them. And thank you, sir, for teaming up with me, and Coco for hosting. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff we didn't get to go to that I wanted to. Like, I think, like, even if the tomb is empty, I think there are some theories that are interesting, like a tomb robbery, for example. Sometimes robbers would steal the bodies because they thought the linen clothes were expensive. And we see in the Gospel of Matthew 27 that guards at the tomb were not placed until the next day. So there was an entire day in which robbers could have went in the tomb. There's a lot of things we could have went over. But to emphasize my point, miracles such as the resurrection, have such insanely low likelihoods of happening, right? Such that the facts you need to raise the probability of that above 50% is unbelievable, that I just don't think we have them. And with that, I will end my opening statement. And thanks everyone for coming out.
Well, guys, that concludes the entire day of debates. We did 9 debates today, so round of applause for everybody. Just like straight up round of applause for everybody. I am tired AF, but I appreciate everybody that showed up. I genuinely appreciate everybody that debated, showed up, all the people that attended. There was a consistent 90 people in here, which that's pretty awesome. A lot of likes. We hit 105K likes. If anyone has anything to say, people can come up and make any final comments. But no, that was a really good debate from both sides.
Yeah, I wanna say I appreciate all the guests that joined up, especially this last debate to conclude the stream. This was pretty informative, I think, overall, in all aspects. We got to hear from the theists, the non-theists, and everybody was able to introduce their thoughts in a formal way. So I want to say thank you to all the viewers also that sent the gifts to the debaters, to the host, Coco, to everybody in the general. I just wanted to thank you guys for making this event successful and good.
Yeah.
Are we doing a post-debate party now, or what's the plan, Coco? Are you staying there for a little bit?
Yeah, I could stay up for a little bit and do a post-debate party and hang out.
Or how about we give Coco a break and Mob, you go live?
Yeah, somebody could go live. And
well, if that's what Coco wants to do, but I think Coco likes being live.
Oh, that's fine. Sorry, Coco.
Hey, I got a question. If TikTok goes down, right, and then 3 days later it comes back, will you guys then be Christians?
What?
I personally will, actually.
I'll tell you what will make me a Christian. It would make me a Christian if I got disconnected by God right now.
Oh, it's crazy.
We just had to let him get the win at the end, guys. We just had to let him.
I did.
Oh my gosh!
I honestly, Sticks, I did plagiarize that. If you can't tell, I plagiarized actually my whole debate. So,
Wait, Jdwagz and Sling, what are you guys' background for your knowledge on Christianity? Do you just self-study?
Yeah, mostly self-study. I started out with just being a regular church girl and got on TikTok, and I started hearing the craziest of things from Sir and Mob and Coco, and it kind of pushed me to just go at them every chance that I get. So yeah, that's kind of how it started. I'm joking, but yeah, kind of how it starts.
I went to Liberty University. I studied history, so not really like theology too much. But Liberty University is a Christian college, so.
So do you also self-study, or
Wait, is this a
Yeah.
your
Q&A?
knowledge?
Yeah, no, it's. I mean, anything scripturally, or I mean, historically, obviously, I studied in school, but theology-wise, it's all just self-study.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
But yeah, cool.
All right, SJ,
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like this one was kind of rushed, Coco. I feel like we should have had more time, or I told you to do it at a later time where I was more free. But yeah, that
That's the
sucks.
thing about these debates. When I was
Uh-oh.
doing my debate, I literally, again, I'm not going to complain. This is the last time. This is the
Uh-oh.
last time. I got 3 minutes.
Somebody get the violin out.
So the prompt was.
Oh my fucking God!
Was.
You're still crying about that?
Dude,
No,
I got
cares.
3 minutes to talk about the historical ministry of Jesus.
Thank you.
Somebody get the
No,
violin.
not Brooke, dude.
Wait, Slim, you have work, right?
Yeah, I'm finna get ready to get. I was just finna put it in the comments. I gotta head out.
Oh, okay,
Slim,
okay.
you be safe over there,
Can you
Slim.
add me so that we can talk sometime?
Yeah, for sure. I got you. I got you.
Yeah,
But
that'd be
yeah, I
great.
will. I got y'all.
Maybe we can do
I'll-
something tomorrow before,
Oh,
this whole TikTok thing ends.
Friendships are being made on
sure.
Coco's Live.
I'm so curious if you
Right.
guys have arguments for God's existence.
Thank you, Slim, for that.
Yes, but I will do that at a later time. But I gotta go, you guys. I miss you guys, and I'll see y'all soon. I'll be back on TikTok if it's still here when I get back. So I'll be back soon.
Great. Slim, you got the watch, okay?
For sure, bro. Take care. God bless.
God bless. Hallelujah. Amen.
So where are we going for the after party? Are we going to?
Well, I'm thinking about becoming a Christian just to get the gifts. Look at this. This is ridiculous. There were dolphins and lions and trains and all kinds of things flying across the screen during that.
You should do more. If TikTok doesn't end, you should do more formal debates. Those go crazy. Like a lot of the Christian and Muslim debates, they like make $1,000 each debate. It's kind of crazy.
We're gonna do them anyway.
Do I lose all of these like tokens? I don't even know how the tokens work. Do I just send them back?
No, but you need to get them immediately. Put your PayPal in tonight.
Go to the gift icon.
Yeah. Don't do that. Don't listen to any of what he's saying. But you need to immediately put your PayPal in so that you can get them next Wednesday. But yeah.
But it's not that much. So that's only like $30 or $40, right?
Hey, money is money. Are you trying
That's a
to? Are
lot
you
of
saying
money.
if there was $20 on the ground, you wouldn't pick it up?
Well, it depends on how tired I was.
It depends if
That's
Jesus
crazy.
put it there.
Okay.
Depends on what the Lord told me at that moment, but
That's insane. All right.
perhaps probability's low, but still happens.
That's a good one. That's a good joke.
How many zeros were there, Mob? 13 or something?
Yeah,
zeros.
Mob, can we go over that? What you were saying about the probability, please?
Yeah, what do you want to know?
No, keep it secret, Mob. No one needs to know.
Oh, okay. That's...
Look, there are people like Swinburne who offer Bayesian arguments for the resurrection, and they come out with very high probability. So it's up for debate, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, Dan on this app, right? He thinks that it's more likely under Bayesian.
Yeah, exactly.
My question to JD, why do you think the Bible is any telling of anything literal at all? Like, why not just a collection of stories of like exaggerations?
No, so like outside of the debate format, I like when I'm at church, I to a non-believer, I absolutely will say like this book here is full of supernatural. If you're not opening your heart as the scripture tells you to, you're not going to come to a conclusion that you're comfortable with. So outside of a debate, like it's.
But that's not my question. Because what you just said is if you don't believe it, then you won't believe it. I know that. That's just tautological. My question is why would you think that the Bible is anything more than exaggerations?
My personal experience with it has. I've studied like historically. I see what the early church fathers say. I see what Tacitus says. I see the Josephus' writings. I see, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, Paul. I read the book, and then I have my own personal experience, and then the book becomes completely different to me.
Wags, I'm curious. Do you consider Matthew, Mark, and Luke 3 separate sources?
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course they are.
I do think it is that some stories were because some were written sooner than others, that some were taken from like as sources. But I think there are three different tellings, so three different sources.
Okay, because like, how do you deal with the fact that like 95% of Mark is found in Matthew, and there's like
Yeah.
That's an exaggeration. It's not necessarily 95%.
it is.
It's the majority of it, and probably the overwhelming majority. But I don't know where you're getting this 95% figure from. But that's irrelevant.
Google told me.
We can move on.
I think like when I look at Luke, and how I'm taking the Bible as like, I don't know that Luke was that like a real person, that he was a real physician. I don't know that Matthew was an actual tax collector. I don't know that. So I'm taking what it's saying about these people as being that's who they were. So when I read Matthew and Matthew is like well organized, as if it's someone who was at that time period used to creating an organized structure because he was a tax collector, or I look at the book of Luke and I see that the verbiage for injury and bodily composition is as if someone from that time period knew about it, then it like starts to connect for me. Okay, Luke must have written this as he was a physician, and Matthew must have written this as he was a tax collector.
I've heard that before. I don't know a lot about this stuff, but like, how much do you think a tax collector, how much would they really need to know about writing? Maybe some names and numbers. Like I wouldn't expect a tax collector to be able to write.
There's also a bit of a misrepresentation about what tax collectors did in the first century. They weren't like bankers. They were more like bookies and strong arms that would go and collect money in debts that weren't paid.
That was it. Yeah, they would literally just hold money. They were basically like bankers, like personal.
No, I mean, I wouldn't even say it would be more like a hired thug that would go collect money for people. That's what tax collectors did in the first century. There's no reason to think they would be able to write.
Well, they'd have to track down
like the gospel.
Wouldn't have to keep track.
Like bankers, they'd like hold the money and then go somewhere else. Bigger.
So wait, but Mob, what's your point? What's your point with that information you just brought up with Matthew and the tax collector, like him being a tax collector? Like, what's your point?
He was saying when he reads Matthew, it looks very structured and organized. I think that's something you'd expect more from a scribe than a tax collector, because tax collectors, as far as I know, it's not expected they would know how to write like that. Maybe they'd keep.
No, I would agree with you.
What's also
that's fine, and so even if that's the case, right? Like even if I would agree with you on that. For me, it seems reasonable that it's some highly intelligent person writing the gospel, of course. So you could take it one of two. You could take it one of two different ways. You could say that God is writing through this person, or this person is a scribe of someone.
That wasn't the question on the table, Brooke. The question on the table is whether or not Matthew the tax collector wrote Matthew.
Yeah, the literary skill showed by the writers.
I'm literally getting to the point.
Yeah, but the literary skills demonstrated by the gospel
hold up. Sir, I'm
incredibly
hold on.
Hey guys, I don't want to interrupt. I'm just letting you guys know I'm about to head out. Want to say appreciate you guys.
Have a good be safe.
Yep, take care, guys.
Yeah. So, sir,
Mom, don't forget about me. I want to ask.
I was literally getting to what you were saying. So what I'm saying is that
I gotta put my 4-year-old to bed. So I love you guys. Thank you so much.
Yo, see you guys.
All right, JD.
Oh my
God. As a kid, you look 22.
How is your 4-year-old still up?
Yeah, I know.
Wait, but I want to say, if I can say a couple things about Matthew being the author real quick before SJ and Mob talk about
Also, Zach is throwing an after party, so could someone host the live? I'm gonna go over
Mob.
Why do I gotta host?
Because nobody knows me, and I'd host, but like, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if it's even relevant now that he's gone, but there's a few things wrong with saying like Matthew's the author of Matthew. First of all,
somebody
does the guy indicate he's an eyewitness? Nowhere. And it would be uncommon in a work like this for him not to indicate anywhere that he's the author if he's an eyewitness.
I gotta get out. Echo.
There's also the identification of Matthew in the beginning of the text. That's borrowed directly from Mark. And Mark actually has a different name for that person. It's Levi. And Luke has the same name, Levi. So when Matthew's first introduced in the story of the Gospel of Matthew, It's not even the story he's talking about. Isn't even a guy named Matthew. It's a guy named Levi.
Okay,
So
Well, Levi was his
how is this
middle name.
relevant to whatever?
Hey, before you start debating Prook, can I just say, as a audience member, that Mob and Sir, you fucking ate. Like, it was incredible. And Prook, Mob, I owe you an apology for making all the Bays jokes, because that was I love you. I'm in love with you.
Thank you.
You're perfect. Sir, I love you. This made the whole night worth it.
Are you and Zach drinking?
No.
Okay.
Wow, that means that was from the heart. Thank you.
You left no crumbs, and then you proceeded to eat the plate, and then you ate the fucking table.
That's crazy.
I love you.
Esther did have questions.
I love you too.
To
Yeah,
Mob
okay, bye.
about the base stuff. So
Yeah, I think you guys...
Yeah. It was just simple. It was based upon like your argument kind of sounded like Hume's argument. If you've heard of it.
It was based off him. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's why. Sounds good.
Also, right here, right now is hosting. We can go to his live.
Oh, does Coco need to leave?
Will he let me up?
Oh, if Coco needs to leave.
I'm a mod there, so I'll let you up.
I'm going to right here, right now, actually.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
wait, why don't you just continue hosting then? What do you?
No, because it's like different being on a panel and then having somebody else host.
That's true. That's true.
That's why I mentioned it before. I was like, you know what? Let Coco get some rest, bro.
Coco, get a copy of this live and send it over so everybody has it.
I will.
This has been fun. I've been watching the debates all day from a simulcast also.
Okay.
So it's been fun. There's been multiple people streaming your live.
Okay. Well, actually, that's awesome. I appreciate that. That's pretty cool.
You're famous, Coco. I think things are looking up for you, buddy. I think you're on your way to become the next Parker and Dean.
I don't know. We'll see.
107,000 likes, Coco. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's actually pretty neat.
Wait, let's finish it. Let's get it to. Is it at 107 yet?
It's like
Wait, everybody double tap. Come on, let's get it to 110. Like just real quick. Every single person double tap before the live ends. Just real quick.
Okay.
Not that much to ask you guys. If every single person in here is double tapping for Coco.
Do you guys want to do 3,000 taps?
Yes. That's easy. That's light work if every single person in here is doing it.
Okay, sure.
Come on, y'all. I cannot be the only one double tapping. There's no way you guys are making me do this alone. Okay, Sir's doing it. I see you, Sir. Thank you. You're the best. Prince Nappy, you're the best. I'm not working alone. Teamwork makes the dream work. Okay,
I'm
I'm
gonna
done.
smoke.
All right.
Okay.
We're at 108. That's good enough.
Okay, I'll see you guys in what's his name? I don't know his name. I'll be there.
All right. See you, Coco. Thanks for hosting.